Okay, is it better, everyone? Okay, seems like we're good. What's up, everyone joining in? Happy Pride Month, everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Sorry about the issue with the sound. I don't know why it wasn't turned on. I just had to reset my mix amp real quick. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? How's everybody doing? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up, Big Star? What's up, Ben? What's up, Cyber? How you doing? What's up, Freddy? What's up, Ghost? What's up, Ash? How you doing, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Should I try to hit a restart real quick, everyone? Because I kind of messed up. Honestly, that wouldn't be too bad. We could just leave it, though. Sure, hey. It's good now. Okay, we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it. Everyone here on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. As always, we're going to start getting the debates up here in a quick minute, everyone. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in? We just started up the stream. Let me get everything completely set up here real quick. The news for today is that a Republican representative literally posted a homophobic battle cry, literally saying homosexuality has no place in America, and literally has, because of the backlash, and took it down. Has deleted the post. Absolutely fucking crazy that a representative felt like they could do that literally on fucking Pride Month. Like, literally insane. Like, actually insane to do. Absolutely insane. I have it in my thumbnail. Their name is Andy Ogles. Representative Andy Ogles. It's a Republican representative. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We're going to start getting people up here for debates in a second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Also, in terms of news, is that the court has a federal court has determined that it was unconstitutional for Trump to kick people who are trans out of the military. That's at least what I've seen come out recently. Determined that constitutionally protected rights were violated. So that is interesting news to hear. We're going to start getting people up here for debates here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I had a quick question for you.
Election held today, Harris. Or wait, sorry, I can't. Why did I even do that? Did you see Majority Report reacted to? Yes, I did see that. That was really cool. There was a bunch of different stuff that happened. Like CNN even had like a segment where they went over the clip. There was an Independent article. I actually, due to all the articles that came out, I submitted a request to TikTok to get verification. So we'll see within the next, I think it's 10 days or so, whether or not I will get verified here on TikTok. So I'm really hoping that goes well. Kind of scared. Hopefully it goes fine. Alrighty. We're trying to get someone up here for debates. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get someone up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He's not just a man. He's not just a Superman.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
1987.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you
We need
support
to
Trump?
address something. I do, but we need to address something, Parker.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It'd be Trump.
Okay, you have a little bit of background noise and wind. Is there a way you can fix that?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm in front of a fan. Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds like it's better. Are you driving?
No.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first I wanted to address something. Parker, you're kind of giving me mixed signals, man. You always let me up so quickly, but then you kick me so quickly. Do you have feelings for me or something? You always let me up so quickly.
It sounds like you're trolling.
Well, no. I'm just like wanted to address that.
You're saying
you
I've
let
let
me
you
up
up
in front
before.
of
When's the
everyone.
last time I had you on my stream?
How long do I have to say for you not to kick me?
This is probably why you get kicked later.
Nah.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, it's how old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Scarlett, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
What's
Get
your birth
mocked,
year?
buddy. 2000.
And what month?
May.
And you said you're how old again?
It's 26.
Okay, so we can get out of like the wind a little bit.
Oh shit, hold on.
Again, everyone, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people as always.
Is that good?
Nope, you're still in the wind. Is there a way you can fix that?
Hold on, bro. Hey, look, I'm gonna request a gun. My shit's fucked up.
Okay. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Happy Pride Month, Parker.
www Farm Sim K. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
54.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, I think that they're probably a kid trolling. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 7. Oh wait, no. It was 18 yesterday. My bad.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you said your birthday was yesterday?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Let's just go with the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everybody, we are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
10/16/2006.
Okay. And you said you're 18?
Yeah.
That made no sense. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Do you give it a second for people to join in? I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
You said how old?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. And
And
everybody should try Fortnite basketball. Everybody try basketball.
Only send a guest request if you support Trump above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a fucking pussy, bitch.
Do you support Trump? No? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You get shot just like Charlie.
Okay, these people are like really, really cringe. What's up with these people like threatening violence and like literally murdering me? Like that's nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click it.
You're good, you're good. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Do you give it a second for people to join up, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go to the next person. Do you give it a second for people to join up? We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
And do you support Trump? You just swiped out of the app. I can't hear you.
Hold up, can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, yes, sir, I do.
And what's your birth year?
10/26/2007. So.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
So, I just think that, you know, the way he carries himself, like he's got a really good haircut, a good spray tan. I think that.
Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Do give it a second for people to join up. Sometimes more than other days, it takes a little bit longer to get people up here. Yo, what's about you?
Finally. Hello, I'm 18. I was
support
born
Trump?
5/20/08. I want to debate you on reform.
Do you support Trump?
No, but please, can I debate you? Please.
No. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, do give it a second for us to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
2005,
And what month?
December.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's a cool guy.
Any other reason than that?
I don't know. That's it, really.
Alrighty, we're not getting serious people up here right now. Do give it a quick second to get some people up here. We are just looking for Trump supporters, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
What's your birth year?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your birth year?
Yeah, I was born August 6th. Are you
Birth
asking if I'm
year?
26 years? You're asking if I'm 26 years old? Do I sound like a kid?
I'm asking what your birth year is. Are
I
you
was
gonna
born 90. I
crash
was
out?
born in 90. I was born in 98.
Okay. Alrighty, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump for numerous reasons. I'm anti-slave wages and utilization of immigrants for slave wages. I'm anti-utilizing China when they utilize slave labor for their children. I'm also anti-abortion. I also think that Trump has better foreign policies. Or sorry, foreign relations, should I say.
Foreign policy, bad wages, and then what was it? What was the other thing?
Yeah, I'm anti-slave labor and utilization of immigrants to lower prices and produce actually our goods at a cheaper price.
Okay, and what else? What was the other thing?
Anti-abortion. Well, I wouldn't say I'm anti-abortion, but I'm just against abortion to some extent, yeah.
Okay, a few things here. So what do you think the solution is to not using immigrants or like undocumented immigrants for lower price labor? What do you think the solution
Are
is
you
for
asking
that?
what I can? Yeah, sure. The solution is going to be simple. If we go through the actual proper procedures in terms of actually immigration the legal way, you don't see slave labor being used for immigrants. However, people that are here that don't have work visas, things like that, they are utilized for slave labor. If
Okay,
your answer and
and you're
answer your
saying
question
is
simply,
slave labor, what is slave labor defined as? Is it defined as like you
yeah,
don't have
slave labor
enough
is
in order to live, or is it defined as below the minimum wage?
I'm using slave labor as essentially being, to some extent, under the actual federal minimum wage, which that does happen on some farms. We
Okay.
have evidence of that as well.
So then would we be right now in slave wages right now, comparative to what it was in 2009, because the federal minimum wage is not increased adjusted for inflation?
Well, the federal minimum wage is there, but the problem is that the federal minimum wage is that low because state law takes over and state wages take over federal law. So people don't
I
actually
understand
pay
you're not
federal
hearing my
wages.
point, though. If it's not adjusted for inflation, technically proportional to the level of wages in society, are you saying that we are currently defined as within the context of slave wages from an economy established from 2009 at that certain
Sure.
level of minimum wage?
I would hold to that, yes.
You would?
Yeah, I would
So
hold
you
to
would
that.
agree that Republicans, because they're not advocating to increase the minimum wage, they're advocating for slave wages for U.S. citizens?
Well, no, that wouldn't necessarily follow because, again, like I just told you, federal minimum wage isn't used in any single state.
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me workers that are working for I'm just curious, what percent of America, I believe it's less than 1%, works for
Wait, you said
$7.25
no
an hour.
state uses federal, like the federal minimum wage. Do you want to
Federal
bet?
federal minimum wage is typically caked in to basically across the board, but state wage takes over in almost every state. Now, I
In
will say
almost
that
every
it
state is
might be-
different than every state. Do you agree?
I would say sure, but I would say that less than 1%, even less, work for $7.25 an hour.
Okay, so can we at least acknowledge the point that in terms of those particular federal minimum wages, that Republicans not wanting to increase the federal minimum wage is going to perpetuate conditions of slave wages for American citizens? Would you at least acknowledge that?
I can acknowledge that, yeah.
So then would you say that Republicans
Yeah,
are
no, so-
pro-slavery?
Well, no, because see, the issue is that I can hold to that position being true while also acknowledging that another thing that is actually being done that is wrong, which is the actual improper documentation and allowing people into our country, is actually forcing it and making it easier for this to happen. These things aren't mutually exclusive.
Well, I think
So,
that, can you tell me what policy Democrats passed to cause more people to come to our country undocumented?
I don't have to give you a policy. I can give you numerous examples. When Kamala Harris basically said, open the border up in Texas, let them walk through, they said it was inhumane.
She never
for
said
us to
open
put
the
up-
border. Can you give me a single
did.
quota
She-
for saying that?
Yeah, she said it was inhumane for us to put up barbed wire fencing around the actual border.
Wait, you're misunderstanding. So the barbed wire fences are things being put up by the state enforcers. They don't have federal jurisdiction over immigration, so they were limiting the ability for federal border agents to do their job. She never said to open the border, right? You are
No.
literally just being dishonest
said-
when
She
you're
said,
framing
take
it that
down
way.
the barbed wire. She said, take down the barbed
Yeah,
wire, but that
because it was
keeping them
put up by
out of the
state officials from Texas, not from the federal government. And do you understand that state officials do not have jurisdiction over federal immigration? Like, for example, like if California tried to get rid of the border, right, and everything they wanted to because they wanted to do whatever they want, that wouldn't be federally allowed. They'd be breaking federal law, okay, in the same way that Texas was breaking federal law. So you have to understand that that's not them saying open the border. That's not a policy they support to open the border. That's quite literally just them acknowledging that federal law is going to uphold for the context of immigration and that the state has no authority.
Great. So when Kamala Harris, then if I understand correctly, when Kamala Harris did say, basically to take down the.
He just left. Why'd he just leave? Did he feel like he lost? Is that what it is? He just randomly left. How fucking embarrassing, dude. Are you here, bro? Did he accidentally leave? He just dipped. And that's fucking hilarious, dude. I'll keep looking for him in the box, but I think he literally just dipped. Yo, it's a pal to you? Nope, they're not there. Let's go to the next person. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, I was thinking it was accidental, but like he's not even in the box, so. Yeah, it's a pal to you?
I guess it's...
How old are you?
That's why you can take.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, it's a pal to you? Please don't do that. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's a pal to you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
June 2007.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I don't answer questions.
Oh, it's this troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's a pal to you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth month?
October.
Okay,
19.
and why do you support Trump?
Because I think his immigration policies are much stronger than Kamala's. And
what state do you live in?
So I live in Nevada.
You
I
live where?
immigrated from Denmark. Nevada.
Nevada? What time is it?
Oh, you're a fucking nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. What's the pal to you? Okay. Let's try to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Hey, yo, it's a pal to you? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, Parker. Can I maybe? This is.
I think they accidentally sent a request. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2004.
And what month were you born?
February.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's been like, stop. I don't like the Kamala Harris agenda, basically. I think Trump is helping our economy, helping our people, making us a stronger country.
Okay, how has Trump made us better off economically?
I mean, I just think he's done this like no tax on tips, right? He also has been very adamant about helping the stock market and growing the GDP, and like he's helping us coordinate with China to become a more advanced country.
Okay, so did you know that stock market growth for real GDP, for S&P 500 and for Dow Jones had a lower level of growth rate in 2025 as compared to 2024? And also, the no tax on tips is something supported bipartisanly by both the Democrats and Republicans. And Kamala Harris wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. So she would have maintained that and then increased the amount of tax cuts that we would do for lower and middle income individuals, rather than doing the disproportionate tax breaks the Big Beautiful Bill did for the rich, while cutting 10 million people off their access to health insurance and over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Yeah, but I'm sure Trump's done some good stuff for the economy, right?
But like net significantly worse.
I mean, under the Biden-Harris administration, I feel like it was also very bad, right? So I don't want to just
Conditions are better than they are now. GDP growth was better. Real median wage growth was better.
Okay.
Unemployment was better.
Inflation was
better.
ridiculous under under their administration.
But it was better at the end of Biden's administration than it is right now. The reason why inflation went up to 9.1% under a specific month for a year-over-year standpoint was the supply chain issues around the world relating to the pandemic, not because of things the Biden-Harris administration did. Whereas the inflation that we're seeing right now is downstream of the things that Donald Trump himself has done, such as the war with Iran that he started, and such as the tariffs that he's imposed.
Okay, but the Biden administration was also like weak on the Russia-Ukraine war, and also had this terrible like Afghanistan withdrawal. That was a disaster.
How were we weak with Russia Ukraine?
Yeah, maybe Russia invading Ukraine. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We didn't come to their defense at all, basically.
We did. We literally got the entirety of like Europe to help fund them and defend them against Russia. Which, by the way, Trump came into office, got rid of the funding, thought he could get a deal done. He didn't get a deal done, and then literally the funding was brought back by Congress. Okay, so he was forced to do this, and then he acknowledged after that he was wrong.
Yeah, but still, like Putin never invaded during Trump's presidency, and even during Obama's presidency. The fact that he invaded like under Biden just signals some sort of weakness. Anyone can figure that out clearly.
No, I don't think that means that they think that Biden is weak. I think that's just a correlation causation fallacy. I think that regardless of who is president, that would have happened. So can you give me any good reason to believe that wouldn't have happened if Trump were in office?
Sure, because I think Trump is stronger, and I think Putin is almost more afraid, right, of Trump.
How is Trump stronger? And why would Putin be more afraid of Trump?
Oh, well, Trump's clearly stronger. I mean, Biden was quite literally demented. He was like mumbling all of this nonsense all the time.
There's no evidence that he has dementia, but I do think that Trump is incoherent all the time. You say he's stronger. He's distanced us from our allies because he literally threatened to annex a bunch of our allies. I think that's made us not as strong. So you can sit there and say all you want, but it seems like you're wrong.
Well, he hasn't. What allies has he distanced us from? I mean, we're closer with France, closer with.
Really? No, we're not closer with France. But he quite literally said he wanted to annex Greenland. Okay? Which literally would have threatened the dissolution of NATO. He threatened to annex Venezuela. He threatened to annex Panama, Canada. He threatened to annex Iran as well. There's countless areas that he specifically threatened to annex. He threatened to annex Gaza.
Well, I think it was actually cool that he threatened to annex Greenland and Panama specifically.
Why do you think that those things are cool? Like to literally threaten to engage in stealing countries.
Stealing countries? How is it stealing?
Annexing is stealing a country.
Yeah, well, didn't Denmark steal this country from the natives? Like, what are we talking about?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that's justified to steal countries? That's wrong. Anyway,
how is it?
Wait, I have a question.
Greenland is not a country.
Do you think it's justified to steal?
How is it stealing? It's not stealing.
Can you answer the question? Do you think it's justified to steal?
Depends.
Depends. Would it be justified for me to steal from you?
It depends.
On what?
If I was like a billionaire,
like right now. No, I'm saying right now. Wait, so if you're a billionaire, to be justified to steal, so we should steal all billionaires' wealth then. 100% tax rate?
Not 100%, but like we should have a wealth tax, yeah.
Okay, you sound like you're trolling. I can't fathom a Trump supporter saying that. I do think they are trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007, April 8th.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
He's not just a man. He's not just Superman. He's the prophet of the Lord.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and what month were you born?
December 6th.
And you said you're 20?
Yeah.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26, man.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because he's a good leadership person. He's helped a lot of our country.
How so?
He's lowered gas prices for us. He's gotten rid of the illegal immigrants in our country that came here illegally.
Okay, so, you know, gas prices are higher right now, right?
Not by me. Gas prices are lowering by
No,
me.
gas
I live in
prices are
Illinois.
significantly higher right now.
No, gas prices right now are $4.99 a gallon by me.
Nope, nope. So gas prices are higher right now than when Biden left office. That's a fact.
No.
You're just denying reality. He didn't lower gas prices. You have no clue what you're talking
He
about.
did because he said he was
Are you
gonna
buying
lower
gas?
prices. I'm not buying gas, but I can look at a gas
You're not
station.
buying gas? You don't buy gas?
No, I do not buy gas.
Okay, so maybe that's why you don't know the fucking price of gasoline. Okay, that's what the price of gasoline has definitely gone up.
I live right across the street from a gas station. Gas prices are $4.99 for a gallon right now, bro.
Yeah, that's higher than what it was, is it not?
No, it's lower than it was.
What are you
under
talking about?
Biden
That's not lower than
administration.
what it was.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You
Okay.
give me if you actually want to look at the gas prices, you can see that gas prices have gone up by significant amounts. Okay, I'm talking by over 25 to
because
50%.
we had a war. Because we
depending on
had
the
a
area.
war.
What's that?
Yeah, the gas
Yeah, that's the
prices
war
went
that
up
Trump
because of
started,
the
right?
war. Right.
So
Which
then
is a
Trump
great
is the
thing.
fault of your gas prices going up, right?
No.
Wait, that's literally what you have to concede to. If you think the war caused your gas prices to go up, Trump started the war, then Trump caused your gas prices to go up. If you deny that, then you're denying logic.
No, I'm denying that you trying to blame on Trump for the gas prices going up.
I just gave you the argument for that. You accepted
Okay.
all of the preconditions, and the premises in the argument, and that means that you have got to accept the conclusion because it logically follows.
Well, then you should know that whenever a war happens, everything automatically goes up.
Okay, and who started this war?
Trump did.
Oh, there you go. So who caused it to go up? Trump.
Trump did. Yeah, but you know he also told you gas
Thanks for
prices
the
were gonna
concession.
drop down. Trump said gas prices were going to go down, and
they went up, right?
No, they went down.
Well,
Just
we
like
actually can
food
see that they
prices
have
went
gone
down.
up, so you're wrong.
No, you going to tell me food prices went up too?
Yes,
No.
they actually did.
Food prices are down, man.
No, they're not. They are up.
Okay. Well, what
Do you
state
just
do you live
like
in?
denying reality?
What state do you live in?
I live in California. This is all across the country, though.
Okay, see, you live in California. I live in
It's not.
Illinois,
Wait,
bro.
I'm not just judging it based upon me, myself, and I'm judging it based upon the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, then look at the statistics, man, because it's not what you stating right now.
Yeah, I did look at the statistics, and they prove you wrong. I just told you where to find it.
Yeah, okay. You trying to say that gas prices and food prices have gone up under Trump, right?
That's true. And they're going up at a higher rate than what they were at the end of Biden's administration.
You know
And you know what you're
how-
doing right now? You're doing something called coping.
Do you know how much the American people, including me, struggled during Harris administration?
I bet a lot. But that's not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy. That's due to
It is
COVID, supply
because
chain
of
issues
them.
relating to the pandemic. What did the Biden-Harris
No.
administration do to cause that?
They didn't stop the COVID when it was going around.
They didn't
Trump
stop
did.
COVID. Yeah, you know what? They should have just told the virus to go away.
No, they should have tried to help the American people. They didn't help us.
They did. They help expedite the distribution of the vaccine well beyond what they even planned and tried to do.
Yeah, and you see how many people died from the vaccine?
The vaccine is not what was killing people. The vaccine
Yes,
saved
it was.
millions of lives around the world. Okay, you're just
Okay.
denying reality. There's a
Why
bibliography
were
in my
so many
bio that
people
proves
dead
you
then?
wrong. You, till this day, still think that there was this whole like mass death in the vaccine. The vaccine is what saved many people's lives. Obviously, there are side effects that come from vaccinations, as many vaccinations, but it's significantly less likely to occur than anything associated with the virus. And taking the vaccine keeps us all safer as a society as a whole. Okay, you don't know the implications of long COVID, the implications of how many people have died, and that would have died if it was the case that they had access to a vaccine. You have no clue how many lives the vaccine saved, simply because you live in the society in the world that doesn't have to deal with all of the negative implications of us in general not taking the vaccine. Thank you for the Galaxy Club. Thank you so much, AJ. I appreciate it. Thank you. Like, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know how many people, like, in the context of the hospitals, literally begged for the vaccine when literally being put on ventilators when you can't get a vaccine at that point. Okay?
Yeah, and you
Scarlet
see how
thing with
many
blooming
people
ribbons.
died
You'll
from
sit
the
there and you'll deny
ventilator?
science, and then you'll beg for it
You
in the
see how many-
situation in which
did
you
you see
need
how
it,
many
which of
people
course
died from the
everyone would.
ventilator?
But what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent you from being in that circumstance in the first place. We're trying to prevent anyone that you care about from being in that situation in the first place. And you should care about that too by actually believing in science and looking at the data. And you just believing
don't
whatever you
believe in
feel like,
science.
whatever makes you feel good, inevitably leads to more people dying. Okay?
You want me to believe in science, like science is the answer to everything. Are you crazy?
Science has more answers than you do.
No. You know what? I didn't take the vaccine.
Do you know that
and
Donald
I'm
Trump was
still
a part
alive.
of Operation Warp Speed and expediting the release of the vaccine? How do you feel about that?
I don't care about that.
You don't care about that? I thought you just said it was state-sanctioned murder. You just said the vaccine was killing a bunch of people. So do you think that
It
Trump?
was.
So you think Trump expedited a vaccine that killed a bunch of people?
No, I think Biden
No,
did.
you just conceded.
No.
You just conceded though. You think Trump expedited a vaccine that was killing a bunch of people?
What are you even talking about?
I'm showing you the implications of your worldview and showing you how you look so ridiculous.
Don't you think that you're the one who looks ridiculous?
No, I think that we're all laughing at you right now. Type a 3 in the comment section if you're laughing at the guest.
You a strong liberal. You know, I've seen you and Dean Weathers. I don't know how y'all survive because y'all crazy.
How am I crazy?
I've seen you before.
How am I crazy?
Because you got this delusional thinking that you right and everybody else is right. No, or let me rephrase it.
That
You
I'm
think
right and
you're
everyone else is right? No, I don't have that idea.
Republican is wrong. See, that's your problem.
Yeah, you
think
shouldn't
you're
be
right.
Republican. I mean, when your party is completely
I shouldn't be
dominated by an
Republican,
adjudicated
bro.
rapist that tried to undermine our country's democracy, maybe then
Okay.
it seems
Yeah,
like the
see?
Republican Party
Let-
right now has nothing to define itself outside of the context of Trump, especially when candidates such as Massey literally can't even get elected for just being against Trump simply on literally the release of the Epstein files and going to war with Iran. Do you see what I
Okay,
mean?
so
That's
if I
not a
was
lot
on
of
the file, are you gonna
ideological
say I
diversity within the
committed
party,
it?
is it?
If I was on the Epstein file, are you gonna say I'm a pedophile too? Honestly,
If you and the
Anthony,
Epstein
what-
files were assaulting kids, yes, I would say that you assaulted
no.
kids.
What if I was just on the files? Are you gonna tell me I'm a pedophile?
But if you were just listed in the files as a name, like say you were an investigator, for example, or something,
Yeah,
or like say
yeah.
someone who's a victim, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're guilty. Like there are victims listed in there, there are investigators
So
listed
same
in there,
thing with Trump.
right? But
Trump
it's
is
whether or
in the
not you're
file.
incriminated, and Trump has literally been incriminated in the
No.
context of these situations.
False.
He's been implicated
False.
because there's been a victim, Jane Doe 4, that accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. And she got a
False.
settlement with the Epstein estate for her accusations
Okay, that's Epstein.
relating to
That's
Epstein's
not Trump.
conduct.
That's not Trump.
What?
Just
What do
like you
mean?
want to, just like you want to sit here and say that Trump got 34 felonies, right?
He does. He has 34 felonies he's been
No.
convicted of.
You so crazy, bro. Honestly, no.
What, I'm
you
crazy for
actually-
believing
if
in
you're-
facts?
That's not facts, man.
That
Why don't you
literally
look at
is
the whole
facts. That's
story?
like he literally was convicted. I mean, do you want to see his mugshot?
What is that gonna prove?
I'm just saying, like he has a mugshot. He's
Why don't
been
you
convicted.
do
There's
your
literally a
research?
court case determining this to be true. I mean, what are you going to tell me next? The sky
That's false
is
news.
purple.
That's false news, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know the media is out to get out Trump because they don't like him, just like you don't like Trump either.
Yeah, we don't like Trump because he's done a bunch of bad things.
Yeah, okay, right.
Maybe
And
that's the reason why. Maybe because we have
Biden didn't do
basic
any
critical
bad
thinking
things,
skills.
and Harris didn't do anything bad things, right?
We
But
can
we only
criticize
wanna
them,
make
but
Trump.
the criticisms that we have of Harris and Biden are significantly less than the criticisms we have of Trump.
Really? Okay. That's what you think. Man,
Wait,
you don't do your research, do you?
I do my research.
Okay, then you would know that the supposed 34 felonies that Trump has was because he got a misdemeanor and they multiplied it to 34 times.
No, it was a
Right.
felony because of the predicate crime. So he committed this crime in furtherance of another one, which bumped it up to
No.
felonies.
No.
And also, by
No,
the way,
man.
you guys think misdemeanors are big problems because unlawfully entering the country is a misdemeanor.
It is a misdemeanor. It's
Yeah,
illegal
so
to
like,
come into
so
the
even if it
country
was a
illegally.
misdemeanor, I don't think that demeans how bad it is, right?
Yeah, but you know
From
who
your
voted?
perspective?
You know who voted to turn it into 34 felonies? The courts. The courts turned it into 34 felonies.
Well, I wonder why. It's probably because the law indicates that that's the violation, sir.
No, because the
No,
court
no
is
shit. The courts
corrupted.
did that. No fucking shit. The
Yeah,
courts
you know
judge
why?
based
'Cause
upon
the
the
court
law,
is-
sir.
the
Grandy, thank you so
court-
much for the
court
live
is
star. Thank you very
corrupted.
much. You
The
you
court
kind of
is
just proved my
corrupted.
point without even realizing it.
I didn't prove your point. I'm just
You
telling you
did.
the
You
courts
proved
are
you
corrupted.
walked right into my point. Yeah, the courts determined that he did it. Yep, absolutely.
No, I'm saying
What else?
that the
What
courts
else?
are
The court is the
stupid.
process in which we adjudicate whether or not someone violated the law. Is it not? You just said the court determined this. Damn right.
Yeah, because they're stupid.
What do you mean? How are they wrong? So tell me how you understand the law more than the judge, the jury, and the entire court process.
Because we're talking about Trump. If it was Biden, he
No,
had
because
a
it was
misdemeanor.
Trump. There you
think they
go.
would've
Trump can't violate the law, right? Because he's above the law, right?
He's the president of the United States,
Than
man.
Nancy Campbell. Okay, he wasn't president when he committed this crime. You know that, right?
So?
So he still committed a crime, and he was convicted of it.
There's no proof that he committed the crime.
There is. He was convicted of it in a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, he had a
You just deny
misdemeanor.
reality. Even when there's a criminal conviction, you still don't accept it.
Yeah, see? Yeah, that's the problem with the liberals.
The
They
problem with the
twist
liberals,
everything.
they accept criminal convictions.
No, they
Do
twist.
you accept all the
make it
criminal
look
charges against undocumented immigrants to be true, or are you going to dispute those too?
Seriously, I don't care if there's disputes or not. If you come into our country
Wait, you
legally,
just said
you're
that you
getting
just said
thrown out of
courts
here.
are not justified in making these determinations, right?
Right.
So then you don't believe any of the courts that make determinations that people are unlawfully in the country, right?
No, because I think the
No,
courts
you don't
are,
listen to a single one of them?
No, I don't listen to any of the courts.
You,
Why
you
would
don't
I?
listen to any of the courts about any of those undocumented immigrants in the country. None of them are actually here illegally. They're all just in the country. All these courts, they're sham courts.
Oh, yeah,
Actually,
okay.
they're all dog shit. Okay, not actually real. Okay, all these fake courts trying to put undocumented or not. They're actually not undocumented. Okay, they're just in the country. They're not undocumented. Okay, there's no evidence. Absolutely none. Kirsten, thank you so much for
Yeah,
Penguin.
okay.
So true, so true. Cassie, thank you so much for the
That's a
$25 on Venmo, by the way. Thank you. And
I've
Alice,
been-
thank you
I've
for the
been in the
$10.
United
Thank you very
States
much.
since
I really appreciate you very
2006.
much.
I
I'll make sure to
think I
get you
know what
there.
an American-
Astrid, thank you so much for the $4. Yeah, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane, right? Jessica, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Dave Rubin got absolutely destroyed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Taylor, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. And Marina, thank you for the $1. That's really cool. That's super cool. You can keep making your
Been
point.
in
Go
the
ahead, man.
United States. I've been in the United States since 2006. I know what it's like to come into the country legally. I had to go through court to get into this country. So I don't want to hear that these people can just come here and jump over a wall and they don't have no
Wait. So you're saying
repercussions.
a court could adjudicate that process that you're able to come into the country?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, so you do accept a determination from that court, right?
Yeah. If you're going
Okay.
through the courts,
So why don't you
legally to
accept the
become a legal
determination from the
alien, yeah.
court against Trump?
Because they all hate Trump. That's why they did what they did to him.
There's actually no evidence of that. You're just making this up.
Oh, really?
So by the way,
Okay.
his whole defense is it's against Trump. It's against Trump. You know what you have? You have something called TDS, Trump Devotion Syndrome. There's quite frankly nothing that could come out in terms of evidence that would indicate Donald Trump's guilt in your eyes. In your eyes, absolutely
Sure.
nothing.
Okay.
He was criminally
Well,
convicted of
I'm not-
34
I'm not trying to
felonies,
destroy
and you don't
America
accept
like
it to
you
be
are.
true. You've got TDS, quite frankly, Trump devotion syndrome. What can I say?
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to destroy America like you are.
How am I trying to destroy America?
Because you vote for liberal Democrat people.
How?
That's why.
Okay, what liberal Democrat people are trying to destroy America that I'm voting for?
Biden and Harris.
How are they trying to destroy America?
Really? By their policies.
Such as?
I don't know, opening the border wider and letting everybody come in who freely.
The
really
border
wants
was not open, and even if I were to concede that the border was open, that I don't even think that would destroy America. Like, let's just be honest. It would be something that
Really?
would cause a problem or cause problems,
Biden
but
wanted-
would it
Biden
destroy
wanted
America?
to
No.
Open. Yeah, it would destroy America. Yes.
I don't even think that would.
Yeah. Okay. Biden wanted to open the border completely wide open. So did Kamala Harris.
Nope. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden never said they wanted to open the border. You just made that one up.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
So why was the wall
Wait.
stopped
Do you
under
want to bet,
Biden?
sir?
Do
You
I
said that
wanna
Joe
bet?
Biden and Kamala Harris said that they wanted to open the border. Do you want to bet?
They did. Did you watch their
Do you want to
speeches?
bet?
I'm not a betting man, so I don't bet.
Because you're a wrong man.
No, because you're wrong.
Because you're fucking wrong. That's why.
Yeah, okay. That's why I say you liberals are right and the Republicans
Yeah,
are
the
wrong.
liberals are right and the Republicans are wrong. I don't know. Is that really that complicated for you?
No. It's not complicated. It just shows how stupid y'all is.
No, it actually shows that we rely on evidence. You're the
Yeah,
one who
okay.
literally won't believe anything against Trump because you're the brainwashed guy, propagandized guy that was conned by the con man.
I didn't vote for Biden when Biden was running for office.
Yeah, you voted for Trump, right?
Right.
Okay, I don't know what your point was.
And my point is, look what happened under Biden. I was suffering financially under Biden.
Okay,
and
so what
Trump.
did Trump do to cause you to financially suffer? Or sorry, what did Biden do to cause you to financially suffer?
He raised my taxes.
Really? Because the Trump tax policy was in place still.
Yeah,
Really?
okay. Yeah. when
That's
Biden
interesting.
came
That's
in, it
interesting
made
that
it
your
worse.
taxes were raised by Biden when literally under Biden's administration, the Trump tax policy was still in effect. I wonder how that happened. You know who actually did raise your taxes? Donald Trump. He imposed tariffs. Did you know that? That actually did increase your taxes, bud.
I know about the tariffs. Yeah, I think they were.
So you know about how Trump increased your taxes.
No, he didn't increase my taxes.
He literally did increase your taxes. I just gave
No,
you the
he
exact
increased the
tax that he
taxes of
increased.
The foreign countries.
What's up? No, they're paid by you, the consumer, mostly. According to the Kiel Institute, you say it's paid by the foreign country. Nope, you just got conned by the con man. You don't understand economics at all. You don't know what a tariff is. You don't know how tariffs operate. You don't know who pays the tariff. It's mostly paid by the American consumers within this country, and you footed the bill, and you were just too dumb enough to realize it.
Okay. You can say whatever you want to say,
It's
but
true.
you're not gonna.
It's not me just saying
you're
whatever
not
I want to
gonna
say. It's me
convince
saying the
it's true.
truth.
You're not gonna convince me it's true.
It is true. I'm giving you evidence right now. You can just say, oh, I don't want to believe it all you want, but it still is true.
It's not true.
Kathy, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you. It is true. So can you give me an actual dispute of what I'm saying rather than just saying, oh, it's not true?
I'll give you a good one. How about Renee Good?
You mean a pivot? What type of pivot is that, dude?
That I want you to sit and think about
Do you
that.
need to stretch after that one? Dude, that pivot was nuts, bro. I think you need to
No,
stretch. I think you need to stretch, bro.
I want you to sit there and think about Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Yeah, we'll talk about them in a second. Do you want to finish talking about what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think you're crazy with everything you're saying.
Okay, so actually finish talking about what we were talking about, and then we can move on to how the Trump administration defended murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight.
I am done talking about what we were talking about. I
No,
want to
no,
move
you're
on
not.
to Alex
No, you're not.
Preddy. Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Why? Because you're wrong on it, and I proved you
No,
wrong.
because I know I can't get anywhere with you because you're so delusional.
What do you mean? We can't get anywhere with you because you're unwilling to engage with the evidence I've provided. That's why.
You don't have.
We're not getting nowhere because
don't
of me.
have
We're getting nowhere
evidence.
because of you. What are you talking about?
You don't have evidence.
I already provided the evidence. You just don't remember because you're on your 6th beer.
You looked up fake news and called it a day, man. That's
Where do you
all
get
it
your
is.
news from?
From smart-minded people.
No. Like, where do you get your news from? Like, what particular media sources?
From Google.
Where on Google? Google's a search engine, sir.
I just go on Google.
Yeah, I understand. That's a search engine. But where do you get your information from?
I don't go to specific.
You don't get
websites.
information? You know, that makes sense. He doesn't. So not even Google?
I do use Google, yes. I
Okay,
just
so
don't
what
use
do you look
specific
up on
websites.
Google to find information?
I look up to find out what's happening in our country and why the
And
liberals
where do you
are
look
so
it up?
stupid. On Google.
Yeah, but like, what do you look at? Do you look up like, oh, Fox News, Alex Jones, Newsmax,
Nope. I follow
Dave Rubin?
Nope. I follow Candace Owens.
That makes sense.
What do you mean that makes sense?
Makes a lot of sense. You
That
know
doesn't
that
make
that
sense.
Trump called Candace Owens low IQ, right?
So?
Yeah.
Do-
So why
do
do
you
you
have
why do you
proof of
watch
that?
someone that you're
Do you
cold?
have a proof of that?
Yeah. He said it on Truth Social. I'm asking you, why do you watch someone? Why do you watch someone that your
Okay,
cold daddy
yeah,
said
okay. You
is
said
low
it on
IQ?
that. What? Like, where did you even pull that out? Did you pull that out of your ass or something, bro?
No, it's on Truth Social. Actually, Trump did.
Truth Social, okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what is
That's what
Truth
Trump posted
Social?
on Truth Social.
Okay, right.
He called Candace Owens low IQ.
Okay. You got no IQ. How about that?
Wow, nice own, bro. Do you feel good after that one? Whoa,
Yeah.
that was great, man. Whew. I don't know how I'm gonna come back after that one.
Your
Hey,
IQ.
Andy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Fox Brain is the real zombie apocalypse. You're right, totally. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Andy. Give me some W's for Andy in the comment section right now. Francesca, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 for keep dog walking this guy. Thank you so much. Fossey, thank you for the $8. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I actually did see that. I did see that. Kristen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. And Max, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Can you thank all the donors real quick?
No,
Why not?
because they didn't send me no money like you. be
But they
getting
sent
up
me
with.
money. Like, again, thank Andy for the $50 for
No.
saying that your Fox Brain is the real zombie apocalypse.
Fuck Andy, okay? That's all
why?
I gotta say for Andy. Fuck Andy.
So you're telling people to fuck Andy?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell all the liberals to go fuck Andy. How about that?
Okay.
fuck Andy.
Was that supposed to be like an own or something? I'm really confused.
No, I'm just saying go fuck Andy,
Okay. All right.
including you. Go fuck Andy, Parker.
I don't know why you're telling me that.
What do you want me to tell you?
Nothing, because you got a harassment and bullying violation, so I'm going to go on to the next person. Janice, thank you for the $5 for he doesn't know what Truth Social. Yeah, apparently the only Trump supporter that doesn't. Rebel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For some aloe for the guest for the burn. Oh, no, they said aloe for me for that burn from the guest. I know, right? That was crazy, wasn't it? That was brutal. I don't know how I'm going to come back from that one.
Hey, he's not just a man. He's not just Superman. He's prophet of the Lord.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
11/207.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris or Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, probably Harris.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. In a
Election
way,
odds.
playing some devil's advocate too, because I appreciate.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna admit I'm 14, but I'm level-headed and I'm.
You have to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. 18 plus, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 2,000 people here on the YouTube stream, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
October 10th, 2007.
You said how old?
2007.
2007, what month?
It's October.
October, and you said you're how old again?
18.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Me.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely wouldn't vote for Kamala.
Kamala, so would you vote for Trump?
That's why I said Camilla.
Kamala, you can say Harris if you can't pronounce her name correctly.
I literally just said candied yams, bro.
Okay, is this like your best shot at rage baiting? So you can say
No, I
Harris if you
apologize.
can't
So let's go
pronounce her
ahead.
name
I
correctly.
apologize.
So
No,
would
no,
you,
let's talk
would you
about,
vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Mainly because he aligns the most with the values of neo-libertarian fascism.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm a neo-libertarian philanthropist.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hello? Hold on a second.
Yep. And how old are you, Greg? You seem old enough. Do you support Trump?
I'm 39. Can you see me? I wanted to ask you a question. Is that
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, so we can get closer to your microphone. It's a little hard to hear you. Or do you have Bluetooth
I
on?
voted for Trump.
Can you turn off your Bluetooth?
No, it's on the phone.
You're just a little bit quiet, so I was like, I think that there's maybe an issue with the device. Maybe that I'm saying that you're connected to Bluetooth, so I was just asking you if you can check if you're connected to Bluetooth, because otherwise it would typically sound a little bit louder.
No, I think that's. I'll try to talk up. I'll try to speak up for you.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I supported Trump to pull out of the Paris Climate Accord, but I wanted to ask you a genuine question.
Okay.
How do these debates benefit the people that follow you?
How do they? They give people arguments that they can use against people specifically that they know that are MAGA, independent, and whatnot. And they also can provide information for people specifically who are Trump supporters that haven't been informed, so that they can change their minds on those views, so they can learn and change in terms of their beliefs. Also get people who are not politically involved to be politically involved to a greater extent and to educate themselves more on politics.
Well, okay. Well, I'm a Trump supporter, so what do you think that I should know about? Like, what should I don't understand, because I just think that you have a big platform and you're a very smart and articulated young man, and that you could do a lot more to benefit America than just trying to talk about Trump all the time.
Okay. respectfully, I don't really care what you think I should do. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, so why do you think that's a good thing? Because I would argue that we need to fight climate change. We need international, like, address to actually fight climate change, to collaborate together, because it's something that's important to address for costs around the entire world, for developing renewable energies, and mitigating the effect of pollution upon millions of people that are disenfranchised.
I think you're right, but I think that raising taxes to do so doesn't really do anything. When you see how bad our government wastes money and how like, you know, corrupt it is, I just don't think that raising taxes and putting regulations on me is really going to do anything to fight, you know, pollution. I think if they had something like they wanted to get together and clean rivers, or, you know, if they had something that seemed more meaningful, I would support it. But it was.
You mean like the EPA, which Donald Trump has cut? The Paris Climate Accords did set up things like that. Okay, it never even specified that we needed to increase our taxes to do any of these things. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment we've ever had in renewable energy under the context of the Biden-Harris administration, that policy was actually deficit reducing, meaning it brought in more revenue than it even spent in the first place.
How did it bring in more? How did this bring in more revenue?
Because they funded the IRS, which increased enforcement of already existing tax codes, which raised revenue.
So it raised taxes?
Nope, it didn't raise any taxes. It just enforced the current tax law to a greater extent.
I don't understand that.
Okay, so the IRS is who enforces the law relating to taxes. There's a lot of people trying to evade their taxes because the IRS doesn't go after everyone, okay? Putting more money into the IRS to audit more people then ensures that you're getting more money, because it ensures that people are paying the correct amount to a greater extent.
Right, that's why I was against it, because I didn't want the IRS to go after like small businesses that may have made mistakes.
No, it's not going after small businesses that may have made mistakes. It's going after the richest corporations disproportionately, for people specifically who are intentionally going around the tax code. Not people who are just making mistakes, right? Intentionally going around the tax code.
Yeah, but if there are tax loopholes, then those loopholes need to be addressed.
Yeah, of course we need to address those loopholes. I totally agree. And I think that the IRS being funded is a part of addressing it.
That's what Trump was laughing about Hillary Clinton on the debate stage, remember? Because he was like, if you were
I understand.
Loopholes, like,
and did he ever get rid of these loopholes? Did he ever get rid of these loopholes? Did he ever advocate to get rid of these loopholes? Did he ever limit that from happening? Or was all of that just lip service from Trump?
I don't think Trump advocated about getting rid of those loopholes at all. I just think that he was talking about, you know, the Paris Climate Accord was seemingly a scam to have me have like some carbon footprint tax or some social credit score, or like some.
None of those things were true. None of those things were going to happen because of this. And now, so when you're talking about carbon footprint tax, none of that was even brought up by Democrats. When you're talking about social credit score, you already have a credit score, sir.
Well, here's the thing. As an American,
that's determined by private companies.
I don't think that a foreign conglomerate should be influencing.
Hey, sorry, it is a little bit hard to hear you still. Is there a way you can get a little bit closer to your microphone?
I just don't think a foreign conglomerate should have influence on the laws that could potentially control my company here in America.
Okay, so you understand that's what's currently happening right now, right? Under Trump's administration with Israel, right? They quite literally were talking about putting people in.
Israel has influence, sure, but not to the extent that the Paris Climate Accord would have.
Okay, what did that limit your business from doing? Okay, tell me explicitly, what did the Paris Climate Accords do that prevented you from operating your business?
I'm just saying, dude, it just wasn't. I just wasn't about it, you know. I just thought that it was a big scam.
Okay, you think that, but all the evidence indicates otherwise. Like 99% of climate scientists think that climate change is caused by humans and is something to address. So you understand that we need to address climate change. There needs to be internationally addressing it altogether. And there's nothing in the Paris Climate Accords that would have directly negatively impacted your company, probably. Unless you're making your money specifically through like the most polluting ways possible, right? The things that pollute the very most, because there's just regulations they're putting in place to limit the level of pollution and whatnot. Then I don't understand how you would be disenfranchised. The Paris Climate Accords is very, very minimal. Okay, I would argue it's too minimal.
All right. Well, look, we can agree to disagree. If there was something like I don't know how to ask you the question. What's the most important thing to you that I should know as a Trump supporter?
Well, you should know that Donald Trump is using the position of presidency to make himself billions of dollars. He's gone from $2.3 billion of net worth in 2024 to $6.5 billion of net worth in 2026. He is literally settling some of his own lawsuits against the federal government, specifically for a slush fund relating to $1.7 billion that he wants to give to January 6 violent rioters and rioters in general. You can point to the fact that Donald Trump's held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He tried to send false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020, and then pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. These are all things that are, like, in of itself, a reason to stop supporting the guy. So at a certain point, you should be able to point to and look at these things and be like, yeah, this guy's the most anti-American guy we've seen running in the modern era. Maybe we shouldn't support him.
Part of why I voted for Trump was for justice for the Jan Sixers.
So you wanted the January 6 violent rioters to be pardoned?
Yes.
Okay, I think you're trolling.
No, I'm not. No, I thought that they were...
I have a question. Do you know who Ice Poseidon is?
No, I don't.
You sound exactly like him, and you kind of look like him, too. Is that just me? Does anyone... Is that just me?
All right, I'm kidding there. No, I'm not trolling you. I'm not that person.
Okay.
I'm not that person. I'm not trolling you. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand you. That's all.
Okay. All right. Well, you keep trying. I don't understand your argument.
Well, I just think that Trump is better than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wanted unrealized capital gains taxes. That's something
only on wealth over 400 million, if you actually believe that would be an effect, but that in of itself was never something that she even advocated for herself. Just something that people carried over from the Biden administration policy, and they said it was definitely applicable to Kamala Harris, even though she explicitly said that it wasn't her policy.
Yeah, but she's not any kind of leader. You would think that Kamala Harris should be the commander
could just say
in chief
Harris.
of the United States military?
You could just say Harris, by the way. And yeah, I do think that she'd be better handling the military than Trump. Trump started a war with Iran, has caused your gas prices, grocery prices, clothing prices, housing prices all to go up because he decided to start a war with Iran. Your electricity prices are way higher. Everything is practically way higher because of Donald Trump doing all of these things.
That prices going up will stop the United States military?
I think actually yes, because it puts pressure on Trump to make a deal. Why do you think he's trying to make a deal right now with Iran? He's getting angry at Israel even because they're attacking Lebanon, undermining his deal. His negotiation is failing. It's not working.
I think Trump is trying to use diplomacy when he can, and if it doesn't
Really?
work out...
So why do you pull out of the JCPOA?
Well, it was peace through strength. They chose
That wasn't strength. We're in a worse position right now than we were a decade ago.
The campaign promise was peace through strength, and Iran chose the strength, not the peace, and that's why they're getting bombed.
You understand that the JCPOA established it, and it was stronger. We had more political concessions under the context of the JCPOA a decade ago, and Trump pulled out of that.
Right. Well, I think now the JCPOA, that is... What is that? The Iran deal?
Yeah, that's the deal that we had with Iran,
You
specifically
wanna-
to
you
cap their
want-
enrichment of uranium at 3.67%, which would still be in place until 2030, which we could then renegotiate from that position.
So you trust the Iranian government?
No, no, that's why we had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
How many facilities did they have?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but the IAEA had records on all of this. It was even signed off on under Trump's administration that they didn't enrich their uranium past 3.67%.
I think the major part about it is that they had more enrichment facilities than what they admitted to.
Was there any
That's
evidence for that?
why- Well, no, not off the top of my not
That
off
seems
the
like
top
an
of my
issue, right?
hands right here. What was that?
That seems like an issue, right?
Well, I'm just having a good faith conversation with you. I didn't feel like I needed to. I mean, what do you think about the prospects of a Trump 2028 campaign?
It's unconstitutional.
Oh, according to Article 2, whoever gets the electoral votes must be certified as the president.
Do you know what Article 2? You know what Amendment 22 says?
Yeah, I do.
What does that say?
It says that somebody can only be the president twice.
Okay.
But
So
according
if
to
another
Article
amendment
2
says specifically that you can't be more than twice, then you literally
well-
can't run again and even
Can
be
I
on the
vote for
ballot.
whoever I want? As an American, can I vote for whoever I want?
But he can't be elected. It's just not possible.
But can I vote for whoever I want to vote for?
You can write in whoever you want, sure.
Yeah.
If you want to write in yourself, go for it.
So hypothetically, if Trump did get enough people to write his name in and won the Electoral College, according to Article 2 of the Constitution, they would have to certify him.
According to the Amendment 22, they wouldn't be able to be elected. Okay, he wouldn't be able to be even on the ballot. Regardless,
What
so
do they
you're
have to do to
voting.
stop
You're
the
voting.
certification of the person
So
that
think
wins the
about it this way:
Electoral College?
Are there other people with the name Donald Trump?
I'm just wondering, what do they have to do?
Are there other people with the name Donald
certification?
Trump? So if he's not registered as a candidate, then you're not voting for any particular person. Even if it's right in, you're still not actually voting for anyone that would meaningfully be able to be elected.
Wait, so are you saying that if Trump won the electoral votes, he wouldn't be certified?
He wouldn't even be able to win the electoral vote.
How? Why? Are you saying they're
Because
not
he
gonna
wouldn't
count
be
my
able to be a
vote?
candidate in the first place, sir.
Well, he wouldn't run on a party, but I can vote for whoever I want. According to the Constitution, you must certify whoever wins the electoral votes. Now, you would need a congressional objection due to the 22nd Amendment to stop the certification of Donald Trump. So if you didn't get the votes for the congressional objection due to the 22nd,
Okay,
you would be
so
the president.
let's just be clear. Does the two-term limit mean that no person can be elected more than twice?
Well, how do you stop a certification of somebody that gets the Electoral College?
So are you trying to say
We
that
have a
he'll
democratic
certify?
process
So
for this,
what you're not understanding? Are you trying to say he'll certify false slates of electors?
No, I'm just no. If he
Okay, well then the
won
22nd
the
Amendment
Electoral
quite
College
literally
by-
says
by
no
name
one can
write-ins,
be
are you
elected
saying they're not
president
gonna
more than
count my
twice.
vote?
What's
Are
up?
you saying they're not going to count my vote?
I'm saying it wouldn't be counted because he can't be elected more than twice.
It wouldn't be counted. Do you think that that's okay that the government wouldn't count my vote?
Absolutely, because there's a two-term limit. Does that hurt your feelings?
Wow. Yes.
Good.
That hurts my.
I'm glad
the
that it hurt your
Constitution
feelings.
is not supposed to be rules on me. It's supposed to be rules for the government.
It's
To think
rules for
that-
who we can elect
that
as
the government
government.
wouldn't count my vote
Yes, damn right.
is a violation of democracy.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
We have a democratic process.
Okay, so we have a democratic republic, a constitutional republic, and we have certain limitations and rules on specifically what is going to allow. We have limitations on how long you can be in office. We have limitations of how long the office is going to be. Okay, these are all things that have existed. There's no problem with this. As long as it's established by amendment, it does prevent this from happening. We don't have something that goes as a direct democracy. That's not how our democracy functions and works.
Okay, but so
Okay, we have
Carter,
certain
what
types
would
of
the
rules.
democratic process be to stop the certification of the person who wins the electoral college?
You won't be able to win the electoral college and be elected president if you have already won twice.
If
It's
they're
not
not going to
possible.
count my vote, this is a violation of my 10th Amendment.
Okay, cool. Then you can cry about it. Go to the
Rights
Supreme Court.
retained by the
Then
people.
then how about you plead that case to the Supreme Court? You think you're gonna win?
Well, I think the Supreme
You think
Court
you're gonna
is
win,
supposed to
bud?
rule in
You think you're
favor
gonna win
of
with
the
that in the
9th and
Supreme
10th
Court?
Amendment.
Go for it, buddy.
The
File a
9th and the
complaint.
10th Amendment are on my side.
File a complaint, bro. Go to court.
So I have Article
Go to court.
2.
I'd love to hear
I
you
have
go
the
to
9th
court.
Amendment and the 10th Amendment
Ice Poseidon versus Supreme Court. I can't wait to see it.
versus the 22nd Amendment. I have one article and 2 amendments. You have
Yeah.
one. You have
Can't
one.
wait to
amendment
hear
that
the
was
arguments in
added to the
court.
Constitution later
I can't wait to hear
by
the arguments in
FDR.
court.
I think I win this, Parker.
You didn't win jack shit. It's okay. How about this? How about this?
You need
Hey Greg, buddy. Let's focus. Let's get a little bit more focused. Let's get back onto the topics as to why you
I
support
win.
Trump.
Trump 2028. You know
Wait,
I do.
wait. I have a question.
You know
do,
it.
do you want him to be president 2028?
Well, I don't know anybody else that I trust that I would want to vote for.
So you would vote for him in 2028 if you could?
If I can actually, and I'm so far where
Are
I'm
you gonna
at
write
right
him in?
now, I'm gonna write him in.
Are you gonna write him in? I don't know why you keep doing
I'm
that.
sorry. I know, man. You're fun, dude, Parker.
Okay.
Listen, come on.
No, hold up. So
This-
you're gonna write him in, right? Let me ask you a question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him or to not write him in?
If Trump signed, like, if Trump was against some kind of, if he was like for hate speech laws, or if he was like, if he wanted to like take our AR-15, or stuff like that. Yeah, I would be against Trump.
Okay, how do you feel about the fact that he wanted to pass via executive order a bill that would allow for them to remove legal permanent residents from the country that engaged in pro-Palestinian advocacy?
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, he wanted to pass an executive order. He did pass an executive order that tried to undermine the constitutionally protected rights of individuals that are in the country through legal permanent residency, right? For engaging in pro-Palestinian speech. He tried to rewrite the Constitution to do so. Look at Mahmoud Khalil. He was held for over 100 days without due process for engaging in pro-Palestinian speech. So there are these types of laws on the books. He's actively trying to undermine
but
people's
I
First
think
Amendment
that
rights.
Pro-Palestinian speech, I think you're conflating with like fucking threats of violence against our country.
Mahmoud Khalil
So if
was
people
determined to
come
have had.
here as a visitor or as a guest, they shouldn't want to incite violence against the nation.
Can I clarify? Mahmoud Khalil was actually determined to have had his First Amendment rights violated by a court. Okay, he never threatened violence. He never was going to attack people. The person who's actually threatened violence is Trump, actually. He threatened to literally HANG multiple Congress members who are Democratic.
But he was let off. He was found innocent.
Yeah, Mahmoud Khalil was determined that his rights were violated, his constitutionally protected rights. He did not engage in any violence, and they did not have a legal right to remove him from the country constitutionally.
And they kept him in the country?
They held him for over 104 days. Yeah, he's still in the country to this day.
All right, so he got due process, and he's still in America, so I don't see any wrong.
Because of the court process preventing the Trump administration from doing this.
All right, well, the Trump administration saw it otherwise, and they tried it, whatever they tried, and they turned out to be wrong, and Khalil
So you just said
got
if he
justice.
tried to engage in hate speech laws, which, by the way, this is hate speech law specifically for like anyone who engages in any type of anti-Israel speech, right? That's a hate speech law that they tried to establish for specifically in terms of especially changing the definition of anti-Semitism to apply to any speech that's anti-Israel. So this is a hate speech law that you just brought up. You said that you wouldn't support him if he tried to implement. He tried to implement it. Now you're saying you'll still support him even though he did that?
Is an executive order a law?
An executive order is him trying to rework the law. Now, he couldn't do it via executive order because the Supreme Court prevented him from doing so,
not a
but it's what
law.
he attempted to do.
Was this for American citizens?
Wait, this is for people who are in the country under legal permanent residence.
All right, well, they're not legal. They're not American, and this
Legal.
wasn't a
Wait,
law.
legal permanent residents mean they're in the country legally.
Okay, that's fine. But if they're here legally, they should be, conduct themselves in a manner accordingly. I think otherwise they should probably get deported.
Okay, so you think someone who's under legal permanent residence should be deported even though they're legally in the country?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
they're
are anti-American. So this whole thing where you said, "Oh, I don't want these hate speech laws," it doesn't seem like you actually provide that when it comes to legal permanent residence within the country.
I think you're twisting the story. I don't think that it has
It's
anything
not.
to do with hate speech.
It is.
And I don't think that an executive order is a law that can violate my Bill of Rights.
Wait, it couldn't because the Supreme Court prevented it.
Okay, so Trump didn't violate anybody's First Amendment.
He did. His administration did. That's what the court determined. The court determined that Mahmoud Khalil's First Amendment rights were violated.
Okay, and he got justice.
He was held for over 100 days without due process. Do you think it would be okay if the Democrats held you for over 100 days? No, stop. So would you be okay with the Democrats? Watch this. They weren't held without due process. They were given due process.
For years.
Name one.
They were.
Name one person held without due process.
They were. I don't need to. Everybody knows genuine knowledge. I don't need to play the debate game. That just, you can be disingenuous about it, or you could be genuine.
Asking for a single person is disingenuous, right? Dude, what you just did is a trust me, bro. Okay? Come on, bro. Trust me, please, bro.
Trust me, bro. Were the Jan 6ers, what were they charged with?
It depends on the January 6er, right? Some of them violated police officers, violently assaulted them. Some of them just entered
that wasn't
and were trespassing. What's that?
Trespassing, does that deserve like 4 years in jail?
Wait, so you understand that it was not just trespassing specifically like on an individual's property, but it's trespassing the fucking federal Capitol building.
Does that deserve 4 years in prison?
I don't think that a lot of these people got 4 years in prison.
Yeah, but they were sitting in the jail in D.C. for years and years.
Can you name one person who was on January 6th who did not get due process? You said it was a violation of due process. What person had their due process rights violated? Name one person.
Look, there's due process. And how do we know that they weren't just defending themselves from the Capitol Police?
They're defending themselves from the Capitol Police. This is totally you trolling. This is totally you trolling.
you guys
They're defending themselves from the Capitol. You mean when they were breaking in with a riot shield? They were defending themselves from the Capitol Police when breaking in with a riot shield? They were defending themselves from the Capitol Police when literally trying to grab the taser and literally tase him in the neck? Wait, why are they defending themselves? Maybe because they're fucking breaking into the Capitol and the police are trying to prevent them from going into the Capitol?
Were they defending themselves from law enforcement?
The law enforcement was defending themselves. No, they were the ones attacking law enforcement.
Yeah, I know those protesters that were protesting.
You mean the violent rioters who beat police officers? The violent insurrectionists that Donald Trump pardoned?
The lady that tried to run over the officer and she got blasted.
Nice pivots.
And the other guy
Dude, you love pivoting. You got the mental gymnastics are down. Mental gymnastics are crazy, bro.
Inconsistent. So in one hand,
there's no logic that was inconsistent.
Hey, look at that! Whoop-de-whoop. You're logically inconsistent.
There was no logical inconsistency.
This pretty and this goody was self-defense against law enforcement, but not the Jan 6ers on the Capitol when they were shot with tear gas and rubber bullets before they even tried to push in the Capitol.
Okay, so you said that they were shot with tear gas and rubber bullets, okay? And you think that's bad, right? That shouldn't ever happen?
And not only,
Do you agree with that happening to Black Lives Matter protesters?
No reason to do that.
Do you agree with that happening to Black Lives Matter protesters?
No.
Do you agree with that happening to anti-ICE protesters?
If the Black Lives protesters were burning stuff down...
Oh, okay. You know, there was stuff being burnt down on January 6th, right?
Well, I don't know. I know there was a bias investigation. When I looked at all the videos that were released, it looked like the whole investigation against them was incredibly biased. And I just wanted to cut slack for patriotic Americans that were standing up for democracy.
Yeah, they're standing up for democracy, trying to undermine our democratically elected leader getting into the position of office. Who won the? Wait, answer this question, Greg. Who won the 2020 election?
Donald J. Trump.
What evidence do you have of that, buddy?
I don't have any evidence, but
I don't have any evidence of that, actually, Parker. Hey, Parker, I've got jack shit, actually. I'm just gonna claim they were trying to uphold our democracy, even though they were literally undermining that shit, and I'm just gonna say the election was rigged with no fucking evidence, actually.
I have the freedom
You like
to question
hey,
the election.
hey, buddy, you like believing things with no evidence?
I don't. What was that?
Do you like believing things with no evidence?
No, but you know, I that's years
No?
ago, man, and I could probably debate it a lot better back when. But it's years ago, and I mean, look, I won. I got my justice for the Jan 6ers. I already won the election. Trump is your president. The justice, he pardoned the Jan 6ers, and he is going to get them some kind of compensation. So I don't need to win a debate when it comes to this. I already got my way.
So
That's why I was asking you when I first came up here, like, how does this benefit your followers, what you're doing?
It gets people to realize how insane you guys are. But by the way, when you sit there and you're like, oh, I'm so happy that the January 6th violent rioters were pardoned. I'm so happy that they got out and that they were given literally a free pass to literally commit those violent insurrectionist actions on January 6th by the President of the United States. You're so happy about that. You hope they get their slush fund money, which, by the way, I hope that every single fucking governor taxes 100% of it in each one of those states, because that is embarrassing that any of those individuals would get any money off the fact that they tried to literally undermine our democracy. You don't believe in democracy. You actively lost the election in 2020. You can't acknowledge it because there were 60+ court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Court cases in audits in every single one of these swing states that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, and you just can't acknowledge the election results. That's you not acknowledging the election results. That's not us undermining democracy. That's you guys undermining democracy and projecting that onto us.
I have a right to question the integrity of an election.
Yeah, but like when you're proven wrong in the court cases, you should accept those court cases. But you sit there and you deny them regardless.
Proved anything. They didn't prove.
They did. They proved that the election was won by Biden.
Prove anything.
Yes, it was proven that Biden won.
Just refusing to see the evidence doesn't prove anything.
What evidence?
They had all kinds of stuff. There was all
Such
kinds
as?
of affidavits. There was all kinds of stuff, dude.
What
They
affidavits?
refused to see
What
any
stuff?
of the cases.
Can you be specific at all?
Okay, okay, here we go. I'll give you an example. When you change constitutionally, when you change the election laws in your state, that has to be done by that can't just be done by the governor, or that has to be done by the local legislators. So your state's legislation has to change election laws. That's according to the Constitution. Now, a lot of those states that were argued, the election laws were changed by the governors, effectively violating the Constitution when it comes to how they run their local election. So on that alone, I would throw out those states' electors. But I mean, I'm not trying to have this old conversation, bro.
Wait, wait. So go back over that. On what alone you'd say?
I remember all this shit, dude, off the top of my
Wait, no,
head.
repeat. You said on what alone?
News.
You said on what alone?
On the fact that I got a civics violation.
You did. I do have to go on to the next person. That's my first misinformation flag for the day. So I can keep going. Let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. They were crazy as fuck. They were crazy. Cassie, by the way, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Angela, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's them trolling because it's actually contradictory to say that. Libertarianism is anti-authoritarian. Falangism is authoritarianism. So they're just saying that they're an anti-authoritarian. So it's because they're admitting that it's contradictory. It's like supposed to be a troll. Kristen, thank you so much for appreciate the $5. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, but let's get this next person up here before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
February.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because of Charlie Kirk.
What about Charlie Kirk?
Well, actually, he changed my mind a lot. That's why I'm Republican. But I do want to say I respect you though, because I saw that after Charlie had died, Dean had cried on his live, and you were there, so I assume you feel the same way. That he's a good guy.
No, we don't think he's a good guy. Dean was crying because of the fact that he saw that this could possibly happen to him, and that he was literally the first person that answered my call, and I was calling him, literally running away, thinking there was a school shooting. Okay, that's the reason. So we don't think Charlie's a good guy. We think he's a bad guy, but it was obviously horrible what happened to him. He was obviously murdered, right? We can consider it wrong what happened to him, and also acknowledge he's not a good guy. You know that, right?
Why was he a bad guy?
Well, we're going to go into specifically why he would want to force his particular religious beliefs onto people. Like, for example, he wanted to force a 10-year-old girl to go through the context of a pregnancy. I think that he's racist. I can point to how he literally supported Trump's undermining of the 2020 election. He thinks the election was rigged with absolutely no evidence and tried to undermine the integrity of our democracy.
Give me one reason he was racist.
I mean, he explicitly said that if there was a black pilot, that he would think that they're not qualified, and he would question their whether they're qualified simply because they're black, when quite literally every single person, in order to be able to drive a commercial airlines, you have to meet the federal regulations and standards required in order to be able to have a license to do so in the very first place. So every single person who's done so is already legally qualified, okay? So there's absolutely no basis to say that you would criticize whether someone's qualified to fly a plane just based upon their particular race. That's absurd. Plus, it was specifically, like, the DEI policies that existed for airliners were before the flight school in the first place, okay? So they all went through the same flight school, okay? Every single one of those pilots. And yet, he's going to specifically only look at the pilots who are black in that way. It's ridiculous.
Well, he was referring to DEI, my friend.
Yeah, and I just referenced all of that, and I gave the explanation.
But then he clarified later that he was talking about an unqualified individual due to DEI, an underqualified, not unqualified. He clarified that. So when he says underqualified, he just means like...
They're not underqualified either.
But yes,
you're misunderstanding the policies that existed. You're just wrong. Go ahead.
Well, you're wrong.
I just explained it to you, and you didn't listen.
Well, you're not even letting me... You're not listening because you're not letting me talk.
Sir, because I just explained it to you because I knew you were going to say this, and you're just demonstrating you didn't listen to anything I said.
But you're wrong. You got to let me explain why
okay,
you're wrong.
buddy, go ahead.
When he says underqualified, he's talking about if a black gentleman just hit the bare minimum requirement to be able to fly a plane, and there's an Asian American who has the bare minimum, but also 30 years experience of flying a plane perfectly, due to DEI, the way it's implemented, as we know, per hundreds of court cases, they're going to take the black gentleman over the Asian American. Therefore, he's underqualified, less qualified than the other individual. That's how DEI works when it's implemented. It's as simple as that. Plus, the airlines made public statements proving Charlie Kirk right and proving you wrong.
No. So let me be very clear. This is before the context of the flight school in the first place. So they all go through the same flight school, meaning they all have the same qualifications. You say they're underqualified. No, they're not. I already went through this. I already explained how you're wrong. Plus, right, if they were underqualified, qualified to what standard? Because the federal regulations already exist to prevent individuals from that underqualified position from even being able to fly commercial airlines in the first place. Okay?
But United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, and American Airlines, the exact flight schools that you're talking about, the exact
and by the way,
flight
do you think that
schools,
Donald Trump is racist for depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes?
he didn't do that. So you're so
He didn't
disingenuous
do
and
that?
such a... Yeah, well, can I explain why you're wrong about that after I teach you about DEI, sir? So with the DEI, and we'll go to that in a moment. With the DEI thing, though, Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, and United Airlines, okay, they had pilot training programs, the flight schools you're talking about. In those training programs, the pilots recognized they were no longer doing skill-based or merit-based assessments. They were picking pilots based off of race, sex, and ethnicity. So those pilots complained to the American First legal team that AFL took those complaints to the OFCCP and Department of Labor. Those two agencies held compliance conferences with all three airlines, and after those compliance conferences, the airlines made public statements that they admitted they were doing wrong in the name of DEI, okay, and the quotas and benchmarks they wanted. those public
What's the
statements.
source?
If anybody looking up right now can type in the AFL complaints. Okay, December 2nd, 2024, Southwest Airlines acknowledged and agreed to abandon all discriminatory practices, including unlawful DEI quotas. You can look that up if that's true right there. It's irrefutable. Okay, it's as simple as that.
AFL, Southwest Airlines, illegal racial and discrimination. This is from what year? It's 2024.
I told you the
AFL
exact date and
filed
year.
the America
Southwest
First
Air-
Legal,
I'm
which is,
answering
by
your
the way,
question.
is the Trump administration legal, filed a
Still a
department
legal
specifically
team.
saying that they
Does it-
engaged in this particular actions. Not that they have been determined to have engaged in these actions, but simply
Southwest
the
Airlines.
America First Legal accuses them of doing so. So where did Southwest claim this?
Southwest Airlines, December 2nd, 2024, after the OFCCP and Department of Labor held those meetings with the airlines about complying to federal law, and those airlines didn't want to get sued and lose millions of dollars, just like hundreds of other DEI court cases that were proven to be reverse discrimination and reverse racism. They made those public statements, okay, December 2nd, 2024. They literally say in the public statement, unlawful DEI quotas.
Yeah, that's the Trump administration claiming that. The Trump America
That's
First.
Southwest
Can I please
Airlines.
finish
Is
without you
Southwest-
cutting me off? Can I please finish
Well,
without you
just
cutting me off?
one clarifying
Let me
question.
no.
'cause
Let
you're
me please
portraying my
speak.
opinion
Let
wrong
me
there,
please
what I'm
speak.
saying.
Can I please speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I just want to be very clear. The particular investigation that you're looking at is simply just the America First Legal claiming this, not even Southwest coming out and saying that, oh, yes, we were absolutely violating people's rights. That's not the claim that Southwest engaged in. Plus, again, in terms of the DEI program that existed, it was all for prior to the flight school. So it was just saying specifically they wanted to increase the amount of people specifically, right, that are going to be in the flight school of communities that were historically not let into the flight school. That's why proportionally they made up a significantly lower amount of the individuals that were in the flight schools in the very first place. So that's quite literally all it was just to increase the amount of individuals who had access to going to these flight schools in the first place. It did not mean that they were underqualified or they were not qualified in the first place. So by the way, not only is this not us talking about why you support Trump in the first place, but it's also us going over the very fact that literally the DEI, right, relating to these cases, had absolutely nothing to do with people being unqualified. Okay, you guys are just trying to portray it that way. This is an argument you guys are trying to make because you're trying to make it seem worse than it actually is. That's your whole argument. I just explained multiple times what it is, and all you've done is completely ignore that.
So you just said a lot that's wrong. Okay, so first off, clarifying question for you. Is Southwest Airlines a part of the Trump administration?
No, I'm not saying the Southwest Airlines is a part of the Trump administration. I'm saying the America First Legal is.
I just let you talk. So Southwest Airlines made a public statement after that American First Legal team brought those complaints to the OFCCP and Department of Labor. They made a public statement. Okay, so did the two other airlines. Those public statements were them admitting they were doing wrong and violating the Civil Rights Act of those individuals, okay, due to DEI being implemented. Literally, like I said, Southwest Airlines public statement said unlawful DEI quotas. So when you go, oh, that's the Trump administration, Southwest Airlines is not the Trump administration. The point is that you don't even need to look at the hundreds of court cases that DEI has been proven to be reverse discrimination and illegal, okay? It's just off the idea of it. If I say I want to bring in more black gentlemen or more people of color, that means every application I get, I'm looking at skin color, and if it's not a person of color, I put them in the no pile. Therefore, that's literally how
You
that's what the
quite
court
literally
so
are
the
not
court- so
engaging
you're
in
not-
anything
so
that I'm
you're not
saying.
letting
You
me-
quite
you're
literally
not
all
letting-
you're
well,
doing
you're
is
lying about
misrepresenting what
everything
I'm
you just
saying.
said.
You just
lied. I
lied.
let you talk.
No, shut the fuck up, dude. All you did there was sit there and lie. Just pathologically lied about what I said. Why are you doing this? What do you get out of doing this? We're not even talking about why you support Trump right now. We're talking about DEI, which is literally not even relevant to the topic specifically that was brought up. This isn't even relevant to Trump's policies, by the way.
But the point
Right,
is,
can I-
in order
shut
for
up.
us to get to Trump,
Shut up.
so
Shut up. Okay? I already went over this. This is the America First Legal claimed this. That's who I was saying. This is the Trump administration legal
Southwest
team.
Airlines proved you wrong.
Hey, I never said Southwest was the Trump. Dude, I said
I
the
did. I did. I said Southwest Airlines.
Please be quiet. Okay?
Well, let me talk.
I never said
I let you
that's-
talk for 70. We heard you already. You have.
Yeah. And cut me off one more time, and I'll just go talk to the next person. Okay? I'm speaking right now, and you're being quiet right now. Okay?
TPA.
Do you seriously want to do this? Because I can just mute you all day. I'll sit here and I'll wait. Because you're acting like a child.
Run.
Okay? I'm explaining this to you because you purposefully misrepresented what I was saying. Okay? So I said, I did not say Southwest Airlines specifically did this. I said America First Legal is the Trump administration legal team. Okay? Can you acknowledge that that's what I said?
Are you going to let me talk? Your point was trying to
Can you acknowledge what I said? I want a direct response. Yes or no? Like, can you acknowledge that I did say that America First Legal was the Trump administration legal team? I was not saying that Southwest Airlines was the Trump administration. So you are purposely misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Listen, well, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying, young man. So
no, I'm not.
You definitely said that about AFL. You're right. You said that, but you said that as if that negated the fact that Southwest Airlines proved you wrong. And the reason we're talking about this is, if you're lying about Charlie Kirk with something like this, why can we believe anything you say about Trump? I mean, you lied about the Obama 8 video. Well, you lied about the Obama 8
I didn't.
video.
That was totally true.
Yes, you did.
The Trump administration posted. Wait, Trump literally posted that on his Truth Social. Why are you lying?
What did Trump say? What did Trump say happened?
Trump posted it on his Truth Social.
And what did he say? What did he say happened with that video? What did Trump say the reasoning was?
Yeah, one, he said he's not apologizing for it. Two, he said that he didn't see it near the end of the video, which is bullshit.
He did apologize, actually. So
no, he did not apologize. That's lies. Wait, you want to bet?
Okay, well, let me respond then, so I can tell you why you're wrong.
Wait, can you give me a single source?
So what happened with the Obama... Excuse me.
No, can you give me a single source that Trump...
Excuse me. Yes, Donald Trump.
Give me a single source that Trump apologized for. I'm waiting.
Okay, Donald Trump. Let me respond. What he said was, first off, what happened with the Obama 8 video, you liar, okay, was... They were having a video about election integrity, we'll put it that way. And it was a screen grab of another video. When he posted that video, he did not see that after that video ended, it automatically scrolled into another video that somebody created where this is all fact checkable. I don't know why you want to put your credibility on the line with this lie, young man. That's absolutely barnacles to me, bud. But it was.
You're doing everything but addressing my points.
I'm literally doing it right now.
It
went into another video that was
can you repeat what my point was? What was my point?
Mute up.
What was my point? What was my point?
You can mute up.
What was my point? No, I don't listen to you. What was my point? What was my point?
I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to tell you what your point was.
What was my point? You listen to me. You listen to my orders. I don't take orders from you.
I feel like I'm in control. Why do I feel like I'm in control?
You think that again? I'll mute you and kick you all I want. You're an absolute idiot. You have no clue what you're talking about. Stop acting like you have control when you have zero control. Answer the question. Okay, I'm asking you a very basic question, and you're purposefully not answering with the question because you know that you have no actual response. Okay? It's clear. Everyone in the chat is laughing at you now because you have no actual response to what I'm saying. What evidence do you have that Trump apologized for posting the video depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes?
Yep. Getting there, if I can speak without you crying and muting, young man. So the answer is Donald Trump on Air Force One. I'll tell you what, I'll fast forward to get to that part right there without refuting all the lies you just said. To answer your question of him, he said, that is not what I did. I understand why people would be upset. I would be upset too if that's what I was doing, but that's not what I was doing. He said that on Air Force One, my guy. Like, this is your job. How do you not?
That's not an apology.
Because he doesn't need to apologize.
So now he doesn't need to. So you've now conceded. So you said before. This is how dishonest you are.
What you're saying.
You said before. Oh, he actually said that he apologized. You said explicitly Donald Trump actually apologized. Now you're admitting, now he doesn't have to apologize. So which is it? Does he not have to apologize, or did he already apologize? Answer this question.
Both, kiddo. Both. I'm answering right now. Watch me.
So then
you lose.
He actually refused to apologize.
So here's the answer.
So wait,
what
provide
you're
the
saying
source.
That he needs
Provide
to apologize for, buddy.
Provide the source that he apologized. I'm waiting.
You gotta let me talk. All right, I'll mute up. You let me know when you're ready, kid. All right. While she's calming down, taking a chill pill for a moment, what she's trying to frame Donald Trump didn't do. It was a video about election integrity. It scrolled into a meme where it was like a Lion King meme. They had the face of a whole bunch of different Democrats all over a whole bunch of other, all these animals. Donald Trump was on The Lion King, okay? He didn't even know that that video was attached to what he posted. The moment they realized that that video was attached to it, they took it down, okay? So he doesn't need to apologize because he didn't intentionally do that, you victim. You professional victim. That's why he doesn't need to apologize. But what I said he said is borderline apologizing, even though he doesn't need to. Because it's not what you're trying to frame it as.
The level of backtracking necessary to make the claim that you just did is embarrassing. You explicitly said that, he actually apologized. He specifically did apologize. Now you've conceded, I'm saying he basically apologized. No, those are fundamentally different things. You can't just sit there and lie repeatedly and act like you're telling the truth. You say I'm undermining my credibility? Well, you have no credibility in the first place. You're just lying, pathologically. If you'd like to actually engage in a conversation where we can have any sort of meaningful dialogue, you have to actually acknowledge reality. You have to actually acknowledge these points in the first place. And regardless of whether or not he specifically saw the video intentionally, which I do believe he did in the first place, right? Regardless of whether or not that's true, you still apologize because of the impact that has, because you posted it on your social media account. Okay? You have to acknowledge the impacts of that as President of the United States. Okay? Someone would be held accountable for that if they were a content creator that were posting it. Okay? You're being ridiculous. Okay?
You're completely lying about the narrative of what actually happened with this video, and I think it's a little bit disgusting, okay? Well, on your same type of logic, then you need to apologize about Charlie Kirk because he did more to help black people than you, right? If he's racist and he did more to help black people than you, what are we talking about, bud?
Okay, that's just like a bullshit claim no one cares to hear. Like, say whatever you want. Like no one actually believes that. How embarrassing of a statement is that?
Why do you support Kamala letting illegal aliens that rape and murder
pivots.
children
Wait, so are you just going to pivot and say a bunch of different things?
Because I answered your question.
Wait, so he's just saying a bunch of different things right now, regardless of whether or not it's true. So
okay,
if you just make a million different claims, regardless of whether or not it's true, and you just shotgun to just a million things, you literally just said,
Ask Papa.
You just said that.
Ask me.
You just tried to say that I should be apologizing to Charlie Kirk, and that I should be looking up to Charlie Kirk because he did more for black people than me. That was quite literally you trying to pivot.
Not what I
said. And then after you realized that was an embarrassing remark to even make in the first place, you then pivoted and started saying, oh, what about Kamala Harris relating to this one random thing? Like, we all know that you were embarrassingly trying to act like you didn't just say that and you're just trying to seek attention. How embarrassing. Like, how do you sleep at night after engaging in a conversation like this where you're so attention-seeking?
That's a good question.
Kind of crazy.
That's a good question. Right next to your mom.
That was embarrassing. I asked, how do you sleep at night? Not where would you sleep, you dumbass.
I know
do you understand what conversation we're having right now?
She's very
One, that's an embarrassing thing that you literally misunderstood from the conversation. Two, that was lame. What are you, 12 years old? How embarrassing are you, dude? Like, literally, you're 12 years old, right? If you think that that's, like, a funny point. Yeah, I slept right next to your mom last night.
Did more than that.
Dude, that's so embarrassing, bro. How cringe. How cringe, dude. Where'd you get that from? Your fucking 6th grade kid? Like, seriously, where did you get that from? A Call of Duty lobby from a 12-year-old? No, I'm actually serious. That's literally where you probably got it from. You fucking corny.
I'll tell you. What a great
question.
You're
so corny.
I got it from... Well, can I answer? You asked where I got it from. I only speak the truth. So I'll just tell the truth.
How embarrassing, dude. Like, you know that, like, you're not funny, right?
You know what's embarrassing is you muting and crying when all you're doing is lying, and I
says the one who literally just tried to make a your mom joke.
Dude, do you think
you just tried to make a your mom joke because you got owned so badly, dude?
Have you ever rewatched your behavior? Have you ever rewatched your streams?
Yes, I have. I've watched me dunk on people repeatedly.
I'm sorry that you couldn't.
Did you watch me dog walk Charlie Kirk? Did you watch me dog walk Dave Rubin? Did you watch me dog walk Jordan Peterson? Did you watch me dog walk all your favorite conservative pundits? Is that why you're so angry? Is that why you're crashing out on my live stream right now? Is that why you felt the need to make a fucking your mom joke?
I felt like Charlie Kirk treated you really fatherly the way he handled you, to be honest.
That's why he ran away from debating us.
Disgusting.
Very fatherly. He ran away from debating us, right?
Well, he didn't run. It was scheduled to debate again, and
No,
quite frankly, I don't think you were
he
worthy
did not
of debating
he did
him
not
again.
schedule to debate us purposefully.
Based on how you guys speak about the deceased these days, I don't think you were worthy of another combo with him. But yeah, he treated you like a son, my guy.
Really? Can you tell me what Donald Trump says? He says that he was glad that Rob Reiner's dead. How do you feel about that?
Well, as a Trump supporter, I highly disagree with Trump saying that. I wish
Robert
that
Mueller,
he
Rob
tweeted
Reiner, he's
something-
glad they're dead.
Yeah,
He
can I
called for the
respond?
execution of some
you asked a-
Democrats because they said to
can I
follow the law
respond?
and to not
Can I-
follow unlawful
No,
orders.
that's also not true. They asked
That
the
is
White
true.
House and Carolyn Levitt. Well, they asked Carolyn Levitt literally that question: was he calling for the death of them? You know what she said? I'll say it in Spanish. No. So that proves you wrong. Now, your other question.
Wait, what did he say
before
no to?
was-
Repeat that, sorry.
They asked the White House, was Donald Trump calling for their death with that whole seditious six stuff? And she said no.
Okay, wait, you understand that he explicitly reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would. So even if Caroline Levitt specifically said that, that's not actually going to be a source that indicates that he didn't call for their execution. Do you agree that if I reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would in reference to Charlie Kirk, that you would agree that I was calling for the death of Charlie Kirk?
Well, the problem is, after with what you just said, they asked the White House press secretary to confirm.
I'm waiting for a response.
and
Can I
that's
have a
when she
direct
said-
response?
Well, you keep interrupting me. I don't know if you know how combos work, but
I don't think you understand. When I ask you a question, I bring up a point, you have to respond to it. Okay? You just pivot like
Hard to
you're a
do when you
fucking
mute me.
politician. Like, dude, what are you, a politician? You're just purposefully not engaging with the points. Everyone knows you're deflecting. Okay? Yes, I am going to mute you. I am going to talk over you, and I'm going to interrupt you to keep you on point because you're purposefully not responding to the questions I'm providing. Have a clear answer, and maybe you won't get interrupted.
Okay, so I'm literally trying to answer the Mueller thing and the seditious six thing. So again, let's see if you can let me answer. I don't know why you're getting so mad. I'm trying to answer. So the seditious six thing that you just said, they asked her after, okay, was he calling for their death? She said no. So that disproves you there. Now with the Mueller and the Reiner thing, as I already said, I'm not happy he did that. However, that's very different than you and Daniel Withers mocking the American hero Charlie Kirk, as you guys have done since he was nice to you and now he's in heaven, versus two people who absolutely hated Donald Trump, tried to throw him in jail, spread lies about him, and then him putting tweets after they are deceased that I don't even agree with, okay? But one can easily understand where he's coming from because they tried to throw him in jail and ruin his family and him while they were here. Now, that being said, I don't even agree with him tweeting that. Unlike you and Daniel, I am like Charlie Kirk. I want this country to come together. I want peace to prevail. I want love to prevail, and I want equality to prevail.
Okay? You just keep proving that you're not answering my questions directly. So if I specifically said HANG them, George Washington would, in reference to Charlie Kirk, right, before he died, would you say that I was calling for his death?
No, I would say that you're saying that George Washington would.
No. If I reposted someone saying, hang them, George Washington would you say that I was calling for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, I heard you the first time. I just answered you. That would be, I'm answering. You just don't like my answer. If you retweeted something that said, hang them, George Washington would.
In reference
I
to
would say
Charlie
that you're
Kirk.
saying-
In reference to Charlie Kirk.
I'm answering you right now. I'm saying that exactly what that tweet says, George Washington would.
Yeah, hang them, George Washington would. If I reposted someone saying that about Charlie Kirk, you would say I wasn't calling for Charlie Kirk's death.
Well, especially if someone later asked you and said, hey, Parker, were you calling for his death? And then you said no. Well, then just like what they did with Trump, when they asked him and he said no, well, obviously you're not doing that.
That wasn't Trump. That was Caroline Levitt, by the way.
Let's
Let's just clarify. Wait. So do you think I? Wait. I have a question. Do you think I made fun of? Listen. Wait. Pause.
Hold on. Mute me because you know
Pause.
You know what? No. Mute me because you're losing. Go ahead.
Do you think I celebrated or made fun of Charlie Kirk's death?
Daniel, your best bud, has, and you have spoken very heinously abhorrent, vile lies about him. You just called him racist. I would say one could believe that that is making fun of his death because you're lying about him with something as evil as being a racist. But actually, yes, I remember my very first convo with you when you said, Charlie who? That was you mocking Charlie right there, bud.
Okay, so let's just clarify. You think it's mocking his death specifically to say Charlie who? When I was asking just who you're referencing, you're saying specifically that is me making fun of his death, but you're saying that I wouldn't be calling for his death if I said hang him George Washington Wood.
What's your question, bud? I already answered. If you just asked me the same question for the 4th time, I mean, say you're conceding without saying you're conceding, my guy. Like DEI, seditious 6.
You have a hard time tracking the conversation, it seems. Like, do you need me to restate my question? Because it seems like you can't follow a basic question.
Sure, if I can't follow a basic question and I'm teaching you so much, what's that say about your intellect?
You think me asking what Charlie you were referencing specifically is mocking Charlie Kirk's death, but you don't think it would be calling for Charlie Kirk's death for me to literally say hang him and George Washington Wood?
I think you're absolutely mocking the death of Charlie Kirk when you knew which Charlie Kirk we were talking about in that instance. It's irrefutable.
No, he didn't say Charlie Kirk. You said Charlie who? Okay, I didn't know what Charlie you were referencing, sir.
After talking for an hour about Charlie Kirk with you and Daniel.
Well, you could be talking about something after that point. That was a different point in time.
So disingenuous. So disingenuous. Absolute lies.
I'm just asking what Charlie you're talking about.
Yeah, and you clearly knew it was Charlie Kirk. But let's stick on the important thing.
By the way, let's just clarify. Me saying what Charlie Kirk you're talking about or Charlie who, so that we don't talk about Charlie Kirk anymore, is not making fun of his death. It's just not.
Dean said he supported. Wait, Dean said he supported his.
No, he did not say he supported his death. You're just lying.
Yes, he did. I can prove it. Okay, it's on my YouTube. Oh, it's on Real TPA. All one word on YouTube.
Oh, so wait, by the way, this is TPA. I was gonna wait for the point in time where you would admit that. So this is how cringe this guy is, by the way. He constantly will repeatedly try to come up on the live stream to only talk about Charlie Kirk because he's obsessed with Charlie Kirk. And then every single time we have the conversation about the topic, every single time he's proven wrong. Because right now, he would have to acknowledge that me saying hang him George Washington Wood in reference to, or me reposting someone saying that in reference to Charlie Kirk is not calling for his death. But apparently me specifically being like Charlie who to stop him from talking about Charlie Kirk because he's obsessively talking about Charlie Kirk and won't stop talking about him, that's somehow mocking his death. It's so embarrassingly cringe. Okay, you are obsessed with Charlie Kirk, literally fucking obsessed. You are obsessed with Dean and I. You are such an attention seeker. Okay, you are quite literally the biggest attention seeker I've ever fucking heard of in my life. You constantly come up on my platform all the time just to be able to shout out your fucking literal stupid YouTube channel that doesn't even get over 1,000 views on a YouTube video, okay? It's embarrassing, okay? No one's going to your fucking stupid YouTube channel to watch your videos. They're all going to get no views. And watch this. Now you're gone. Now you're gone, Junior. Now you're gone, Junior. Chris, by the way, thank you for the $55 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Chris in the comment section right now. For the $55 for Colum Jr. and Watch the Crash Out. I was going to kick him anyway, but thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Leo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Marina, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Monavan, thank you so much for the $69 on PayPal. Thank you so much. You did great on Jubilee. Here's something you're having to deal with jealous haters like TPA. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Harold, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Harold. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube. Just give me a quick second real quick. Let me catch up there. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Don, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate Don. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jose, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much, Jose. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, he's literally such a horrible person. He's so weird. So weird. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Vicky, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, he's so cringe. Jackal, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jackal. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. For airline pilots, generally need 2,000 hours to even apply. United Delta generally require 1,000 as a captain to even apply. Any pilot who gets a job at an airline and gets the type of rating is qualified. Exactly, though, right? It's so ridiculous, right? Trevor, thank you for the $5 and for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, it's literally unqualified white men who are getting into those positions constantly over and over and over again, which prevented qualified individuals from getting into those positions. right? That's the reason why they wanted to change things. Vicky, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Fam, Cam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Because of W's for them in the comment section right now. Chloe, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for Parker. You have a job, a professional dog walker. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. BNW, thank you for the $5. And Billy, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much for cooking them. Thank you so much, Jessica and Zach. Thank you. And then Ashley, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for an amazing job on Jubilee. Don't forget to brag a little bit that nobody raised the flag while you were up. I actually didn't even know. I didn't even know that no one did that. Thank you so much. And then Jaden, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They are? That's actually so funny. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
It's okay, Parker. GPA tried canceling me. It's okay.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Erica, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much for my patience with MAGA. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Erica. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
18.
Oh, they said it as soon as I kicked them. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are
Candace, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you DoorDash me some medicine, Parker?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Excuse me?
What's your birth year?
December 21st, 2007.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because when you look at the candidates face to face, in my opinion, Kamala's campaign, for example, why am I going to vote for somebody who's not running on any political idea? She's just running on the fact that Trump is bad. I want a leader.
Oh, she did run on political ideas. She wanted a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone.
Look back on every single one of the campaigns. It was just her saying Trump was bad.
No, she explicitly explained why he was bad, and they left. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year again?
2005.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay, and what month were you born?
Next month. July.
Okay. Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Yeah. So I saw you doing debates on Omegle, and I wanted to ask if you ran into my friend named Gypsy Crusader. He cosplays a Joker.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Linda, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Erica, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Toilet Paper American. Yeah, that's actually exactly what TPA's name stands for. It's Toilet Paper American. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, would you suck on?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. I mean,
If the
more
election
than
were held
the other
today, Harris
candidate.
versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Neither, but not Harry.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Do you support Trump?
I support America.
Okay, they sound like a kid anyway. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Candace, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I'll make sure to look. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Do you support
My bad,
Trump?
I'm 20. Yeah, I was
What's your
born
birth year?
February 2006.
Okay, if election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, definitely.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I wanted to talk about the Iran war.
Okay, what about it?
Well, so I actually agree that we should be going to war with Iran. I have two major points for this. The first is the nuclear deal. I think that Iran, it's very hard that I don't think we can make a nuclear deal with them. I think after Obama's nuclear deal fell through, I think Obama's nuclear deal was very weak. And there's a reason that Trump canceled it in 2017. I think that, and then my second point is about the Strait of Hormuz. I think while it's hurting us right now, closing the strait, I think the benefits of it hurting our enemies like China and Iran, it's hurting them a lot more than it's hurting us.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Well, obviously Iran was...
By the way, I'll still be able to hear you. I'm just going to turn on my AC.
Okay. Obviously, Iran was China's biggest, energy. I don't know the word for it, but they were their biggest energy giver. They gave China the most energy, and I think that the Strait of Hormuz allowed Iran to become the oil hegemon of the world. And without it open, it's obviously cutting off Iran's biggest income source. And so it's making their economy completely be destroyed, and it's hurting China's economy as well.
They're actually still making money off this. They're still making over $100 billion a day.
But would you agree
$100
that
million a day off
agree
of
that they're
the
making a
oil trade.
lot
So the idea that
less?
they have absolutely zero oil trade is just simply not true. We can also point to the fact that in terms of this, they're able to maintain this and continue this longer than we are. Why? Because it's going to destabilize our relations all around the world and create such internal pressure inward that it's going to limit our ability to do this in the very first place.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's going to limit our ability to do this because of internal pressures that exist.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. Can we talk about the Obama deal?
Okay, yeah, we can talk about the JCPOA. The JCPOA prevented the enrichment of uranium to a greater extent.
But it
than what
still
exists
allowed
now.
them to hold their uranium, and it still allowed them to create more deadly missiles. Is that correct?
So the missile, we don't just go to war with countries because they have missiles. And the goal of the Iran nuclear deal was to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons, not to prevent them from getting ballistic missiles.
But they still had the highly enriched uranium under the Obama deal.
Wrong. It was only enriched to 3.67%. It was
Okay.
capped at that point. There was unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. You just swiped out the app. I can't hear you.
Oh shoot. Okay. I have notes open, but I can't really get to them.
Okay.
Shit.
You can go to them, look at it, memorize it, and then come back. Okay, alrighty. Well, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Again, if you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always.
Okay, yeah. So I do agree that that currently in the status quo, because we don't have a nuclear deal with Iran. So obviously in Trump's first term, he should have made a new nuclear deal, but he just didn't do that. And I think you can also knock on Biden for not doing that as well, because
But that's because of Trump. Trump is the one who pulled this out, which undermined that deal. The deal already existed under Obama.
But what would you like going from there after Trump pulled out of the deal? What would you suggest?
What would I suggest after Trump pulled out of the deal? Well, we want to get back into the deal, but if Trump is going
I
to
mean,
be
obviously, if Biden couldn't get back into the deal,
if Trump is going to be getting back into office, well, then that's going to prevent us from
why
establishing
didn't
a deal
Biden get
because
back
Trump
in the
can just pull us out of that deal again.
Why didn't Biden get back in the deal?
Why didn't, again, like I just told you, because Trump can just take us out of the deal again. So Iran doesn't have as much of an incentive
So are
to
you
go
saying that
again
when
and
Biden
join the
was in
deal.
office, it was a guarantee that Trump
Dude,
was
hey, when
coming
you
back?
ask me questions, you got to listen to my response.
I know. I hear what you're saying.
Not if you're speaking in the middle of what I'm saying.
I know, but you're making the assumption that when Biden was in office, it was a guarantee that Trump was coming back.
Repeat that one more time.
Are you making the assumption that when Biden was in office, we couldn't make a deal because it was a guarantee that Trump was coming back?
No, not a guarantee. It's a very likelihood or a possibility that that will happen.
So why not make the... Okay, yeah. My bad. My bad, bro.
Just say what you want to say, man.
Well, I'm saying, so why not make the deal under Biden and have the deal for when Biden's in office, then try to assume that we're going to go back to Trump and not make a deal because of that?
Well, it's not assuming we're going to get back to Trump. It's just acknowledging that there is a possibility, chance, or even maybe a likelihood of that happening, especially with the economic conditions that existed at that time, that would then lead to that happening, right? Because of the internal pressures that existed and how people then blame the administration for inflation, even if they didn't cause it, right? So it's the internal pressures that existed that would have then given less bargaining power to the U.S. Now, if Donald Trump never had the capacity of coming back, well, then there would be a greater incentive specifically for them to be able to get into a deal. Again, we could ask, why was Obama able to establish the deal? What would be the real big relevant difference between Obama and Biden? The only difference would be that now they know Trump will just likely pull us out if he gets back into office. That's the concern. That's the issue. That's the only distinct fact.
Yeah. I guess I would argue against that by saying that we can't really trust Iran. Even without a nuclear weapon, they still had the extreme rhetoric of saying, like, death to U.S., death to Israel. So basically death to us and death to our biggest allies in the Middle East. And we can't trust that kind of rhetoric even without a nuclear weapon.
Okay. So you understand that that's why we have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities within the Iran nuclear deal?
Yeah, but I would say that instead of having that, I would say a better solution to this problem is to incapacitate Iran.
Okay, well, then why is Trump trying to get a negotiation done with them?
I know.
That makes zero sense.
I thought Trump's original plan he has still been calling for this, but I think we should call for a regime change in Iran. What do you think about that? Oh, you're gone. Wait, do I not have common sense? Fuck.
I'm here. So I don't think that you're going to be able to establish a regime change. That's not possible. I do think that... Also, regime change, we don't know who's going to get into power after the regime change happens.
Well,
like, obviously, I think everyone, if they could snap their fingers and, you know, everyone in Iran is living in a country, right, that is, you know, just like the West within the terms of its domestic policy, right? It's a lot better than what it exists now, right? I think that would be preferable. Everyone would be like, that's great. But the issue is the idea of regime change isn't so simple just to lead to that. Plenty of regime change efforts that have existed have led to worse off conditions because there's a vacuum of power that isn't filled by us, that isn't filled by Western powers, but it's filled specifically by the most radical individuals because they have the greatest proximity to power.
Okay, yeah. Let me think. Let me go back to my notes.
Okay. Thank you for the star map. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, give him a second, everyone, to find this information again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
So I'd argue that in the status quo, the reason that Iran is like stock. Well, what do you think about like their current stockpile of highly enriched uranium?
Yeah, they have that to a higher extent because Donald Trump undermined the JCPOA.
And so how would you say that we should go about that? What should we do about that?
How should we go about that? We should get Trump out of office so that we can establish the JCPOA again.
Do you think that they would give up their highly enriched uranium that they have made in the
Yes,
time?
if we could
from
establish a
2017?
JCPOA, yes.
I just personally disagree with that. I think the way that Iran has been talking about us and Israel, I
Then
believe
why were we
that,
able to establish the JCPOA?
well, because that was a time 10 years ago when we didn't have this.
And what's happened since 10 years ago that would
Yeah,
have then
I do
changed?
concede that it
What
was
has
a
happened?
mistake.
What has
I
happened
do-
since 10 years ago that would have changed whether or not we can establish said deal?
Yeah, I concede that Trump getting out of the deal and not making a new one immediately was a mistake.
So
But I'm
quite
saying
literally
in the
Trump.
status
So you're
quo-
saying the problem is Trump. So why do you think Trump is a solution, sir?
Yeah, I'm saying that Trump is trying to make solutions right now. I think that we're in a time and place currently where we can't go back to a JCPOA. And I think a JCPOA is
But that's
unreliable.
because of Trump. So
because-
why just
but
this hurts my
I think the
brain, dude.
JCPOA was unreliable because it was only a 10-year plan. It was going to expire.
No, it
after
wasn't.
10
It was
years.
going to be in place until 2030, dude.
And what happens in 2030?
Yeah, you can renegotiate.
Do you think that Iran is going to keep renegotiating with their biggest rivals?
Yes,
I don't think so.
I do think that. I do think that they
We
would
are
negotiate.
so.
So,
I
like,
believe that-
if you just say, "Oh, I just don't think they will," then why do you think they're going to negotiate with Trump?
Well, why do you think they will?
Then why do you think they're going to negotiate with Trump?
I don't. That's why I believe that. I believe that we
But
should.
that's what Trump's trying to do, is it not?
Well, Trump's trying to get a regime change.
No, Trump's trying to do negotiation, not regime change.
Yeah, he's trying to also negotiate them into the Abraham Accords. I think that would be the most beneficial scenario.
I just like, dude, it's like, I genuinely, is your brain functioning? I'm sorry,
really.
like, actually, like, how can you literally look at this state of affairs and be like, you know what? I think Trump's doing better here. Trump is the one who
I mean,
caused this issue in the
that's
first
not
place.
that's not really what I'm saying.
You
I'm saying that
agreed.
Trump's
Trump
trying to find
caused
a
this
solution.
issue.
I know, and I believe that Trump's trying to find a solution. I mean, we see Biden didn't
Oh
do
my
anything.
god, dude. To a problem he caused. Oh my god, please don't support the guy that caused the problem, right?
I mean, everyone causes problems,
Okay, but Harris and Biden didn't cause this problem.
but they didn't help it.
What? You understand that the Obama administration, the Democrats were the only ones that established this, right?
I
So
know.
yes, the
So
Democrats
why
did help
didn't-
this.
Biden didn't. Biden didn't do anything about this.
Dude,
He
I
left
already
it a
went-
problem for Trump. I mean, you didn't say anything about that, though.
I did. I addressed that already.
What?
Are you serious? You just didn't hear what I
Well,
said?
because Trump is going to come back. I don't think. Do you have a better argument?
That is the argument. If you just don't like it, I'm sorry.
I don't.
But that's the
to be
argument. That's
honest.
what
No.
exists. That's what happened. That's the
I don't
reality.
think. I don't think that they wouldn't make a deal just because they thought Trump would come back. I
What
don't
else
think so.
changed?
I think that we're in a different world now. I think that now
Why?
that Iran
What else
because they
changed?
have this. Because they
What
have
else
the
changed? Answer that question.
because they have the highly enriched uranium now.
They had that back then.
No, they didn't.
Why do you think we wanted a deal where they had to get rid of their uranium?
They didn't have it prior. They didn't have it before. We made the
Listen
deal
to
so they
me,
wouldn't
please.
develop
Listen.
it.
Listen.
I'm listening.
You do a lot more speaking than listening when you need to be listening more because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The JCPOA, they had to send their enriched uranium to Russia. Okay?
You think it's better in Russia's hands?
Yes, I actually do.
All right.
Because they already have it. You know that, right? They already have
Yeah.
nukes.
Yeah. All right. You have anything else?
Wow, you're just not going to engage with the point after I brought it up?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I agree
These
with
people,
that. I
dude.
mean, that's true.
So engage with the point. How about you apply some critical analysis to that?
All right. Well, I think that. I think currently Iran sees the leverage that they have over us, and they see that they don't have to give it up. So I think instead of trying to negotiate with literal terrorists, with people who know that they want to kill us and kill our allies, I think we need to go about this in a way that we know that they're our enemy.
I'm just going to keep
You have a-
repeating that. You just said we should do negotiation. That's what Trump's trying to do. You just don't
I
acknowledge
don't think
it.
we should
You-
do negotiation.
You know, when Trump finally gets a deal, you won't be able to say this stupid shit.
Well, and I know that Trump's trying to get the
Like,
deal.
do you
to get them in the
realize that like
Abraham
you will
Accords.
be proven wrong in like 2 fucking months? Okay, like 2
Well,
to 5
hopefully
months
sooner
from
than
now,
that,
when there's a
yeah.
deal done. Okay, 2 to 5
And-
months from now, you're gonna look like an absolute idiot, even more than you already do. Okay, want to know
Well-
why? Because everyone knows regime change was never going to happen, except for this guy. Apparently, you actually think that, and they use people like you in order to be able to put them in a better position to continue what they want to do. He thinks this is a maximum pressure campaign for a negotiation. Okay, it's not for regime change, it's for negotiation. Okay, but the issue is this fucking maximum pressure campaign has utterly failed and put us in a worse position 10 years later. They're closer to a nuclear weapon. Okay, we haven't prevented them from any of the other things that the JCPOA didn't touch. Okay, so it's like, what benefit do we have? Nothing.
Well, I think the Strait of Hormuz closing, honestly, is a benefit to us.
Oh my god, this is just so stupid, man. Why?
Is that stupid?
Dude, inflation is 3.8% over all fucking items
I know,
year over
but we
year.
see
No,
what's
it's not.
happening.
No,
But
the
we-
Strait of Hormuz being fucking closed is not better for this country. Have you been to the fucking gas station recently?
But when we look at it compared to
Sir, have you been
Iran-
to the gas station recently?
Yeah, and that's a
Okay,
short-term
that's because
problem.
of the Strait of Hormuz being closed.
And am I wrong by saying that the current bump up in prices, being the Strait of Hormuz being closed, those will immediately go back up because they're due to shock from the Strait of Hormuz being closed?
Repeat what you just said. What?
So currently the bump up in prices are just due to the shock in the market of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So those will immediately go back up when the Strait of Hormuz opens?
No, it won't, because we have to because we used a bunch of our reserves, right?
Mhm.
Our reserves specifically, and when those go away, we don't have as much of a supply that's available. Plus, all of the shipping has to go back to the same levels that existed prior. So it
Mhm.
will take a while for these things to go back. It's not just overnight.
All right. Is it true that since we've seen the Strait of Hormuz close, that the Gulf of America has opened up as a oil shipping lane?
So more people are going to the Gulf of America, but that actually means your prices for gas are going up, because that means oil producers are sending U.S. oil to other countries around the world to account for the prices going up in other countries around the world, which then reduces the level of people here. So people are going through the Gulf of Mexico because of that.
But ultimately, is that helping the U.S. economy?
What?
Well, because it's American
No, it's
oil.
helping the corporations, the oil companies. It's not helping
that
the
our
economy as a
economy?
whole. The, consumers are losing out.
All right. Well, I just wanted to come on here and debate a few things, but thanks for talking.
So you do want to respond to any of the points I just made, or?
No, I just wanted to I was just honestly trying to learn too. Appreciate you.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Parker.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 57.
Do you support Trump?
Kind of.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, Kamala probably.
Okay, they don't sound 57 either. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal,
I love you, Parker. I
Linktree.
love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker.
If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here, everybody.
Okay,
Yo, what's up?
man,
How old
I'm
are you?
sorry. I'm not 57. I'm 19.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, how old are you?
22 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I personally believe he is the better candidate between the two.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Foreign policy, specifically.
Here, first, what's your birth year?
2003.
And how old are you?
22.
And what month were you born?
September.
Okay, already go ahead. Go back into what you said. Why do you support Trump?
Foreign policy.
Okay. And what foreign policy specifically do you support of his?
Specifically, Israel.
Okay, what about Israel?
I believe that Democratic candidates will not handle the situation properly, and I believe he is currently doing the best of his ability.
Yeah, and can you specify that?
Just, I believe Israel has the right to exist as a state, and I believe Kamala Harris will try to strip that and destroy Israel.
Okay, you're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. How old are you?
Hi, my name is Tom Pearl, and I'm going to eat my diarrhea for you. Finally, I get some diarrhea. Been looking forward to doing this for a long.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
I'm masturbating right now.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
Yo, can you DoorDash me McDonald's, please, Parker?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Justina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it's been great to see, actually. It's been really, really cool. There's been a lot of crazy shit out there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I did see that. That was great to see. I think I'm actually the top comment on that video, actually. And then Fossey, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Fossey. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Of course. Thank you. And probably go with the first one. That seems like the better idea. Alrighty, let me thank some people over on YouTube. Again, if you want to support me, as always, YouTube, Super Chat, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as always. As well as you can always support me over the link in my pinned comment on YouTube. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for that in the comment section. That's exactly my point. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
We could start at point one, lower taxes.
I would say that Trump actually imposed more taxes by imposing tariffs, which affects everybody and raises everybody's taxes, disproportionately negatively impacting lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods relating to their cost of living.
Let me specify corporate tax rates.
Okay, but that doesn't affect everybody.
That does. It actually
No, it
stimulates
doesn't.
the economy very well. That means more people are employed. more taxes are paid from W-2 checks, more money being funneled through the whole system, ultimately stabilizing an economy better. Whereas I think what Kamala wanted to do, like a 45% for corporate tax.
No, she didn't. She said 28%. And I just want to let you know, so a higher top marginal tax rate for corporate tax will actually create a greater incentive for corporations to invest money into their employees or into their business rather than taking it out for themselves.
Actually, it would have been more of layoffs if the tax rate was that high, because you would have businesses trying to make up for that money that's lost to all those higher tax brackets or the increase in taxes, and it would have led to layoffs / people having less money, etc.
You just are not listening to what I'm saying. It would actually create a greater incentive for businesses to reinvest into their firms, into their businesses, right? Because it's a tax deductible. Okay, if you reinvest into your firm or you pass money to your employees, you can deduct that from your taxes.
Understandable. Yeah.
So then you save whatever your top marginal tax rate is. So if you have a higher top marginal tax rate, it creates a greater incentive to do that. But you also have a limit on
how much you can write off.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
What's the limit?
Unless you want to get audited. I mean, so here's the thing, Parker. You work for yourself, right?
So what's the limit? Tell me.
So your Parker dependent on your company and how much you make, and obviously you're not going to write off $3 million negative when you make $1 million a year.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. So you have to look at cost of expense. So if you can justify the cost of expense for your business, then you can write it off. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
okay,
I'm here.
So then what limit was there? What are you talking about?
You cannot write off 100% of the sales that you make, or to compensate for the
no, you can't just write off 100% of the sales. No one said that. I said you can write off the cost of production. You can write off when you reinvest into your firm. So if you reinvest into your employees or your company, you can deduct that from your taxes.
You already do that.
Yeah, but it creates a greater incentive.
You just increased it by 13%.
Yeah, you're not listening, okay? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm telling you, it increases the incentive to pass down money to your employees because you've got a top marginal tax rate that's higher. It creates a then greater incentive because you would have paid higher amounts of taxes on that otherwise, from an employer perspective.
Okay, Parker, if a company wants to keep its exact margins, wants to keep same growth, wants to keep everything, and gets hit with a 13% annual tax rate that's higher, you think they're going to be able to, from originally before a year prior to that when they filed their taxes, they're going to be able to write off an extra 13%, or is it going to include that they have to kind of supplement the loss in taxes somewhere, like maybe layoffs, maybe less quality of goods being made? Possibly.
Okay, so what you're not understanding is that the tax is imposed on the profits you're going to take out. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So if the tax is placed on the profits you take out of it, then that creates a greater incentive to not take it out, right?
If you have the same cost of goods, the same sales annually,
I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
I don't think you're listening. I don't think you're listening.
Really? I'll listen. Let's try to hear you out.
You've had the same point repetitively. You're talking about these incentives to have write-off to make up for the 13%. So if the company has the same cost of goods as the year prior, and the year prior to that, and the same sales to that, and the same payroll, but now they get hit with a 13% increase in taxes, what happens to that company? They're now less profitable, correct? Or somehow they've doubled their cost of goods, and somehow they tripled their profits to make up for it.
No, you're misunderstanding. The tax is placed on the profit. Do you understand?
That's what all tax is placed on.
Okay. So if the tax is placed on the profit, then how are you going to say that creates less of an incentive for them to invest into their employees or their business?
Okay, again, I don't think you've answered my question one bit. So we've talked
asking
about
you a
the
question.
company.
If you choose to not respond again, I'm just going to either move on to the next topic or I'm going to kick you. I've asked you the same question. Please respond to what I just said.
I've answered your question saying that the cost of goods haven't changed. Nothing has changed. It's just an increase in taxes.
The cost of the goods can change, specifically if you decide to put more money into your employees. You're not understanding. specifically, I'm saying that you have the same amount, okay? The only thing that we're changing is the top marginal tax rate. What does that do? It creates, from an incentive standpoint, an employer standpoint, a greater incentive to reinvest in their firm, because if they took it out as income for themselves, they would get taxed at a higher rate for it on the higher levels of their income. We're talking above the 400,000 number, okay? Does that make sense?
Sure. But that company wants to keep it the same profit. So what happens then? It's same margins at same levels. What happens then? People get laid off, Parker. People get laid off, and that's what happens. When you target big corporations, hence Amazon, Let's Go, Apple, all these big corporations that have assembly line employees or delivery employees or anything of that sort, they're gonna be the first ones on the chopping block when they're trying to maintain the same margin of profit. When they're trying to
Can you
maintain
tell
the
me
same,
what is the
the same money.
calculation for profit?
Income minus expenses.
Okay. Revenue minus expenses. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we put a higher tax on the profit you take out of it, how is that going to change how much you invest into your company?
But your
'Cause
expenses
from a
haven't
margin
changed from the year
standpoint,
before.
a margin standpoint, you're talking about the level of profitability, right? This
But
is
your
what's-
expenses haven't changed from the year prior. Did you hire 1,000 more people?
I don't think we can have this conversation. I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I think you don't see it from the point because you work for yourself. You're Parker LLC. You don't have any. Your expenses are maybe your office that you rent to yourself and that you have in.
I have an editor. I run a business.
Right. You run. Yeah, you run your own business.
Yes, I
you're
run my
your
own
expense.
business, and I
Yes,
have an employee. I understand how the tax system works,
Yes.
and I'm telling you, based
Perfect.
upon not only running a business myself, but based upon the fact that I got a degree in economics, the impact of these taxes, specifically in terms of where they're placed, okay, and whether or not that will put an impact on the incentives. I'm telling you how the incentives are going to be impacted by this. Does that make sense?
So I have 3 businesses with 9 W-2 employees.
Okay.
Okay. If I want to maintain the same, pay everyone fairly and do everything the same, and I want to
Listen,
maintain the same income.
when you say margins, you're saying same amount of profit. Yeah, you're going to get that same amount of profit regardless. It's how much you're taxed on it by the federal government after you take out the profit. Okay?
And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I understand, yes. So then when you say the same
in order for
margins,
people-
I don't
in
know
or-
what
in
you're
order-
talking
in-
about,
in-
because
in order-
margins,
in order-
what are margins in
order for
relation
people to
to?
keep- And a margin is just a separation. So in this
I understand.
conversation, in this conversation we're talking about, in order to keep that same profit for me or for you or any business in general, right? To maintain that same livelihood that they've been having, but then you increase 13% on that profit, the money has to come from somewhere.
Oh,
Parker.
so now you're saying livelihood. So this isn't impacting livelihood because we're talking about only increasing taxes on income over $400,000 a year. Like, that's not going to have a meaningful impact on people's livelihoods. Come on.
Okay, but
A slight increase in taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Yes, but those corporations that make over 400K a year, they have
That's
they
on
have
their income
way
they're
more
taking out,
employees.
dude.
They have more employees than anyone ever.
Yeah, this is not going to negatively impact employees. You don't understand how this works.
You're okay. I don't. You're right.
Yeah, higher top marginal tax rates actually are associated with higher wage increases.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Parker. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Don't want to talk about anything else? You just do that? Okay. So cringe, bro. What a waste of time. Like, what I explained was so basic. It was so basic. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kiss me on my hot mouth.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Hello,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm Thomas McMahon, and I cracked Lindsay Romero Bonilla on the stairwell.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Daddy. Hi, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think that what he's doing for the economy is very good, and I know that's something a lot of people say. Also, I do just want to say I am hard of hearing, so if I pause for a minute, it's because I'm waiting for my captions to pop up.
That's fine. That's fine. For sure. So like, what specific reason do you support Trump? Go back into that.
So I think that he is, I don't know, I like his policies, specifically just what he's doing for the world right now, and I know that it seems kind of bad, but I do believe it will get better.
Okay. Can you name anything that he's made better off economically since he got in office?
Not off the top of my head. But
Okay.
I know that, like, I don't know. I know that something very popular is how bad the gas prices are right now. But it was way worse under Biden, at least in my city.
Okay. Was that because of Biden?
Yes.
Okay. What did Biden do to cause the gas prices to go up?
He just, like, I don't know, he was a bad president. He caused it. I'm not trolling.
Sounds like you are.
I'm really not.
Then too bad. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Trump?
Sure.
What's your birth year?
1986.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump purely out of principle. Primarily because Kamala Harris dropped out of the primary in 2020 without receiving a single vote, spent most of her BP fucking up every assignment she was given, remained deeply unpopular, was installed around 100 days before the election, and she was instrumental in covering up Biden's mental health decline, which was obvious to everyone, despite the gaslighting from the party, now that 5 books have been written about it. So purely on principle alone, I can't support someone like that. Kind of put the American voter in a shitty situation, choosing between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, the fucking liar. So, why exactly should I have not voted for Donald Trump? Should be the question. And how did you get past that kind of failure of character from someone that you expect better of, someone that you voted for in 2020?
So Kamala Harris, by the way, and then also like you think that like you said lying about Biden's health is going to be worse than Trump lying about the results of the 2020 election pathologically over and over again? Like, is that not lying?
I
Like,
can't
do you think that
know
means you're
that he's gonna be
disqualifying
worse.
standards?
Of course it does.
So then you don't support Trump.
So I could vote for someone, and I voted in every election.
It sounds like you
So yes, I
you got
cast my
something
vote for
called
Donald Trump.
Trump Mobile. I can't hear you.
I've
right
heard a
now.
lot of
You're
people come on
lagging
here
out.
and say stupid things.
You're lagging out. So like,
I'm on Verizon. Don't be a dick.
Well, I'm just saying you got Trump Mobile. If you think that's
I have
me being a
Verizon.
dick for saying you had Trump Mobile, I'm sorry. You can cry about it all you'd like. The Trump Mobile
It is.
servers
I don't
are
even
doing
know
pretty
what
shitty.
Trump Mobile is.
Yeah,
That's great. I don't care what that is.
Okay,
Anyway,
you're really
one
emotional,
thing that I
bro.
would encourage
Why
you to
why
look
are you
at
so
is going to
emotional?
be
I would
freight
encourage you
data.
to lower your cortisol. I would encourage you to chill out, to take a few deep
I'm
breaths.
out walking my dog.
Yeah, chill out.
Jesus
You're out
Christ.
walking your dog, right? Like, chill out.
Okay,
It's okay.
so hey, here's something that I would have you look up. I would have you look up freight data on the I-35 corridor for the last 6 months.
Okay, I don't know why you're randomly
Because
just
anyone
talking.
who's
Can I
paying
finish my
attention to
point?
that,
Can I finish my point, sir? Like you said that specifically you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she lied about Joe Biden's cognitive health. Okay, so you think lying is a disqualifier. Okay, so Trump lied about the results of the 2020 election. Is that going to be a disqualifier so that you would never support him?
I've already answered this question.
I couldn't hear you
said,
because
of
remember
course
you
it's
were
a
lagging.
Of course, it's a disqualifier.
So you don't support Trump.
So my choices are to vote for the guy who spent 4 years lying and committed that sin 4 years ago, or vote for the person who perpetuated a president who was mentally unwell.
Trump's doing that right now because he's not mentally well. He said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
That is beyond
He said
the
windmills
point.
are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, therefore, under his view, it kills cancer. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He looked up at an eclipse twice with his bare eyes, with no protective glasses.
I'm glad that you have all that ready to go in the magazine, Parker, but it doesn't matter, okay? Joe Biden was completely within the hands of his handlers, okay? This has been documented in multiple books. You're free to go out there and educate yourself on it. Read those books.
What books?
So it's going to be a very difficult...
You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app to go search it up on Google AI.
I'm looking at my Kindle.
Altered, thank you so much for the $5 for I have Verizon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Elise, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much on PayPal.
You can...
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You
Thank
can
you
read
so much,
Original
Elise.
Sin. You can... Okay.
You said what?
Do you want a list of books?
Yeah, tell me the books. Yeah, I'd love to hear. When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you, by the way, just letting you know. You gotta, like, remember, use your memory. I know it's pretty
2024.
difficult. What's up?
Why talk to people that way? If you want people to come on here and have an honest conversation with you, or maybe even a small debate on TikTok, why treat people this way?
How did I
don't
treat
understand
you?
what you seem to get out of it. You speak down to people, you condescend to people, and it's kind of fucking gross. Good luck, bro.
How was I condescending to you? He left. Bro, why was he so triggered? What? I literally told him I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Was I being condescending by doing that? I actually don't know what I was... I actually don't know what was condescending about it. Okay. That guy was a professional victim. And he doesn't want to actually engage in conversation, so he just tried to come up with some excuse to victimize himself to then provide a reason to run away. That's all it was. So, alrighty, well, we're gonna go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, it's
Hello,
Howdy.
Parker. How you doing?
I'm
You have to
23.
use your memory as condescending. True. You know what? Maybe that was condescending. You have to use your memory. But that was just a description of fact. I don't find that to be condescending. I didn't try to say that condescendingly. I get how maybe someone could interpret it that way, but that sounds like a snowflake sort of response.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, as of now.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Most likely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump primarily because he prevented Iran from withholding a nuclear weapon.
Really? He got them closer to a nuclear weapon. How does that make you feel?
Sir, he blew up all the nuclear facilities within Iran using our military. How's that getting them closer?
Under the JCPOA, they were at 3.67% enrichment of uranium, and that was capped, and we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities to ensure that they couldn't go past that. Donald Trump pulled out of that agreement. They enriched up to 60%, then he decided to strike them. Explain to me how that's getting them further away from a nuclear weapon.
But do they have a nuclear weapon right now?
Can you answer the question? How is that getting them further away from a nuclear weapon?
Can you answer my question? Do they have
Well,
a
after you
nuclear
answer my
weapon right
question,
now?
sir.
Repeat your question.
Okay, so I'll explain the series of events. Under the JCPOA, it was at a capped level of 3.67% enrichment of uranium. Okay, and we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over these nuclear enrichment facilities to undermine, to be able to surveil all these enrichment facilities to ensure that they don't go over that level. Okay?
Yep.
And then Donald Trump pulled out of that agreement. They enriched their uranium up to 60%, and then we struck their enrichment sites. Okay, explain to me how that's getting closer or getting them further away from a nuclear weapon. To me, it sounds like that got them closer because 60% is higher than 3.67%.
Okay, 60%. Yeah, they're still producing uranium, and 60% is above 3%. You're totally right about that point. But the whole point was to go in and hack their uranium systems and prevent them from farther making uranium, and so they can't make a nuclear weapon. I mean, with the dictatorship going on in Iran, we don't want that spreading across the world, do we, Parker?
Answer the question. Which is a percent higher of enrichment of uranium? 60 or 3.67?
60. Obviously 60.
60 is higher. So which is closer to the level of 90% required to weaponize the enriched uranium? It would be since Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. So actively, Trump got the Iran closer to a nuclear weapon.
I don't know what you're saying, honestly. I mean, does
Trump
answer my
got
question?
Iran
Wait.
closer to nuclear weapon.
Let me finish. Answer my question now. Does Iran currently have a nuclear weapon?
No.
Exactly. So he helped further prevent them from having a nuclear weapon, Parker. Why are you rolling your eyes?
Because when we talk about whether or not they're closer to developing a nuclear weapon, we obviously acknowledge they haven't already developed a nuclear weapon. They didn't develop it under Obama, under Biden, or any other prior president. That's because they don't have one yet. Okay? So,
Yeah.
so I don't know what the point was of saying, do they have a nuclear weapon? Therefore, because they don't have a nuclear weapon, that means Trump actually kept them from getting it. You're not understanding that Trump got them closer to the nuclear weapon because he pulled out of the JCPOA, because the JCPOA kept them at a lower level of enrichment of uranium, and since he pulled out of the JCPOA, they got to a higher level of enrichment of uranium. The higher level of enrichment of uranium is closer to the level of enrichment required to weaponize it. Therefore, Iran is now closer to a nuclear weapon under Trump than what they were under the JCPOA, which was established by Obama.
Explain the JCPOA, sir.
The JCPOA is simply where we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over all of their nuclear enrichment facilities.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes, it is a good thing.
Yeah,
where we
exactly.
could ensure that they had a prevented level of enrichment of uranium up to 3.67%. They couldn't go beyond that. Okay?
Okay, I got you. And you're saying that he pulled out of that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. You mind me talking about North Korea? I mean, let's go back to Bill Clinton. I know you think that's funny, but North Korea currently has nuclear weapons, okay?
True.
And you know, Bill Clinton during his presidency, and now he's saying he regrets not going in and further preventing the uranium production over in North Korea, which caused them to now have a nuclear bomb. So why is he all of a sudden coming out and regretting that he didn't blow up the nuclear facilities within North Korea? Because North Korea can be a threat to our world right now, couldn't they?
Sure. I don't see how this has anything to do with the Iran nuclear deal.
Okay. I see. Because
Yeah, can you tell me what that has to do with the Iran nuclear deal? Like, I'm really confused.
So North Korea, they're obviously a dictatorship. They want to be the most powerful country in the world. And at the press of any time, Kim Jong-un can press that button and send a nuke anywhere he wants. He has all that power in his hands. And the United States could have prevented that back during Bill Clinton's presidency if we were doing the same thing that Trump is doing now, as in sending military force over there and blowing up their uranium facilities. Does that make sense?
No, I didn't follow. I'm really confused. What the fuck are you saying?
So, during earlier times, okay, we could have sent military force over to North Korea.
Yeah.
When they weren't as much as a threat, and we could have prevented uranium production over in North Korea and had surveillance on their uranium production.
Yeah.
And we could have blown up their nuclear production
and,
sites.
And your point being...
That's what Trump is doing right now.
Cool. Yeah, so how does this respond to the point that I made that the Iran nuclear deal set up under the JCPOA, right, prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon to a greater extent than what Donald Trump's done since he pulled out of the JCPOA? I'm confused how that responds to the point. Like, if we had a nuclear deal with North Korea, like we had with Iran, it would have prevented them from developing a nuclear weapon.
But we didn't.
I understand.
And
so how is this a response to what I was saying?
All right. Can we move on to another topic, man?
No.
Why I support Trump?
No. Why? How is this a response to what I said?
You win this topic.
It's not about winning. It's about engage with the point.
I mean, can I just say that I'm just kind of on the fence right now.
Can you just engage with my point, dude? Like, just from a person-to-person standpoint. Hello? Did he just leave? Is he leaving right now? Oh my god, are you serious, bro? Okay, I think he's leaving. This is brutal. Let me say thank you to some people. Sean, thank you so much for the $1 or for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And Alter, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. It looks like he left. Alrighty. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh my god, I accidentally joined. Parker, I'm so sorry. Love you.
You're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Donald Trump can suck a dick now.
I don't know what they said at all. I just heard something tick and kicked them. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, and Trump.
And what's your birth year?
98.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Fossey, thank you so much for these $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Because of W's for them in the comment section said Pew Research has showed that 70 to 80% of us oppose the military, oppose the U.S. military, or 70% of U.S. military oppose the Iran war. So there's no guarantee that we will send ground troops either. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to establish that, that's for sure. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Because of W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And actually, Monavon, thank you for the $2. Maybe I'll do a Q&A in a few hours or so. I'm like 3 hours in the stream, so we have plenty of time left on the stream. Like at least another hour or so. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
So I'm a bit of a single issue voter, and originally back in 2016, I didn't vote for Trump. But after seeing, Trump's behavior from 2016 through 2024, I had decided, okay, maybe this is my guy. So basically, I'm a supporter of the chicken parmesan stipend, and it's absolutely ridiculous, and Trump does.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
2000.
And what month?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Following Biden's presidency and how the Democrats tried to cover up his mental decline, I personally believe that the Democratic Party cannot be trusted.
Okay. Do you think the Republican Party can be trusted after Trump got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence?
No, I do not.
Okay, so then you don't support Republicans or Democrats, right?
I do support Republicans.
Okay, so what makes you support Republicans even though you can't trust either party?
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say that I do trust, Republicans.
Okay, so why do you trust Republicans but not Democrats, even though that is also true about Republicans?
I'm saying I meant to say that is not true about Republicans.
It is, right? They think 70% of the Republican Party thinks the election was stolen. Okay, Trump got them to believe that, and the election was not stolen. He was grifting.
What does that have to do with mental deficiency and mental decline?
Well, I can also point to how he's declined.
How specifically has
he
he
said
declined?
We should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, therefore under his view it kills cancer.
I'm gonna have to look at those for myself. I don't believe he said those, but
go ahead.
If
You can look them all up. They all happened. I can play the clips.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move on to my next point.
Okay.
I believe that Democrats had years to fix inflation and border policy, and they did nothing. And I believe that Trump did a much better job, and that he will continue to do a better job.
On what? Sorry?
Inflation, specifically.
Inflation has gone up because of his war with Iran and because of his tariff policy.
Yet it peaked under Biden's presidency.
Not because of Biden's policies. Okay, what did Biden do to cause inflation?
Be a terrible president.
What did he do to cause inflation?
I cannot think of anything specifically, but I do know that under Biden.
Shocking.
Shocking?
Yeah, shocking. I would have never expected. Never
All right,
once
so
in my life would I have ever
all right, tell me
expected
then
that
why
you didn't
why did
know.
it increase under him then?
Why did it increase under Trump,
Yeah, why
Biden's
did
administration?
inflation peak under Biden's
because
administration?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Because of the fact that there were supply chain issues relating to the pandemic, where there was global inflation all around the world. Okay, there was nothing that you could point to that Biden did to cause that inflation.
So you're saying it was all based on circumstances. There's nothing he could have done to prevent it.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah, can you tell me what he could have done?
I don't know. I do not know what he could have done.
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna go with the next person.
Fuck me.
Okay, they're trolling. And lapses. I don't think people are not coming to my stream because I am hostile. Dean is objectively more hostile than me and gets more viewers than me. So I'd love to hear the explanation for that one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I voted for him originally because I just thought he was a little bit stronger with like the border issue we were having at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would argue he actually caused the border crisis to a greater extent under the Democrats' administration because he undermined the bipartisan border bill. He called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." That border bill would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker, and that was in 2023 even. So he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing the conditions of the border.
Fair, but I mean, I think more people have come under or came under Biden though, like illegally. I mean,
You think more people came under Biden, you said? Of course,
yeah, like,
more people came under Biden, but that's not because of Biden. I would say that's because of, the conditions that existed around the world at the time because of inflation, where people thought it was better to go to the United States, right, in that circumstance because of economic insecurity that existed all around the world. That's why when Harris raised private funds for Central American countries, it reduced the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity.
so would you say that he's been ineffective with the border right now?
Trump?
Yeah.
Based on what I would want, yeah, because I think he's violated due process rights. I think he hasn't made the legal process go quicker and address the needs of what we need to address at the border. We need to make the legal process go quicker, and we need to go after those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. They're limited in going after those that are a threat to the safety and security of our population because they're going after those that have come here for a better life, which inevitably leads to circumstances where people are going to protest that, where inevitably it leads to them just dealing with people protesting than actually going after those that are a threat to the safety and security of our population. So maybe we should be more focused on those that are actually a threat rather than those coming here for a better life, and maybe then we'll be able to have a better policies relating to immigration.
It's pretty well spoken. I think I agree with you on that, bud. That's solid. But do the Democrats think like that, bro? Are you sure?
Do I think the Democrats think like that? Yes, they
Yeah,
want to
like
make the legal process go quicker.
No, but do you think they would have gotten or not gotten, but stopped the border crossings while simultaneously making it easier to get into the country? Does that make sense?
Well, we'd still have border crossings if we have legal immigration to our country, because border crossings include legal immigrants to our country. But we would reduce the amount of undocumented immigrants coming to the country through the process undocumented if we make the legal process go quicker, because then it would incentivize people to go through said legal process. And all of those individuals that went through the process undocumented that would have otherwise gone through the legal process, given that the legal process didn't take so long, would be able to go through said legal process. So it just creates a better incentive for people to go through this legal process, and actually ensures that more people will, because it addresses the very fundamental basis for why people are doing it in the first place.
Fair. Would you say that Trump doing the whole, and I don't know if it was how effective it was, but the gold Visa card thing, where you pay X amount, I don't know, it was an exuberant amount.
There's only been a few situations where they've actually even got people to sign up for that, and it's not even them paying the full amount.
So like he lowered the price, I guess.
Yeah, different prices for different people. There was negotiation, and it was only a few that have been sold. I think there's like it was just barely a few. So it's like that doesn't seem to be a benefit to our country. It just seems to be like a marketing scheme that he's using.
True. And then, so just to be clear, you are, in a sense, well, not in a sense, like you would want to get the violent, illegal, or undocumented immigrants out, right?
Yeah, like people who have committed violent or serious offenses, they should be deported on the condition they'll be put in a prison in another country, of course.
Fair. Okay, rock on, dude. Good shit. All right. Thank you, brother. You have a great night.
Alrighty, for sure. Alright, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. By the way, look how the conversations go when someone's just trying to learn and they're not being dishonest. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. 2,000 likes, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, brother.
Oh. The camera on right away. I just immediately kick people. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, Parker. I think I joined by accident. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 for Love Your Debate Style. It's so frustrating that I never catch a Trumper that can hold their own. Grew up Tea Party can see how people would be in the MAGA mindset based on environmental circumstances, zero substance provided by MAGA, which makes it crazy how loyal they are. Right? It's insane. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well, Sean, thank you so much for the $10. And Priscilla, thank you for the $5 for, if it's okay, can you announce that I'm running for Congress against Congressman Clay Higgins in Louisiana? Absolutely. That's based. Good for you. I hope that goes great for you. Nate, as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. I'm trying to get my short of the Dave Rubin debate put back up here on YouTube. Had a little bit of an issue with the Jubilee automated sort of system where it takes down the videos that are relating to Jubilee. So I'm making sure to go through Jubilee and the people I know at Jubilee to make sure that gets reinstated on YouTube. Because it got taken down really unfortunately. Like last night, I was so sad when it happened. And it should be up by tomorrow midday at least. That's at least what the people said at Jubilee. But yeah, make sure to go check out the Dave Rubin debate if you haven't seen already. It was literally being shown everywhere. Some people said they saw it on CNN. I saw a clip of that. It was on MSN. A bunch of different people went over it. Sam Cedar went over it. Kyle Kalinske went over it. A bunch of different big name people. Even if you haven't heard, Mehdi Hassan literally said it was the most that someone it was the worst. Or actually, I can't even speak right now. The most someone's ever been destroyed on a Jubilee debate that he's ever seen. So that was really funny. And I got multiple messages from people being like, yo, I saw you on TV. And I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? Yo, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Erica, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. My 75-year-old mom said she stumbled across your live last night, and she accidentally got in queue and panicked. Oh, that's amazing that she found the stream. That's amazing. Oh, and don't worry. Oh, no, don't worry at all. I appreciate you very much, Erica. I will, for sure. I will, for sure. Let's get on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Actually, I think they were already up there. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have at least another 45 minutes left on the stream, everybody. Just letting everyone know. At least another 45 minutes left on the stream. Make sure to go out and vote in your primaries if you haven't already. The California primary was today. I made sure to fill out my ballot and send it in yesterday. I made sure to do that yesterday. My girlfriend and I went in and turned in our ballots, so that was fun. That was fun. Make sure to do that if you have not already. Again, the primaries, I always tell people, primaries are some of the most important times to be able to go out there and vote. So make sure to go out there, uphold your civic duty. It's an important thing. And oh my gosh, the ballot, the ballot was massive, I feel like. There were so many specific governor candidates. It was crazy. It was like 2 pages long. You know what's a ballot to you? Like a front and a back. How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Omega, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section where I saw you on Majority Report. Left is based. So based. So based. So based. That was really... I was waiting for that one to come out because I knew, like, after I debated Dave Rubin that, you know, all of those big-name people who, like, react to it would respond to it because there's a bunch of controversy with him because he used to be on the left. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 18. Yes.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
January.
I just have a feeling they're going to troll. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ellie, thank you for the Lewis the Cardinal. Thank you. And Suzanne, thank you so much for the budding heart. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're really struggling to get some debates up here today. We're going to try to get some people up here. I hope I don't have to hit restart at any point. I don't really have any people. I'll try this guy. I think I've debated him before in the past. Hey, are you still a Trump supporter?
I am. I just have actually a pretty specific topic I'd like to talk about.
Go ahead.
And it's the Iran deal. Do you know what the biggest opposition to that deal signing was?
The biggest opposition to the Iran nuclear deal?
Yeah, because there was a lot of opposition before it was signed.
No, I'm actually not very familiar.
Well, I don't have anything in front of me, but you certainly have the agreement. And my biggest concern when they signed that, long before even thinking of Trump, was they basically gave Iran a lot of influence in where, when, and what they inspected. And all I think, very naively, I guess, is that I don't think
by the way, it is
Iran,
a little bit hard to hear you. Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone?
Actually, I do apologize. I got to figure out how to change that. I'm an old man. I wear hearing aids, and I hear you greatly, but the microphone doesn't pick my voice up good enough for you to hear. Is that better?
I can hear. It's just a little bit hard to hear you.
Well, again, it's the only topic that people are trying to praise this agreement, and I think that Iran, for many years, and yep, a lot of it's our fault prior to this, but Iran hasn't lived up to any agreement. I don't think they're doing it now. I think they're stalling, and I think to believe that Iran is a poor, innocent country, that it's okay to kill 30,000 of their people, and it must be Trump's fault for trying to protect your grandchildren. And that's really all I have to say, unless you have a response.
I think Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon. I don't think this protects us at all to a greater extent by going to war with them. I think that we could prevent them from getting that nuke without doing so. The JCPOA did. You say they weren't
They
upholding the
didn't.
JCPOA. Trump actually signed off on the fact that they were upholding the JCPOA under his first term. What are your thoughts on that?
On his first term, he got rid of it.
Hello?
I said on his first term, he got rid of it.
Yeah, but under his first term prior to him getting rid of it, he signed off on the fact that they were upholding it.
And that's perfectly fine, because that's where it was. He took the time to read it, he took the time to seek advice, and he took the time to realize that Iran controlled most of how the inspections took place. And that can be read in every article that you read about it.
No, there were
That was
specific
the biggest
conditions that the
exposition.
IAEA would have to be able to uphold. They could go in
Yeah.
at any point in time and be able to do this. You say that Iran controlled all of these sort of conditions. I would like to hear like what specific conditions you're saying that they had the ability to control that would have prevented us from actually having a legitimate level of surveillance over their enrichment facilities.
Time, because if there was an inspection coming that they decided they didn't want to allow it, there was a process that they could go through, but that process would take weeks and maybe months before the inspection was allowed.
Did they do that at all?
I'm not sure,
No, they didn't.
but it gave them the.
So
I'm not sure
I
you're
didn't
sure of that either.
even see that they had the capacity to do that, and two, there was no basis for
do.
them doing that.
No, they absolutely did have that. And,
Would you like to go
war is
find a
terrible.
source and then come back and tell me?
Well, the source is the bill. You can read it. You can read the amount of influence they had.
Yeah,
and
we're
it
in the
gave
bill.
them time.
Where in the deal?
Again, I don't have two computers in front of me that I can look up. I'm
Do you want me to
talking
give you
on
time
the
to go
phone.
do that? You can come back and tell me later.
No, I'd like you to get it, to understand that sometimes things you say aren't totally correct. Obama himself.
Yeah, it's
signed
totally
it.
incorrect, but you won't provide any source
No,
to
no,
prove me
no,
wrong. You won't
no.
even look it up.
Obama himself said he knew this wasn't
Honestly, I'm
going
just
to
going to be
prevent
honest.
it.
This just sounds like a waste of time. Let's just go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Like if you're
When are you
unwilling,
gonna leave your mustache again?
like if you're unwilling to even look up the point that you're referencing and even fact check to see if it's correct, then what's the point of even verifying or going over those points repeatedly? You're just going to keep claiming I'm wrong and not provide any source, so I don't see anything productive from that conversation. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And what month?
May.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because my parents are inbred and their parents are inbred, so only.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
I'm
Yes, how old are
having
you?
McDonald's. Do you want to fry?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. I don't think we have like any guest requests right now. I was thinking maybe do a restart because I feel like there's been an issue with the stream. Maybe restart here on TikTok. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26. Born
Do you
in
support
2000.
Trump?
I want to know why you only debate Trump supporters.
Do you support Trump?
Why do you only debate Trump supporters?
You have 3 seconds to answer my question.
I don't, but then you're going to skip me.
Why do I debate Trump supporters? Because I'm trying to debate people specifically that support the president, because it's going to be the downstream candidate of the next Republican Party candidate, whether it be Vance or Rubio. That's why. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Also, I don't have to do everything as a person. I can do what I'm best at.
We are
and
Charlie
specialize
Kirk.
at
Do you
that.
like Charlie Kirk?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2014.
Jesus Christ, that math is so dog shit, dude. Holy fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Oh, we got a little triggered snowflake in the comment section. Look, they just joined the live.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, bro, are you triggered still?
Triggered about what?
You're spamming the comment section about how many
How
viewers
did I
I get,
spam
bro.
it? I've sent one message. One message.
Dude, do you not know who you are? You spam my comment section all the time about the exact same thing repeatedly. You said,
It just-
Parker, why is there not more viewers in here? Parker, why do you not have more viewers, Parker? Parker, you should have more viewers. Parker,
just
Parker,
asking
what
what
happened? You
happened.
fell off, Parker. Parker,
Like,
you don't get
it-
any viewers anymore, Parker.
No. I'm not saying you fell off. I'm just saying, is TikTok like shadow banning you or what? I don't get it.
I don't know, man. I
It's-
think
it's
just
just weird.
no one likes my content.
No, I don't think that's true. I think you did a good job versus Dave.
Really? What's up with the changed mantra? You used to spam my comment section all the time trying to make fun of me, and now
I'm
you're
not trying to
acting
make
like
fun of
all chill.
I think it's weird. That's all I'm saying. I think it's weird. I
Okay.
don't, does that mean you're doing?
Interesting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yes, I am getting shadow banned. No, I don't think I'm getting shadow banned. I do just think that I'd get less viewers. That's just how it works. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of his stance on illegal immigration.
Okay, and what about it?
I believe that if you don't come into the country legally, you should be deported.
Okay.
And what do you think about that?
Well, I would say that someone shouldn't be deported if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense. That would be my position, but the Democrats still do agree with that. They still want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
But I've seen sources where people want to integrate them into the community even though they came in legally and not
You said
deport
what?
them. I've seen sources where a lot of Democrats want them to integrate into the community when they come in instead of deporting them.
No, it's actually it's the position that the Democrats in Congress and specifically in the executive were advocating for, like especially Harris, was criminalize undocumented entry, prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses, and then make the legal process go significantly quicker.
Okay, and do you agree with that? Or
I want a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or serious offense. I want to make the legal process go quicker. That's my view.
so while they're in the progress, let's say they've came in illegally, and they were found out that they weren't legal. What do you do in the meantime while they're going through the process and they've been caught?
I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense.
So in the meantime,
So are we
you're
talking
gonna
about my
stay in
position or the
America,
Democrats' position? Which one are we talking about?
I would yours,
Okay, why?
just to see, like, I think it's easier to speak like between us if I'm talking about what you stand for instead of you speaking for someone else.
Why wouldn't we be talking about what candidates we support? We're talking about the policies we support, not just what our personal positions are.
Okay, fair enough. What's the Democratic Party stance on what they do in the meantime after they enter?
They want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Yes, but after they enter, while the legal process is ongoing, what do they do?
I've already responded to this. Is there a problem?
Yeah, okay, obviously they'll be criminalized, but do they go back to their country? Do they stay in the U.S. or?
Yeah, but when I say criminalize, they still want to deport people who come to the country undocumented. They just want to prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses, and they want to make the legal process go quicker.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
So nothing else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I really don't understand what's going on with people just, like, coming up, like, saying a few things like that to me and then just dipping. I'm like, what is up with the lack of debates today? What is going on, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19. What's up, bro?
Do you support Trump?
I mean, yeah.
What's your birth year?
It's June 4th, 2006.
June 4th, 2006, and you said you're
14th.
how old again?
Well, I'm 19. I'm just so glad that Charlie Kirk is dead, though, bro.
Okay, they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. At least in a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Do you support Trump?
Dude, never mind.
Do you support Trump? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We've got at least another 30 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. The debates today have been really fucking weird. They've been really weird. I don't know why it's like this today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, and what month were you born?
January.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I am possibly the most stupid person you've ever met in your life.
Okay. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You know, I actually don't think we really have any guest requests, so it's getting to a point where I don't know what we're going to do for the rest of the stream. I might try to restart.
Hello, Parker.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. January 19, 2008.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why do you support Trump?
Well, he's doing what I want. He's protecting the Holy Land that Jesus Christ did many miracles in, for one. And he's dealing with illegal immigrants. He's making it harder to get abortions. That's my favorite part. Maybe close to the Israel part, but yeah, those are the three main reasons. I could keep going if you want.
Okay, so you want to save human lives, right?
Yeah.
As many as humanly possible, right?
Yeah.
So then why do you support Trump, even though they cut USAID, and it will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030 due to preventable death that would have not otherwise happened if we continued the USAID funding?
So you want to talk about, like, USAID and SNAP benefits, or what? What are you doing? Like, all right, so, yeah, I think that's a bad thing.
If you want to save as many lives as you possibly can, then you would have supported Democrats, is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, I do get that.
So then do you support Democrats?
What? No. Okay.
So you don't care to save as many lives as possible?
You know what? I think this life is temporary, and it's temporary for a reason, and I believe in God, and I believe in not exactly fate, but I do believe everyone has their time, and you can go to heaven or hell, and either way, if you go to heaven, then you're better off.
How do you feel about Trump committing blasphemy?
How do I feel about that? Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, and if it's a red line for God, why isn't it a red line for you?
Oh, well, no, he can still be forgiven, I promise you.
It's an unforgivable sin.
Yeah, that's I'm sure you know that's debatable.
Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable. It literally says explicitly in the Bible.
Yes, I'm sure you know that the interpretation is debatable, though. I think
no, it's not.
Okay, well, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're trolling.
Because I.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Sadie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the Chef Kiss for your Jubilee debate. Well done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
December.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
December? You actually got that wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20. 2005.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And what month are you born?
August.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd have to go Trump. He's a better option between the two, and I support him because of his anti-DEI woke policies that Kamala was trying to get into office. Even Biden said Kamala was a DEI hire.
Kamala? No, he never said that she was DEI hire. Also, you said her woke policy. Can you tell me one of her woke policies that you disagree with?
Letting people get, I don't know if I can say the word here, the T gender affirming surgeries in prison. They were giving a lot of money to them.
So continuing
To get
hormones is
gender-
something that exists for people who are not
No,
trans,
like
so it should
sex
also exist for
changes in
people who are
prison.
trans. So you're saying that's a woke policy you disagree with, is continuing medication that people
I think
already were
using
using that they need to
taxpayer money-
continue?
I think that's okay as long as you don't let taxpayer money be used for those things.
So then you have an issue with taxpayer money being used for Viagra, right?
Viagra.
Yeah.
It's not even the same thing. I'm talking
Within
about
the military, you have an issue
sex-changing
with the military paying for people's Viagra.
I'd have to look into. I haven't heard of that. I'd have to look into.
Yeah,
it.
that's a big cost in the military is
But
Viagra.
it's probably not as big as, like I said, gender changes.
It's
in
larger.
prisons.
It is absolutely larger.
In prisons, they're sending our tax money. I don't like my tax money being sent to that under the Kamala Biden administration.
Well, it's going to go to that either way because it's medication that people need.
Need.
And by the way, let me just clarify. This is just to allow people to have access to it. It's not paying for their stuff. It's allowing people to have access to it. Genius.
Letting them have it. It's all the same thing. And
no, those are different things.
That was a big reason why I had to go Trump this election. My second reason was I already won the first round. My second reason, tariffs.
You didn't win jack
global
shit,
tariffs.
dude. You didn't win
I
jack shit. I
did.
already went over and I explained to you that the specific policy that you're referencing did not even specifically reference what you were saying. I
So do you
explained
think
how
we
you
should
were
just
wrong
let all
about
these
it.
people in the prisons have like free tax money access?
It's
to
not
just
no. It's
changing?
literally that they give people access to it, not that they pay for the treatments or medication themselves.
What about Kamala providing free
Kamala.
airplane rides and hotels to illegal immigrants?
It didn't happen. And
New
you're
York,
talking about asylum seekers getting access
were
to
taking
help
up
within New York
hotels.
City. That's not federal policy. It was not from Kamala Harris, and it was not for undocumented immigrants. I think you're
But
trolling.
Biden didn't do anything. I'm not trolling. Biden didn't do anything.
I'm gonna hit a restart, everyone. Here on TikTok, we're gonna hit a quick restart. If we can't get it to work today, and this just happens, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll think about it. Gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty, everyone here on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think right now we're currently at, let me see. I think we're currently at, 1,300 likes, everyone? Let's try to get to 2,000. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. If you help me get to 2,000 likes, everyone. It will help push it out to significantly more people. That would be great. That would be fantastic, I tell you that. Alrighty. Do you give it a second for people to join in real quick? Alrighty. What's up, Ben? Thank you for the $20. Thank you, Canadian. I appreciate it. He said, wild take from MAGA. Somehow Harris is a DEI hire after serving 3 branches of government, but Trump was 0 experiences. Is President Giga Chad? I know, right? It's embarrassing. They don't give a shit about qualifications. That's why they have never criticized the qualifications on behalf of the people in the Trump administration. It's crazy. It's crazy. FFV, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so horrible. Holy shit, they said their friend unalived themselves last night because they were bullied because of politics. They said that they loved your streams and was going to UCLA for poli-sci in the fall and got into it because of you. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's fucking horrible. That's fucking horrible. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. That's really a lot to deal with. You know, for anyone in the chat, you can make sure to provide safe or community for them. Of course, that's what I'm kind of meaning. That's just so fucking horrible. That is honestly horrible. Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
Of course.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
April.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Oh, I thought I got kicked. All right. I support Trump due to his geopolitical stances, his foreign diplomacy, his involvement in Africa, his involvement in the Middle East, his involvement with East Asia, his involvement throughout the globe. Quite frankly, I think he's done a lot of great work, you know, really putting America first on the world stage and dealing with our adversaries in a calm and collected manner and stopping wars in the Congo, and securing natural resources for America.
Okay, a few things to go through. So you said he's America first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me how it's America first to start a war on behalf of a foreign country that raises the prices for people who are here in this country and economically makes things worse for Americans?
So he started the war on behalf of America, not on behalf of Israel. And second of all, just because something may, you know, raise prices momentarily for American citizens doesn't mean that it's not America first. In general, when we're looking at the long term, I think that stopping nuclear development, stopping Iran from becoming, you know, a world power with, you know, military force that can boss us around the Middle East, boss us around oil deals, I think shutting down Iran and putting America supreme geopolitically is inherently America first. It doesn't matter really if prices are momentarily down. You could say that with any policy. A policy can be America first, but, you know, negatively impact prices for the time being. And again, in response to the first point, I already said it, but the war's on behalf of America, not on behalf of Israel.
Would you acknowledge that Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon since Trump has pulled out of the JCPOA as opposed to when they were under the JCPOA?
Why do you think that?
I didn't hear a response. What was it?
Oh no, I wouldn't say so at all. Like in modern day, presently, as opposed to let's say 2016, I don't think they're closer at all. We've destroyed much of their infrastructure. We've obliterated their economy. We've obliterated their government. Their agencies are very discombobulated. Their
These are all lies
government's
and not responses to my
discombobulated.
point. What percent of enrichment of uranium is required to develop a nuclear bomb?
Hell if I know. I did
I
research
can
on
tell
it
you,
a while
it's
ago.
90. It's
Yeah,
90.
tell me.
It's 90%. Okay.
Okay.
Do you agree that 60% of enrichment of uranium is closer to 90% than 3.67%?
enrichment of uranium isn't the only thing needed to develop nuclear weapons, right?
It's that
And develop a
the
nuclear bomb.
centrifuges, which is relying upon the basis for enriching that said uranium.
Right. Okay, no. I get what you're saying, Parker, but you need to also understand that there are many different varying components to when it comes to developing a nuclear weapon, right? You need agencies, you need government, you need infrastructure, you need money to pour into a program, you need money to arrange deals for more uranium. So I'm sure you're about to pull up a stat, because honestly, I used to stalk your lives a while ago, but I haven't been on TikTok in like months. But I'm sure you're about to pull up a stat about, percent enriched uranium increasing. Whatever. The point is that their economy is essentially obliterated from the inside. Whether you like it or not, their economy isn't doing so well. Their infrastructure has been destroyed by American bombs. Whether you want to say it's moral or not, I mean, the matter is that it is an America First policy. Their economy has been obliterated, and all those things. In the end, what I'm trying to say here is all of those things are important when it comes to developing a nuclear bomb. Of course, uranium enrichment is too. That's like the resource you need. But when you're trying to get 90%, when you're trying to really, blow up your capacity, have all these deals made, whatever, you need an economy. You need people to arrange it. And they don't have it. They don't have it anymore because of this war. We tackled them.
So you have to understand that whenever the war ends, they'll be able to build all of those things back up. This isn't a permanent address to any of these situations. Also, you say that their entire economy has been obliterated. That's just not true. The IRGC is still able to operate. They're getting oil from Russia. Russia has helped funding the IRGC to continue. So the civilian population is hurting to a greater extent, but the IRGC in of itself is still able to fully operate. Okay, so what you're not understanding is that this is just doing more harm to the civilians than it's actually doing to their ability to develop a nuclear weapon. And again, they are closer, objectively speaking, to developing a nuclear weapon right now, even with everything we've done through this war, than what they were under the JCPOA, because we have surveillance over their enrichment facilities. It'd be up in place until 2030, and they wouldn't have been anywhere near to the point because they would have been below 3.67%. So you have to understand that there is a better process for preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon that existed under the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA that existed prior, that the Democrats had already established. Trump got them closer to it by pulling out of the enrichment deal. And then you're saying, oh, he's preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, he put us in a situation where they're closer to getting it. So he's preventing what he caused? I don't see that as a win.
So... okay, multiple things to address here. I appreciate you letting me ramble on about the same point earlier.
You're covering your microphone a little bit. It's mumbled.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Here we go. Okay, wait.
Here, I'll let you fix that quick. I'll thank some people in the meantime.
Next to my AirPods, but can you hear me now?
Ellie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Colin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really
Can you
appreciate
hear
it.
me?
Thank you.
Good.
I'll have to make sure to look for them. Etienne, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said Annex 1, Section Q of the JCPOA allows for up to 24 days between a requested inspection and actual inspectors for the majority of the size. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It wasn't like some thing that you could just like change around on a whim. Linda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Caitlin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm happy to hear that there was some sort of change there. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. And then Chelsea, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm back. I think you could hear me now, probably. Are you glitched?
No, I'm here. I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were frozen or something. Okay. So a few things in response. The first thing you said was, of course, that, war isn't a permanent solution. And obviously, if you go by that logic, like all this infrastructure can be built back up, whatever, blah, 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 you're correct, right? But the point is that we're using this as a bargaining chip. In the future, if Iran wants to cut us underhand, they're going to look at what we just did and obliterated their economy. We obliterated their infrastructure. And yeah, we had, we did a bad thing and we were morally inferior and we hurt some civilians just like we did in Japan in World War II. Let's not be crazy here. But
That's
the point
not
is,
a good thing to do, by the way.
No, but my point is they're going to see this and what are they gonna do? They're not gonna see America as some weak person that they could just
Dude, the
undercut.
fact that you just see like absolutely
Instead,
obliterating like 160 schoolgirls in Iran just to be a part of a cost is a fucking disgusting thing to say. When literally we're in a worse off position right now, especially. Right? Do you see that you're
Parker.
no different than all of the people that justify all of the horrible, atrocious shit that terrorist groups do around the world when you justify innocents dying?
Wait. Two things. First of all, I actually don't justify innocents dying. I don't think that's right at all.
Did you not?
No. I mean, like, hurt by the fact, like, their bridge is broken now, right? I mean, if it's going to civilian deaths and casualties itself, obviously that's terrible. The schoolgirls, from my memory, is like, that was because of bad American intelligence, which, whose fault is that? Probably Pete Hegseth, because Trump hires loyalists over, merited people on
I'm sorry,
occasions, which is bad.
You said that this would be a reason that would prevent Iran from doing this in the future, meaning that like
Yes,
you would have to be
so-
something intentional on behalf of us. So you just quite literally said the U.S. engaging in a war crime, by the way, was going to be a
That's
good
not
thing.
what I was referring to. I was referring to getting rid of their infrastructure. I'm not referring to, killing civilians. Getting rid of their infrastructure and tearing down their economy is a bargaining chip. That's my point. Whether I misstated earlier or whatever, this is my point and I'm trying to make it clear. Tearing down their infrastructure is a bargaining chip, showing that we have power,
but did you
showing
not
off
explicitly
muscle.
mention? I'm sorry, did you not explicitly
off
mention the
muscle.
140, 150 schoolgirls that died in Iran? Did you not
You mentioned
explicitly say that?
No, you mentioned that, and then
You
I
want me to play
responded
back
to
the
it.
clip?
You mentioned it, Parker. I said
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna play it back.
Okay,
We're gonna
play
sit
it
here
back.
for the next few minutes because you don't want to acknowledge the context of what you just said.
Not Point few is that minutes. We're using this as a bargaining chip. In the future, if Iran wants to cut us underhand, they're gonna look at what we just did and obliterated their economy. We obliterated their infrastructure, and yeah, we had, we did a bad thing, and we were morally inferior, and we hurt some civilians, just like we did in Japan in World War II. Let's not be crazy here. But the
That's
point
not
is,
a good thing to do, by the way.
No, but.
I swear you did say that, Brian.
No. You know what I did say, which I know why you think that. Oh.
Well, he put us in a situation where they're closer to getting it, so he's preventing what he caused. I don't see that as a win.
So, okay, multiple things to address here. I appreciate you letting me ramble on about the same point earlier.
You're covering your microphone a little bit. It's mumbled.
Oh no. Oh man. Here we go. Okay, wait.
Here, I'll let you fix that quick. I'll thank some people in the meantime.
My AirPods.
For the majority of the size. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It wasn't like some thing that you could just like change around on a whim. Linda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Caitlin, thank you so much.
Parker, I
for the
think you
$10.
mentioned
Thank you
it.
very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very possible. I'm just going to listen to it.
Thank you so much. Okay. Hey, I'm back. I think you could hear me now, probably. Are you glitched?
No, I'm here. I hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were frozen or something. Okay. So a few things in response. First, the first thing you said was, of course, that, war isn't a permanent solution. And obviously, if you go by that logic, like all this infrastructure can be built back up, whatever, blah, 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 you're correct, right? But the point is that we're using this as a bargaining chip. In the future, if Iran wants to cut us underhand, they're going to look at what we just did and obliterated their economy. We obliterated their infrastructure. And yeah, we had, we did a bad thing and we were morally inferior and we hurt some civilians, just like we did in Japan in World War II. Let's not be crazy here. But the point
not
is,
a good thing to do, by the way.
No, but my point is they're going to see this, and what are they going to do? They're not going to see America as some weak person that they could just undercut.
The fact that you just see, like, absolutely obliterating, like, 160 school... Yeah, I think I specifically mentioned the 160. You mentioned civilians, but you didn't say the 160. That was my bad.
No,
yeah. You explicitly said that. You did. No, I understand. You did kind of go over the idea of, we obliterated, harmed and disenfranchised civilians, and you overlooked that kind of how we overlooked like intentionally going after people specifically in Japan, which by the way isn't something you should overlook. By the way.
So
okay. I still do think that you were in that context, like specifically saying these innocents dying, like you should just overlook these things because these specific things are things that they'll then look at as bargaining chips, right, to prevent them specifically from doing this in the future. Because they think that this will happen to them again in the future.
No. So, okay, two things. So, I did not mention, for the record, I was not talking about the schoolgirls. I think that was sick. I think that was disgusting and twisted. The second thing, when I'm talking about disenfranchising and hurting civilians, like I said earlier, when I clarified a few, 30, 40 seconds ago, I mean that we're disenfranchising them by obliterating infrastructure. Do I think we should obliterate infrastructure if intelligence shows there's innocent civilians on it? No, that's bad. But if destroying their infrastructure means that their economy is internally hurt, and then we're showing off muscle, now they know not to undercut us, then that's good in the long term, because now they see America as, oh, we're not all bark, we bite too. And another thing, just to circle back, because we're getting like a little much onto like showing muscle, because that wasn't my main point. My other main point was the fact that, nuclear enrichment, it's true, that statistic is true that you provide about 60%. I'm not going to deny it here because it's right. But the point is that developing a nuclear weapon means much more than that. That's why we don't go all crazy when European countries or whatever, non-nuclear powers get to that enrichment level, is because, well, they don't have a nuclear program. They aren't doing testing. They don't have, all these materials and facilities in place to, weaponization, integration, testing, whatever. They don't have that at their facilities because they're just enriching their, uranium, right? And the same thing is happening in Iran. So because we destroyed their facilities, because our intelligence identified them, because we're destroying their military, and if you think about it long term, we're showing off muscle. They know not to mess with us.
You're just repeating the same thing that you've repeated.
Okay. Well, you get what I'm saying. Muscle,
really,
and it's not. That's not all relevant.
Okay, so be quiet and let me respond. Okay, so.
Damn. Okay.
I don't know why you took that as so damn. I literally was just saying be quiet and let me respond.
I don't know. It's just the different tone, I guess. But go ahead.
Okay. I mean, when you repeat the same thing like 4 times in a row, I'm just gonna be like, yo, let me just respond.
Well, you lied about what I said earlier, so I just need to clarify now, so you just understand what I say.
Did I not clarify?
But go ahead.
As soon as I saw the clip, which by the way wasn't lying about what you're saying, because you did say just like civilians were a cost.
No, I didn't. I didn't mention schoolgirls, and I didn't say civilians should die.
You didn't explicitly mention them, but you said specifically civilians.
Yeah, that they were going to be disenfranchised by American actions.
Yeah.
So I didn't mention schoolgirls, and you said I explicitly mentioned schoolgirls, and that I brought it up, and I didn't. So I'm repeating stuff, so what I'm saying is what I say. So I won't do it in the future if you don't want me to. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Just give me your rebuttal. I understand that I interrupted you. I'm sorry for saying, oh damn, we could cut this and get back to the actual debate. Let's be bigger people.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify things. I guess that's a little bit too much for you to deal with.
Well, no, we're just talking about my tone when I... Well, you just got annoyed and angry when I said, oh, damn.
What's that?
Well, you were annoyed and angry when I said, oh, damn. And it's just like a tone thing. We should actually, like, go back to the substance. Like, it's not really clarifying. It's really, like, clarifying tone and, like, little side tangents. We should really just go to the substance of our argument, which you're seemingly avoiding right now. So let's just talk about it.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? What am I avoiding?
The conversation about enriched uranium isn't all that is taken for a nuclear weapon, and that we've destroyed their facilities and that we're showing off muscle. Those are my main points.
Yeah, I understand that you keep repeating that.
So, well, you just asked me what you wanted.
Am I able to respond?
What I wanted you to respond to, so I told you. So don't get upset that I'm repeating myself. I'm answering your question.
Am I
so
upset
yes,
right now?
respond. Well, you're telling me that I'm repeating things, right? But you asked me a question, and I gave you an answer that was a repeat of what I said earlier. So when you ask me a question that requires that I repeat what I said earlier, I'm going to repeat myself. And then you stated that you're just repeating yourself. Well, you asked me to. So go ahead and provide a substantive argument. Defend your claims, whatever you want. Let's just go back to substance, and let's not play immature, little linguistic tone, whatever. Let's just go back to what we were talking about. Just do the rebuttal.
Okay, so you said that we're showing strength. right? I don't think that actually is meaningfully addressing the needs of any of our political concessions to a greater extent, right? Because we already established strength through the context of the nuclear deal, the Iran nuclear deal. Getting them to accept those political concessions does more for showing strength than actually not even being able to get a negotiation or deal done at all.
Okay, so in regard to showing muscle, since I guess we're going point by point, you'll mention like facilities and whatever after. But my response to that would be that showing muscle does matter. The deal, I guess, making a deal isn't really showing muscle because it's two parties, making an agreement with each other. We're both showing muscle, we can work together, we can cooperate, whatever, right? It's not like one over the other. But what's the issue is that we were kind of showing a lack of muscle when they were undercutting that deal, and when our intelligence found that they were not abiding by the terms of that deal. And that's why we left the program.
What's your source?
Wait, why did we leave the program, Parker?
What's your source?
For them not, I could search up something right now. I don't have it on hand.
I'll wait.
Okay.
You said that we had evidence that they violated the JCPOA.
While I search it up,
what's your source?
While I search it up right now.
No, nothing. While you search it up, I want you to search it up.
Damn, chill. Okay, chill.
I'm completely chill right now. I don't know why you're saying chill when I'm just telling you to look it up.
You're getting a little. All right.
I'm getting a little what?
Nothing. I'll ask you the question after I find my source.
Are you getting emotional by me literally just telling you to go look it up?
I'm searching up the source. Chill.
You're the one that sounds like you're not chill.
All right, so according to the Center
I'm the
for...
one who sounds chill, and you're the one who doesn't sound chill is really funny.
I'm telling you the source, Parker, please, let's not be emotional and talk about these things. I'm giving you the source, please. Okay. Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation, fact sheet, the Iran deal then and now, if you want to pull it up. I don't know if you're searching it up. It was updated recently, but, it's titled, What is the Iran Deal? Or Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. Again, armscontrolcenter.org. Okay, so in this article, I could run through it, but basically, Iran, just a summary of what happened, Iran started incrementally breaching the restrictions of the deal starting in 2019, maybe not immediately, right? But by early 2020, Iran announced that it would no longer permit IAEA inspections to continue. Wait, that's not part of the deal. And by 2025, they accumulated more than 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, as you said earlier. So, the reality is they weren't following the deal. We're showing weakness, whether we withdrew or not. We're showing weakness by allowing that to happen. And by the way, it wasn't just America and Iran in the deal. That's the point, right? It's other countries that were in this deal. And even though America left, other countries were in it, and they weren't abiding by the deal's terms. They were breaking the deal's terms. So what do we got to do but interfere with them and show our muscle and show them that you can't mess with us, you can't mess with this deal. Just like in World War I, even though we weren't necessarily in the Allies, World War II, at first, aligned with them, but, not necessarily in it, we stood up to Germany and fought them. And it's the same thing here. We're standing up to Iran. Even if we're not part of that deal, they were breaking the deal. They were breaking the terms, as that article enlists. I don't know if you have it up, but I'm going to shut up now. But that's my evidence.
Yeah, the citation that you just provided says that in 2018, the United States withdrew from the deal, and then in 2019, they accelerated their enrichment of uranium. So let me just be very clear here. That was after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. So that's why they started enriching their uranium again. That's not them violating the deal. That's Trump violating and undermining the deal first. And that's why the deal fell through. So the deal would not have fell through if it wasn't for Donald Trump deciding to withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal and deciding to impose sanctions again. That is actually what inevitably led to, right, them pulling out and them developing their enrichment of uranium again. It was not that they were violating the terms of the agreement when in place, because Donald Trump is the one who already had pulled out of the deal, and one of the things that got them to accept the deal was the fact that we got rid of our sanctions that we placed upon them. So when he places these sanctions back on them, that means that they're not going to be upholding that deal anymore because that deal has already been violated.
Hi, Parker. So 2 things in response to that. So I would say partially you're correct, right? That we left the deal before. Obviously, that's the truth. I'm not gonna, say it's a lie, right? Because it's true. We left JCPOA in 2018. Iran stayed in it, but they broke it eventually. So, but correlation doesn't mean causation. But I'm not gonna be dumb. I'm not gonna be dumb and say America leaving had no impact on Iran. Saying we're gonna not abide by it anymore. Obviously, there is some impact. I'm not gonna. I mentioned it because maybe it's a chance that they were gonna break the deal either way and do whatever they want, regardless USA in there or not, right? But obviously, neither of us can prove that. We can't prove correlation equals causation with America and JCPOA or not. But I'm gonna acknowledge your part is true. But what I will say in regard to the JCPOA, since we're mentioning it, is there's a reason why Trump withdrew. There's a reason why we withdrew from it. It's because of the sunset clauses in the JCPOA. I'm sure you've done your research. I'm sure you know what the sunset clauses are or what they are in general, sunset provisions. And it's because Iran would be able to lift their limits off uranium enrichment, off centrifuge development after over a decade. That was a part of the JCPOA. Their nuclear program would be able to accelerate, continue after those 10 years. That's why we withdrew. We argued that the inspection mechanisms were incomplete, that there wasn't enough oversight, especially over Iranian military sites. None of that was acknowledged. So when we have an incompetent deal that isn't really doing much, which is more like saying you better abide by our deal. We're not gonna have checks over your military sites. We're gonna have sunset clauses that you could do whatever you want in 10 years. And you have allies like Israel and Saudi Arabia saying, whatever, that lifting the sanctions enriched Iran even more to fund proxies across the Middle East, which is another aspect. Iran was funding, proxies because of the lifted sanctions from the JCPOA. Anyway, point being is that because of all those reasons, we pulled out the JCPOA. So it's not necessarily, we had a perfect deal, we should have kept with it, and now we have, now the only way to do it is war. It's more like the deal wasn't effective from the start. Iran was probably going to not abide by it either way because there weren't the proper oversight of provisions in place. But as you said, America left before, so I'm not going to stand on that point. But the deal was bad. Sunset clauses, whatever. I'm sure you're a smart guy. I'm not going to repeat myself anymore on that. But the deal was bad. We weren't going to stick with it. And showing muscle is the best we can do. We can't just tell them don't do that, because in foreign policy, we did tell them don't do that. Our foreign policy was pretty clear. Iran, don't develop nukes. Don't continue your projects. Deal or no deal, right? And so I guess this was the last option here, is really showing muscle and telling them what's up. Because we already told them not to. Maybe not in writing in the deal, because the deal was trash. But we told them not to, and that was our foreign policy. They didn't listen, and this is what happens due to it. The deal was bad, and certainly no Democratic president tried to make a new deal that was more effective. So let's be courteous to Trump too here. I don't think another deal would have been effective for that matter. But I'll shut up now.
Kat, can you reduce the yapping by about 70% or so? Thank you very much. And
you can cut me off whenever.
Trust me, I'll make sure to do that.
Okay.
So, in terms of the deal, you said the issues were it only is in place for 10 to 15 years, which is longer than what would have been established given they pulled out of the deal. That doesn't make any sense. And then they said they didn't have enough oversight. Do we have more oversight with the deal in place or the deal not in place?
So, considering that the deal was in place without America, and the oversight that was there was failing to recognize private intelligence that was stating that Iran was continuing all of their projects and not abiding by the inspections, not abiding by the deals. Clearly, the oversight in the deal, regardless of whether or not the USA is, taking part in it, wasn't good enough, right? Because Iran wasn't listening. So the deal was bad. There wasn't enough inspection. The fact is we weren't able to inspect military sites, right? There was no oversight there. The only thing I agree with, Democrats on is like
Okay, I
Israel
ask you
has a
specific
secret nuclear
questions, and
program,
like you
but
just like do everything but
I'll
answer
shut
the
up. I'll
specific
shut up.
questions. Please stop. Okay.
I swear I did.
Okay, no, you didn't. So you said clearly was it in place after? So here's my point: is that it clearly wasn't in place after the U.S. pulled out, because again, like what I said prior, the reason why they got into this deal is because they did this for sanction relief. When the U.S. pulls out and then they put their sanctions back in place, that limits or gets rid of the very reason they decided to get into the agreement in the first place. So, of course, they're going to undermine the agreement after it's already been undermined by the main party that they established the agreement with. Okay, because the sanction relief of the United States, right, was one of the main things that led to them accepting this deal. So obviously the deal was already done since 2018. I don't think that's because of Iran. I think that's because of the United States. So when you tried to brand it as, oh, actually they violated the agreement, that's just false, okay? Right? It's so dishonest for you to try to portray it that way after Trump is the original reason why it led to that. Okay, we had better surveillance under this deal than what we have right now. We had better surveillance under this deal that we could have renegotiated 2025, 2030 with the end and the sunset of the centrifuges and the enrichment of uranium clauses. Which, by the way, the basis for this agreement was to establish that negotiation so that we had it continually for the future.
Okay, Parker, two things. First, European countries sanctioned Iran too. The countries that were also signing in on the JCPOA were sanctioning Iran too. So the fact of the matter is there was economic pressure from those countries onto Iran per the JCPOA. I'm not saying the USA had no impact, but obviously there is an economic impact from these countries too. Despite that, despite, the disagreements that would arise, despite, all the issues that could have arisen from, not abiding by the JCPOA, as we see today, right? As we saw even before the war, all the issues that arose with Iran, they didn't listen. They didn't listen to the deal, the terms of the deal. They broke it. So, and also regarding intelligence, regarding knowledge of military
Can I just
sites,
pause you there?
the reality, no, just one more thing, is the oversight remained the same before and after America pulled out, and intelligence was finding that Iran wasn't abiding by the deal. That's just the truth.
The truth is that there was not a deal that was established because the deal was undermined by the United States, one of the core fundamental bases of the deal. Because again, the sanction relief of the United States, along with all of those other countries, was what got them to come together to do this agreement in the first place. Okay? Well, if you get rid of the United States sanction relief, that is a huge percentage of the overall sanction relief. Therefore, it gives you a worse off agreement. So of course they're going to undermine an agreement that was just made worse off halfway through it. That's fucking nonsense to act like it's just going to stay the same. The end of it was 2018. Okay? I don't know why we're acting like that's not the case. You were being dishonest. You said that they cut off and then we pulled out. That was your whole reason why we pulled out earlier.
Okay, so two things. I'll respond to that, but first, regarding intelligence, you asked me earlier, do we have better intelligence now or before? The JCPOA was never giving the intelligence on Iran not abiding by the deal. American private intelligence was, right? Oversight respectfully, wasn't doing shit. American intelligence was, and that's how we found out that they're not abiding by the deal.
Not true.
Second, it is true. We could find a source on it. Okay,
no, it's
whatever.
Not. And you say abide
European
by the deal.
Countries.
When is the point that they stopped abiding by the deal? Was it after Trump already had pulled out?
Well, per that source, yeah, in 2019.
You agree that it was after Trump had already pulled out, right? According to your own source.
Is this about GCPOA intelligence, or where are we going back to? Or are we circling back to what you said earlier?
Hey, dude, I want to get you to follow this. We're talking about the Iran nuclear deal, okay? The Iran nuclear deal, Trump pulled out of it in 2018. They started accelerating enrichment of uranium in 2019. That is after that Trump already pulled out of the deal. I told you the Trump undermining the deal is the main reason why the deal failed. You said the deal was still in place. It clearly wasn't because they started continuing their enrichment of uranium past that point. That's why you're not understanding this.
So, Parker, two things is our conversation has developed much more since that initial statement. The fact is we've dove into intelligence, oversight, and the economy, right, of Iran. We're not even talking about muscle anymore. We're talking about the specific terms of the deal. We're talking about America not being the only pressure. That's my point. The European countries were pressured too. Obviously, America leaving the deal has an impact on how much, Iran wants to listen. But American foreign policy, deal or no deal, was dictating Iran, you better listen to that deal. You better not be continuing this. That was our foreign policy, right? Regardless if we had a certain deal about sanctions or not, right? European countries were still in the deal and still had that economic pressure onto Iran. So that economic pressure, all these outside pressures still existed, and you're not fundamentally understanding that fundamental concept. And then two, again, JCPOA was never giving us the intelligence on Iran. I don't think you ever acknowledged that. It was American intelligence. The oversight was doing absolutely nothing. We were gaining absolutely nothing. Do you think the terms of the JCPOA, the lack of inspections, on any military site?
You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
Parker, where do we get the
inspections
intelligence from?
themselves are unprecedented.
Where did we get the
levels
intelligence
in terms
from?
of the intelligence? You say we're getting no intelligence. You are absolutely wrong. Do you want to bet? Bet me on that right now. You say we got no fucking intelligence? Bet me on that right now.
Chill. Don't get so
that's a
emotional.
bullshit assertion.
Yo, Parker, please do not get so emotional with me.
Can you
Please
acknowledge
do
that
not
that's a
get so
bullshit
emotional.
assertion?
Do not get so emotional with me. It's actually like weirding
I'm not
me
being
out.
emotional. Can you acknowledge it's a
You
bullshit
are. You
assertion?
just said the F word towards me. That was like
I don't
unbelievable.
fucking care. Fuck.
Stop.
Alright.
I'll be for real. I'll be for real.
Fuck. Does that hurt your feelings? Too fucking bad.
It did. Oh, okay.
Can you please engage with the point? I'm asking.
Yeah.
I asked you. I don't know why the term
what was your
fuck
question?
is triggering
No,
you
it's
so
because
badly.
you started raising your voice and saying the F word, and I just felt I was very fragile there. I was very fragile.
You were very fragile. Thank you for admitting that you were the one that was fragile.
I was very sensitive. I was very sensitive.
Yeah, you were. Thank you for admitting that you were the one that was very sensitive.
I was very sensitive to that emotional outburst right there.
It wasn't an emotional outburst.
Okay, right? Regardless if we had a deal about it.
Listen.
Oh, wait.
Right?
Oh, okay. European countries were still in the
What are we
deal,
listening
still
to?
had that economic pressure onto Iran. So that
Wait, Parker, what are we?
All these outside
Shut the fuck
still
up.
Existed, and that's not. You're not fundamentally understanding that fundamental concept. And then two, again, JCPOA was never giving us the intelligence on Iran. I don't think you ever acknowledged that. It was American intelligence. The oversight was doing absolutely nothing. We were gaining absolutely nothing. Do you think the terms of the JCPOA, the lack of inspections, on any military site?
You're just wrong.
Parker, where do we get the intelligence from?
Themselves are unprecedented.
Where did we get the intelligence from?
The intelligence. You say we're getting no intelligence. You are absolutely wrong. Do you want to bet? Bet me on that right now. You say we got no fucking intelligence. Bet me on that right now.
Chill. Don't get so emotional.
That's a bullshit assertion.
Yo, Parker, please do not get so emotional with me.
Can you acknowledge that that's a bullshit assertion?
That didn't sound very emotional. It just sounded like I was making it louder. Right? That's not being emotional.
I'm sorry.
Do you know the difference between me putting passion behind what I'm saying and me having an emotional outburst?
I'm sorry. I just thought you were being like aggressive towards me or something. I'm sorry I misread
that
you.
hurt your feelings. Can you respond?
No, it's okay. It hurt my feelings. I understand. I just misread you. Yes. So your point was, Iran. The intelligence on Iran was found by the JCPOA and by the provisions there. The IAEA is what specifically dealt with it, right? So obviously,
do you want to bet?
Bet on what? The IEA conducted inspections, obviously.
You said that we got no intelligence. Do you want to bet?
Oh my god, that was like an exaggeration. Like, do we know what that is?
But do you realize when you exaggerate using that sort of notion?
Oh my god,
you are purposely... Listen. I know it's hard for you to have self-control, but listen.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. You understand what you're trying to... You just keep cutting me off. I'm just gonna mute you. You just keep trying to invoke that particular notion over and over again. That's you lying. That's not you just being like, oh, I'm just over-exaggerating a little bit. No, you were purposefully lying there. There's a difference between purposefully lying and exaggerating. You were purposefully lying. Hi, okay, sorry for cutting you off. I understand and respect why you muted me. But my response to that is that, I mean, okay, truthfully, I shouldn't have said no as an absolute. The IAEA was the one conducting inspections on ground, right? None of us are going to disagree with that. That's just fact. But it's American and Israeli intelligence that usually pointed the IAEA, and I could give you sources if you want, based on American intelligence, Israeli intelligence of, illegal activities. Certain locations that were a little suspicious, and even the former Director General of the IAEA, Yukiya Amano, you can search that up, acknowledged the agency received information from member states and intelligence services, right? Obviously, the information isn't conducted, seen as fact. The IAEA found things, but, it's because they were usually directed in that way, pointed towards these suspicious sites because of US and Israeli intelligence. And I could give you a source on that if you'd like. But the truth is that it was mostly private intelligence agencies, member states that conducted their own intelligence there, rather than the IAEA, because the IAEA is just going to the sites that we tell them to go to, right? If they get an anonymous call from American intelligence, then, I guess we'll check that out, right? But otherwise, they have no leads. They're going to go to this place that Iran says, oh, go here. And we go there and there's nothing. But because of American and unfortunately Israel has good intelligence, because of both of our intelligence agencies, they were pointed in the right direction. They got the information they needed and they found that there were breaches. So, of course, I shouldn't have used the absolute no there, but I meant that without us, they would have practically nothing. It was really us doing the inspections when you think about it, because we were pointing them in the right direction. And I'll quit the yap. You could respond now, and you could feel free to cut me off whenever you want, because I acknowledge I do a little bit of rambling. So, you said you'd abuse that earlier, but I'm giving you vocal support.
So was there any violation prior to us pulling out?
As per my source, no. Is that a response to everything I said? Or?
Yeah, we're just gonna do this. So there was no violation prior to the U.S. pulling out. So I think that's important to acknowledge. Secondly, you say most of the intel specifically was a result of U.S. intelligence rather than IAEA inspectors. What's your source?
So, first, that's just circling back to what I said about economic pressures from Europe. The first thing you said about no breach. We already dove into this, and then you never responded to what I said about it.
Sir, what's your source?
Okay, ignore point one. I guess I'll accept, it's an important thing to acknowledge.
What's your
but
source?
I think correlation doesn't equal causation. And source on the IAEA receiving intelligence from America and Israel, that's what you're asking for?
No. What was your source
What are you
that
asking
most
for?
of the intel about the level of enrichment of uranium while we were under the JCPOA was from U.S. intelligence rather than from the IAEA inspectors?
Okay, I could pull one up for you. That says similar.
Yeah, look it up. I don't want to hear your voice outside of that. I already muted you. Amanda, thank you so
I'm
much.
looking right now.
Go ahead, look it up, but with your microphone muted. Thank you very much. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I am trying to do that. I turned it up a little bit earlier for the guest because the guest earlier was like super, super quiet. This is going to be the last conversation I'm having today, and then I'm going to get off. I'll probably do a Q&A at the end of the stream. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes before we end the stream. We're at like 1.5 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we can, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up here on YouTube Super Chat real quick. Just give me one quick second. Let's see. Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you very much. As well as Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ben, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I totally agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Trevor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gabriel, thank you for the $1, and Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everyone. Alrighty, let's give him a few minutes to find his information.
Can you hear me right? Because I just disconnected my AirPods.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna provide you with 2 sources, and it's America and
You are a
Israel.
little bit mumbled.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My AirPods died, so I have no choice. But I'm just gonna provide you with the sources if it's okay, if you could hear me right now. Okay, perfect. Okay, first, Arms Control Association.
What's the
Search
title?
up Israel claims secret nuclear site in Iran. Okay, so you could read through it, but I'll give a brief summary of what the article says. I could point you in a direction of a specific paragraph too. But point is that Netanyahu, Israel, whatever, their intelligence agency.
Wait, can I clarify what it was from again? What was this? What was the source?
Oh
from?
yeah. Arms Control Association. So armscontrol.org. It should be the source. Okay, but just to summarize, Israel got not really a list, but they breached Iranian intelligence. They got a list of facilities, secret facilities, a bunch of documents. It says in the article, U.S. intelligence knew about it, Israeli intelligence knew about it, and then the IAEA was notified. Israel was the one that said in the first place the IAEA, quote, has still not taken any action following up on all the archived material being released. You could search up archival material and you'll probably find that sentence. And then reading from there, we provided them with that information, and then after that they were, inspecting, right? And then second article, I know you're busy reading that, but it's from Axios. It says U.S. promises Israel will press nuclear watchdog on Iran atomic archive.
Hold up, before we go into the second one, the first one you need to establish.
No, I know. It's really a follow-up because, if anyone in the audience wants to search it up, it's from...
Wait, hold up. It says, Israeli Prime Minister revealed that he described as a secret nuclear warehouse in Iran and publicly called for the IAEA inspectors to visit the site. Right? Netanyahu's allegations come as the U.S. is pressuring countries to support its sanctions in Iran. You know what's funny there? This is after the JCPOA was done. After Trump pulled out.
Parker, respectfully, I'm going to say this, is that has nothing to do with this, because, please let me finish. You were the type to let me finish.
Because I had asked you, I just want to be clear, I had asked you for any evidence that there was most of the intelligence coming from U.S. intelligence about the enrichment of uranium within these facilities while they were in the JCPOA. You just, again, gave me a source from them claiming something after they were already out of the JCPOA.
Parker, why does it matter whether or not they were in the JCPOA at that time? The point is that the intelligence...
Is that not what I asked you for?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
That's what I asked you for. I literally asked you for it because you made the claim, sir. You made the claim that most of the information while we were in the JCPOA, right, specifically came from U.S. and Israeli intelligence anyway, and it wasn't even coming from the inspectors. That's what you claimed.
Oh my God, you've misquoted me twice so far.
I have not misquoted you here.
Yo, Parker, I never said while in the JCPOA. I never said that. And that wouldn't be relevant for any reason, because regardless of whether we were in there or not...
Was that not what I asked you for, and then you went to go look up?
You said you asked me for it
so you agree during the JCPOA. So you
it.
agree during the JCPOA that most of the information about the enrichment of uranium of the nuclear facilities is from the IAEA inspectors.
No, but I'm stating that.
Wait. So then you were making that point, right?
I don't really care about the while in the JCPOA part. I don't really care.
You can't acknowledge this. Like, I literally cornered you on that point because that's exactly what you were saying, and I proved you wrong on it.
Parker, I'm saying from start to end, whether we were in it or not. That's my point. I don't care whether we. I don't care about these
I'm
bounds
asking you a
while
very
we were in
specific
it or
question.
while we
Like,
were out of it.
where were we getting most of our intelligence from? Was it U.S. intelligence about the enrichment facilities and how much they're enriching it, or was it specifically from the IAEA inspectors while we're in the JCPOA?
Parker, what I could tell you is we're not going to find a source on 51% comes from this intelligence, 49 from IAEA. What I'm telling you right now, and what the source I provided with you provides, is that...
But you couldn't make a claim that most of the information was from the IAEA?
What?
You couldn't make a point that while in the JCPOA, most of the information was from the IAEA? I feel like that's just dishonest of you.
So the IAEA actually goes on ground, Parker, but Israel and the United
sounds
States
like you're crashing
tells
out.
them where to go.
Are you crashing
No,
out?
it's just you're fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I think you're crashing
Parker.
out, sir. I'm not misunderstanding anything. I'm
here goes the
explaining to you
emotional thing
how
to
I
go
caught
with
you in
something.
a contradiction, actually, and you're
It's not
crashing
a
out.
contradiction. I'm sticking with my point that Israel
No,
and
you
the
just
United
got emotional.
States
You just got
provided
emotional
the
when I
IAEA.
called you out, and I proved
Okay,
you
Parker,
wrong.
what does the IAEA do? What did they do on ground?
The IAEA was actually inspecting these enrichment facilities.
Okay, where do they find where to go?
What?
How did they find all of these suspicious locations?
They registered. Iran, in order to be able to
No, but
establish
who
the
found
deal,
them?
registered
Who
each of
found
these
them
with
for
the
them?
IAEA.
So Parker, who found the locations that they eventually went to, not specifically enlisted in that agreement, that they eventually
Are we now
went on
talking
ground?
about outside of the JCPOA?
Well, the IEA. Well, that's the IEA is meant to go on ground.
Are you
That's
referencing
within,
again
that's within
outside of the
provision.
JCPOA?
That's not outside
Because
of it.
I was
within the
asking
provision.
you from within the JCPOA. From within the JCPOA,
Within the
do
agreement.
you agree that most of our information was coming from the IAEA inspectors?
No,
No,
I don't.
it wasn't. So this is again you being dishonest, because most of our
It's not.
information was coming from the IAEA inspectors, because that's who was doing the inspections.
So they were doing the inspections based on the information that we gave them on the sites where to go, Parker. Wow.
Yeah, the U.S.
Because we gave
intelligence
the
that you're claiming,
information-
the U.S. intelligence that you're claiming found stuff is after we pulled out of the agreement, not from during
Why
the
does that
agreement.
matter? Why does that matter?
Why does
The
that
point
matter?
is-
Because you won't acknowledge a basic fact, and that's what I'm trying to show
Wait, when did
people,
we pull out
is
of this
that
agreement?
this conversation isn't productive with you because you are literally unwilling to cede any ground on the truth. You're unwilling to acknowledge the basis of what you were saying was incorrect. You originally started with, oh, the IAEA inspectors give us no intelligence. That's what you originally started with. And you know what we've reduced that down to? We've reduced it down to now, most of the intelligence within the JCPOA did come from the IAEA inspectors.
Okay, so
the
three things,
point is
Parker.
that yes,
Okay.
it was important for us
Okay.
establishing surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. You're trying to act like it had no relevance in being able to establish like that, and it wasn't better conditions than what we have right now, and you're just objectively wrong. Okay?
Hey, Parker.
You are literally
So,
trying
3
to
points.
grasp for
Parker.
straws in order to try to defend Donald Trump's
Mm.
foreign policy blunder and terrible foreign policy here.
Are you
He's
gonna
got
let me
Iran
respond?
closer to a nuclear weapon, not further.
Okay, so my response, I'm going to outline 3 things. Hopefully you don't interrupt me because you've been doing that a lot recently, and I haven't even been repeating myself. That's how you know.
Mojo, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go some W's for Mojo in the comment section right now. Thank you very much for being the JCPOA is relevant. It's very relevant because the sources show that the JCPOA was working, and then Trump pulling out allowed Iran to increase the enrichment, and Israel are proven liars. True, very true. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Mojo.
Hey, okay, you're back. We're ready. Just confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 things. 1. That's
Interesting
funny.
point.
That's funny. That's funny.
That was an interesting point as well. Good job.
We don't debate here.
We are debating. You actually haven't debated this whole time.
We aren't debating here.
Why
Do you want me to
why aren't
state
you
my
making your
point?
point? Make your point.
Wait, do you want me to make my point?
I'm waiting.
Are you gonna mute me?
No, I'm not muting you at all. You're doing that to yourself.
Was that actually me? Because it may have been. I don't even know. I
didn't mute you for jack shit,
Unless
dude.
you're gaslighting me, that would be morally corrupt by a liberal influencer to gaslight his.
Again, I would
his
never do
honest
that.
debaters. Okay, you better not be. So I'm gonna try talking right now. My hands are away, Parker. Okay. Point one. Oh wait, it was me. Okay. Point one. Regarding the intelligence. So we're talking about intelligence here. Just to recap, we're talking about intelligence in Iran. When I said no, it wasn't an absolute. We covered that earlier. I was exaggerating. I shouldn't have exaggerated. I admitted that. I'm sorry. Okay. Number two, as I said earlier regarding most blah blah blah. We're not gonna find a statistic. We're not gonna find a source that says online, 51% comes from here, 40 from here, and we both agreed on that. I'm pretty sure. And then third, now we're actually talking about how do they get their intelligence? How does it work? Obviously, neither of us work for the IAEA, whatever, but both of us have a fundamental understanding of it. And I'm trying to be fair to both sides. Now, when it comes to the situation, when it comes to intelligence regarding all of these sites that were given to the IAEA, I'm not disagreeing that the IAEA is the one that goes on ground and inspects. But what I am saying is that when it comes to all these sites that I linked, that I showed you in that article, and I never was able to give you the Axios article, but it was just building off of that with more sites. When it comes to that, all of that information regarding these suspicious sites for them to inspect came from American and Israeli intelligence because we breached their archival records. We found certain things in their records about...
Can I pause you there? That was all after the JCPOA was done. You're again
Could I
pointing to
ask
things
you-
that you found after the JCPOA. You're not pointing to things you found during the JCPOA. Can you
I'm
point to me?
asking-
Can you point to me any U.S. intelligence that pointed to anything during the JCPOA?
Wait, Parker, this was during the JCPOA. The USA was just not signed on. We
Sorry,
signed
repeat what
off
you just
a
said?
few months before. JCPOA was still intact. The USA just signed off of it. It's a multi-nation agreement.
Hey dude, when I'm saying the JCPOA, I mean when the U.S. is involved. I think the JCPOA ended
Okay.
when the U.S. pulled out.
Okay. Okay. So if we're gonna talk about when the USA pulled out, I have an honest question. I'm coming with really just being genuine and trying to understand. Why is it relevant, whether it's before or after?
Because I was demonstrating to you that under the JCPOA, that we had established better conditions for political concessions with Iran than what we have right now under Donald Trump's campaign trying to take over or trying to go to war with Iran. That's what I'm saying, is that it's a foreign policy blunder because 10 years later, we're in a worse position from preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon comparative to what we were 10 years ago. Not saying it was perfect, not saying we had addressed everything, but saying we were in a better circumstance for negotiation.
That's
And
fine.
Trump made
Okay.
that worse by pulling out of the agreement, not better.
Okay, so two things. I understand that's the main point of your argument, but what you said about political concessions, etc., what we're talking about here is more specific because you stated earlier that we had specific intelligence benefits under the JCPOA, right? But my point is that most of the time, more specific than in general, I disagree in general that, we have benefits under that agreement, but whatever. But when it comes to intelligence, as stated in the article, all of these sites where they conducted their inspections, where they found stuff, according to this article, not all of them, obviously, I'm not going to deal with absolutes anymore because you pointed out earlier I shouldn't do that, but a lot of these suspicious sites came from Israeli and American intelligence after America signed off. You're mentioning America signing off and signing on because of the grand scheme of things of the USA shouldn't have signed off. But we're talking about intelligence benefits with the JCPOA.
We're not going anywhere.
No, you just can't respond. I don't know what you're misunderstanding.
Hey dude, I've actually I've been talking to you for how long now about the same thing over and over again. We've gone on for almost 57 minutes. Don't act like I'm just not willing to respond. We've repeated and engaged with the same point over and over again. It's incredibly dishonest for you to act like I'm just unwilling to respond.
No, could I just say one thing real quick and not as a dig at you? It's just that I believe personally that you're just conflating our discussion about intelligence within the JCPOA with the grand scheme of things were better off in the JCPOA when America was in versus not. So I can understand what you're saying with, all these failures with Iran breaching the deal happened after the USA signed off, right? But what I'm saying is that the intelligence remained, the same because it was coming from Israel and America. The inspections were happening either way, but the intelligence about where we could find the stuff was coming from America and Israel. So while I agree with you, you know, I understand what you're saying, but I think you're conflating those two things, because I'm not really talking about before and after the deal about America's impact on, you know, what we end up finding. You know, not about what we end up finding, but about Iran, you know, breaching the contract and the deal. But I'm more talking about the intelligence in particular. I'm not talking about the grand scheme of that. I'm talking about intelligence. I'm talking about intelligence coming from America and Israel, where it was coming from practically the whole time about going to these sites. It's not a matter of, I already said it, but I hope you could understand what I'm saying, and that it's kind of a conflation.
Yeah, I've heard you say that probably 12 times now, and
Then
the
why do you
point
keep
that I've already...
conflating it?
Can you shut up and let me speak? I let you speak. I've listened to you speak this entire time. Please be quiet. Okay? So I have listened to what you've had to say. I've already responded to it. I understand what you're saying. I'm simply telling you, you keep repeating the same thing over and over again, and we're not moving anything productive. Okay? What did you say new there that I haven't yet responded to?
That, here, I'll tell you. Just don't interrupt me. I'll be quick. What I told you new is that you were conflating America leaving the agreement and Iran, you know, breaching the contract with what we were talking about in particular, which was intelligence
you've
coming
already
from
told me
Israel
that.
and America. Yes, you're asking me about.
You had already
no,
told me that. I'm not asking
yeah,
you
but not about what you're conflating.
I'm asking
I
you what
didn't
you
tell
haven't
you
told
about
me.
that. Yeah, I didn't tell you about what you're complaining. That's what that whole response was there.
You've
Because
already
you're
told me that
about
a
to
million
cut me
times. I
off.
mean...
No, that's not
Okay,
true.
well
You're
then...
about to cut me off, and I was telling you that you're cutting me off because you're conflating these two things and you're
I'm not.
fundamentally
I already
misunderstanding
responded to this, and I
communication at
told
that
you
point.
I am not conflating those things. I literally
Then
went
why
through
would it
both
be
of them
relevant?
individually. I went through both
Okay,
of them.
then no,
Okay,
that's
I'm just gonna mute you. I went through both of them individually. Okay, I demonstrated to you how specifically the intelligence from within it, right, was mostly established when we were within it, specifically by IAEA inspectors, because you were trying to argue this deal wasn't good because the IAEA inspectors didn't have the ability to establish intelligence about the level of enrichment of uranium, and that it was mostly established by U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence outside of that, okay?
Wait,
That's what we've been
Parker.
talking about this entire time. I have already responded to this and showed you that when in the agreement, when the U.S. was there, that most of the information was coming from the IAEA inspectors, and that only when the U.S.
Do you have a
decided to
source
pull
on that?
out, then we get more information from our U.S. intelligence rather than the IAEA inspectors about how they're conducting themselves. Why? Because it then created an incentive for them to not operate within that agreement, because the U.S. had pulled out and got rid of their sanctions. Added on their sanctions, got rid of their sanction relief. So it's just ridiculous that you're not acknowledging any of these conditions. I've already explained this. I've already responded to this multiple times, right? Stop being ridiculous.
That's not
Okay, and acting like
that's not
me
a
wanting
why.
to end this conversation and not hear you yap any longer is me not being willing to engage with the conversation, because I've already
That's not
done
an
so for about
answer.
an hour, where
That's
repeatedly
fine.
I have heard you just repeat the same thing over and over again. I've been incredibly nice with you, way too patient with you, and genuinely, stop wasting my time. I'm done with
Hey,
this
well, you
conversation.
didn't really say why. You didn't really say why, because you're talking about,
Really?
you know, no, you didn't, because the reality is
I've
that
literally explained multiple
no,
times. It sounds like you have comprehension
no, the
issues.
JCPOA information before he left came from America and Israel.
Hey, dude, you have comprehension issues.
It
I've
came from
explained to you
America
that
because
you're just gonna repeat the same thing
we
I've
were
already heard you
still in
say.
the
Watch it.
deal.
Watch it, chat. He's gonna repeat the same thing I just heard him say
JCPOA
already. Watch
doesn't
it.
do intelligence. IAEA doesn't do intelligence. America and Israel does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. America and Israel does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The IAEA did not conduct inspections based on their own intelligence. They did it based on Israeli and American intelligence before and after America pulled out. So regardless of whether
You said it was before America pulled out. Okay, so what
before
U.S.
and
intelligence?
after, before and after.
What U.S. intelligence was gathered during the agreement? I asked you that question earlier. You still have yet to respond to that.
Okay. Well, the agreements. He always keeps saying like during the agreement. the agreement went on for years. It's just America pulled out. So please stop misstating that because it gets me.
You said before and after, so I'm waiting. What was before?
Okay, let me pull up my source because I don't have all my sources on hand. Okay,
that's
so
fine.
I'm gonna pull it up.
I'll give you your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
In the meantime, let me thank some people real quick. Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for. Okay, we had American and Israel intelligence. Got it. Now we've added that to the intelligence that we still have. Understand that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, this guy's being very ridiculous. Ben, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mojo, thank you for the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're talking about before. So I guess from 2015 to when did we pull out? May 2018, correct? Or something like that. That was it, right? Oh, all right. Leave it up to me. Okay, I was just making sure you're fine with that, but I have my credible source.
Are you talking into a cup, dude? I swear your microphone is a potato, dude.
You know why? It's because it's because I just put my mouth close to the microphone.
Did you drop your phone in like a vat of acid? Like Jesus Christ, dude, what happened?
I'm poor, Parker. I'm poor. Okay. All right.
I don't know. Why'd you support Trump then? Why'd you increase your taxes by imposing tariffs? That wasn't very smart.
Chill. Okay, fine. It's because
you're poor and you voted for Trump. That makes zero fucking sense.
It's because New York City got me with their vouchers, bro. All right. So
then you rely on social services and then you want to cut them?
Stop. No, I don't. I was joking. I was making a joke. All right. Okay. So, this is another article from Arms Control Association. You could search it up. Arms Control Association. IAEA investigations of Iran's nuclear activities. Okay, chill. All right.
IAEA investigations of what?
Of Iran's or Iran. It's Iran, correct? Iran's nuclear activities. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry for mispronouncing it, by the way. Also, Parker, I love you, and I love your stances on abortion. Okay. So, in this article, it states that the investigation began after Israel seized documents related to their past nuclear program.
The investigations began after they pulled out of the agreement.
No.
That's what this says.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, where does it say from between the JCPOA when it was in place that we had intelligence outside of that, from U.S. and Israeli intelligence through there, that established the enrichment of uranium rather than the IAEA? Because, by the way, nowhere in this does it say that.
Wait, let me check. Are we on the same article?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see, because it's like a timeline. It goes from 2011 to wherever. Wait, I swear there's something. I'm pulling it up right now.
Do you have the Trump mobile phone? Just curious.
I don't. I'm just poor, Parker. Can you stop bullying me based on my socioeconomic status, bro?
You're joking when you say that. Don't act like that.
I have to go to sleep soon.
You're being ridiculous. Don't do that in order to be able to try to be like, oh, Parker, you're being fucked up. Can you just like acknowledge that like I'm making fun of you for having a Trump mobile phone? Because you actually have a Trump mobile phone?
I don't have a Trump mobile phone. I'm just poor, bro. Chill. I already told you I was poor, but I don't know why you're bringing up
you keep doing this, bro.
I don't know why you're bringing up a
keep doing that to try to
me.
make it like this is like an embarrassing attempt to like deflect away from the fact that you have a Trump mobile phone?
I don't. You are bullying me based on my socioeconomic status, bro. This is what's happening here. Parker, I love your what are they called? Whatever. Never mind. Your stances on social issues. Okay.
Okay, I think you're trolling at this point. Are you a troll?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I agree with you. I
think you're a troll at this point. Did
No.
you just come up here to like waste my time? Was that your like goal?
No. Definitely not. Okay.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know we're gonna finish this point and then I'm done talking to you.
That's
I genuinely
fine. I have
don't
to go
like
to
you.
sleep with my boyfriend. It's okay. I have to go to sleep with my boyfriend on call. So, all right.
Okay, I don't know why you just randomly like added all of that.
I'm just giving context about my night, but I don't know why you're being so mean. Okay,
Why?
so in 2018.
Like, did anyone ask for context? I'm sorry. Like,
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Happy Pride Month, though.
Thank you. I don't like Pride Month though. I don't support it.
Okay,
I
well
think
then I
it's
take
doing
that
too
back.
much. Thank you. All right. So regarding, so the safeguards, it says in the article, quote, you could search it up, Control F or whatever. The safeguards investigation began after Israel stole documents pertaining to Tehran's past nuclear weapons program.
Yeah,
The
and what
atomic
year was
program.
that?
That was in 2018, but we have to keep in mind.
All right, I'm kicking you.
Only
Bye.
No.
That is actually what I think hell is. I'm not gonna lie. Talking to that guy was the worst. That was horrible. I actually, like, I genuinely hate that. Like, I really am not, I don't feel good after that. Like, I don't feel like it was productive at all. It was the most meaningless conversation I've ever had. I don't think it moved anywhere. And sometimes, like, I hate my patience sometimes. Because, like, me trying to be too patient with people inevitably leads to it being worse and more annoying to deal with in the long run. And I should have just, like, skipped it and stopped doing it and having that conversation. But because I'm trying to be genuine and whatnot, like, I just go too far with it. I waste too much energy on people like that. I don't know why, like, I feel the need to do that. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'm gonna stay on for the next 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna get off. I honestly don't feel good, and I want to get off here pretty soon. So I'll answer questions. I'll chill with people for a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna get off for tonight. Russell, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much in Venmo, and Ben, thank you for the for the $5. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up there. I think I am also on YouTube as well. Let me go and check real quick. You sound depleted. I really am. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly, like, today was just a lot to deal with. I don't think I had, like, that really good grade of debates today. It was kind of really frustrating all day. Should set some boundaries for yourself. I have a lot. I've established. I've gotten a lot better at it, but I'm still not the best. Sometimes I just, like, I try to be genuine, and people take advantage of the idea that I want to be very genuine. I feel like to get me to keep fucking engaging in conversations like that. Tom, think of the jewelers. Not everything, but definitely a lot. Kelly, I would, absolutely. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you for never apologize for being patient, genuine, kind. It makes you a beautiful person. It is annoying for people to have to hear and listen to, though. Like, I get that. Like, I would hate having to listen to that too. So I understand that, but it's just like I feel such an internal pressure to do that myself because I just, like, want to genuinely engage, and I feel bad if I, like, kick someone off even though they're trying to genuinely engage, even if, like, I just think they're annoying. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where I have a hard time establishing those barriers sometimes. Borns, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Tracy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you for Get Some Rest. You've earned it. Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Joey, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. Is it true that Andrew Wilson asked you for money to debate him? Yes, actually. I said I would debate him, And then he said, "Oh, I don't believe that you're actually going to show up to the debate. So you have to give me this money that I'm going to keep as a retainer for the debate to ensure that you're going to show up to the debate." I'm like, "What is? I'm not giving you money to ensure that we're going to debate. That's like fucking ridiculous. I would never give you money." And he's like, "But I'll just give you it back at the end." I'm like, I'm not giving you money for jack shit. The fuck? Like, what? Hell no. And then I've also debated him like in the past, and he's just like really annoying to deal with because he won't like actually he'll like intentionally not engage with certain points. Like there was this one time he came on and I was debating him about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I point out how it only had $8 to $16 billion of GDP growth per year, and he's like, "Oh, what is the level of growth of that $8 to $16 billion that's specifically in the Midwest? What is the Midwest growth?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It doesn't specify within the specific study, but it would be less than the $8 to $16 billion." And he like was like trying to make a point out of how like because I didn't have a specific stat on that like I couldn't make a claim that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act wasn't good, even though this is like an overall number of the effect. Like it was really cringe. Like so I just like kicked him off and moved on. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for it's because you were saved from that MAGA life and because you're a good person, you want the same for everybody. Well, I appreciate you very much. Sometimes I just go too far with people, though. It's just like that guy was not going to change. Monavon, thank you for the $14. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for every creator is talking about how well you did on Jubilee. I've seen a bunch of videos like that. I always love to see even more, though. And then Justina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'll try not to be hard on myself. Here's a question. Who has influenced you the way that you think the most? I would say my mom. I feel like the baseline of things that I believe is probably from my mom the most. Oh my god, Deborah, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. For you have way more patience than dealing with all of this ignorance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Could some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. That is seriously so kind, Deborah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Santana, I'm really like I'm gonna look through and try to watch a bunch of them. I've seen some of the videos, but I haven't seen all of them yet. I always love going through and seeing all of people's reactions to the debate, so I find it pretty fun. It's probably gonna stop now. Like I bet like most of the videos are already out by now. Kat, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kat. I'm so sorry I missed that earlier. Sometimes I'll be involved in the debates and I'll miss some donations, so I really apologize for that one. Joseph, thank you for the $2 for would you come to Boston sometime? I want to go to Boston. That'd be really cool. And how are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Today was a bit long with the debates, but I'm pretty chill so far. Oh, Santana, you should send me those. You should send me those. I'd love to see them. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna here, we'll go 3 more minutes. I have 3 more minutes, and then I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna give myself like 5-10 minutes, and then I'll maybe come back on Twitch and hang out with people if I feel like it. On Parker Get a Job on Twitch, I think maybe I'll do that. I just need a second to like honestly just like chill and like breathe for a little bit, if that makes sense. And then I'll be right back because I'm not doing anything else tonight. Because my girlfriend's not going to be back for like a bit longer, so we'll see. Lahanson, thank you for the $2 for what do you think is Sweden in my country? I'd love to go. I'd love to go. Shauna, thank you for the $10. Thank you for anything we can do to be helpful in these lives. Just be here in the streams. I appreciate everyone being here. Always tapping the screen and being there for me. I just appreciate y'all being here. That really does the most for me, to be honest with you. Yoshua, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm assuming he lost. I haven't seen yet. I'll have to go check the governor race. Have the stuff come out for the governor's race yet? I'm assuming it's still like the votes. They're still casting votes, and we probably won't know until tomorrow. And then Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for feeling that way. It's completely understandable. Don't be too hard on yourself. You make the world a better place every day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Jessica and Zach. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Marlia, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Yeah, you don't need to install Twitch. You can just go to twitch.tv/parkergetajob. Jason, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I'm 100% liberal, and I know a person who was in prison for they got gender transition and was released because of that. What to say? It doesn't make sense to be released because of transition. If someone's in prison for a child essay, they should be in prison for the rest of their life. That's my view. No one should be released. I think that's insane. And then Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $1. I'll have to see. I'm assuming he didn't win though. He was polling way lower, from what I saw. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for right now. I'll need a few minutes, and then maybe I'll hop on Twitch. Parker Get a Job. Twitch.tv/Parker Get a Job. I guess I'll see y'all then. I need a few minutes just to chill. Oh, before I do, Laura, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Because some W's for Laura. Holy shit, that is so kind. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind of you. W's for Laura in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everyone. I'll be right back on Twitch.tv in a quick second. I'm going to get off for tonight. If you want to go check out some of my YouTube videos, I'd really appreciate it. You can also go check out my debate with Dave Rubin if you'd like. It's on Jubilee. Love y'all. Have a good night, everyone.